Backend developers are in high demand in the technology industry as they play a critical role in building and maintaining the infrastructure that powers modern software applications. They are responsible for the server side of applications, which includes managing databases, APIs, and other technologies that facilitate the communication between front end and back end of an application. Hello everyone and welcome to the session. You're currently watching an Edureka's Backend Full Course video. Well, I'm certain by the end of this video, you will have a thorough understanding about backend development all the way from theory to practical applications. Now, if you love watching videos like these, then subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and click the bell button to never miss out any updates from us. Also, if you want to learn more about backend development after watching this session or wish to obtain Edureka's full stack development certification course, then please see the link in the description below. Now let's begin with our agenda where we'll have a brief overview of what we will cover in this backend full course video. We shall start with some Python basics where we will learn about Python and why should we learn it. We will also cover the very basics that you must and should know about Python. After this, we will then move ahead and learn about Django, which is a popular web framework for backend development in Python. Now it's time to delve deep into the concepts. We will start with Node.js and cover some of the basics yet important concepts of Node.js. Finally, we will then learn about Spring Boot and its basics with an amazing hands-on. So stick till the end. Now let's get started with our first topic.
So now moving on towards flow control in Python. Flow control statements basically decide the order of execution of the program, generally accomplished through loops, conditional statements, and function calls. So taking a deep look at each of these, let us first discuss what are loops in Python. Loops allow us to execute a group of statements several times. Suppose you're a software developer and you're required to provide a software module for the employees in your office. For this, you must print the details of payroll of each employee separately. Printing the details of all the employees will be a tiresome task. So instead, you can use the logic for calculating the details and keep on iterating on the same logic statement by making use of the for loop. This will not just save you time, but also it will make your code very efficient. The illustration that you see on the screen is a flow chart for the for loop. The execution starts and then it checks for a condition to be either true or false. Condition over here can be any logic that we want to test in our program. So if it is true, it will execute the body of the loop, and if it is false, it will exit the loop. We shall discuss more about the for loop further on, but for now, let's talk about the conditional statements in Python. Before talking about the conditional statements, let's talk about what are conditions. Conditions in Python are logical conditions which we use in if and else statements. Some of the conditions in Python are the equals condition, not equals, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. These are the conditions we often use while declaring a test expression for if and the else statements in Python. So what exactly are the if and else in Python? An if statement is used to test an expression and execute certain statements accordingly. Programs can have one or more if statements in them. The subsequent or the penultimate statement that follows is an else statement. This executes a statement in case all the test expressions in the programs are false. To understand the control flow of an if and else statement, take a look at the flowchart of how the execution takes place. So as you can see, the execution starts with a test expression. When this is true, the execution will enter the body of if and execute all the statements present there. But when this expression is false, the execution will move to the body of the else statement and execute the statements in the else block. Just like an if statement, we can also add an else if or an elif statement in Python to test out more expressions in order to optimize the code and increase the efficiency of our code. So now I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook in order to show you guys the syntax of the if-else statements. I'll just create a heading over here. I'll say conditional statements. So like I've already told y'all, the if statements come with a test expression. So what I'm going to do over here is just type in the syntax. So it starts with if. So within this, you have the test expression. Now we've entered the body of this if statement. The body of the if condition is going to contain all the statements that are going to be executed if the condition is met. So this will contain all the statements when the condition is met. In case this is not true, and if I have another if statement to be checked for, I can make use of the else if statement. So for that, I'll just write elif, and within this will be test expression 2. So what I'm going to do over here is statements when the else if condition is met. So in case both these conditions are not met, which means if they are false, okay, I'm sorry guys, I just made a mistake over here. Okay. So in case both these conditions are not met, I'll have an else block. So else. And then I'll have the final statements. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now to show an example of this, I'll take another kernel. And over here, I'll just take some variable, say x, and I'll assign a value to this as 12. Then I'll check if the value of x when divided by 3 is equal to 0 or not. So for that, I'll just type in if x mod 3 is equal to 0. I'll just print x is divisible by 3. Else, I'll just copy this print statement and I'll say x is not divisible by 3. So now let me just execute this. So as you can see over here, it says x, which is 12, is divisible by 3. So in case I want to check for this condition to be true for other expressions, what I can do is just add an else if statement. So for that, I'll just say if x mod 5 equal to 0, I'll say print x is divisible by 5. Let me just change the value of x to a number that is divisible by 5. So now let me just execute this program. So as you can see over here, I have a result saying x is divisible by 5. Now let me take a number that is neither divisible by 3 or 5. So say for example 11. So guys, the else block has been executed, and since I've not made any changes to this print statement, I have the output as x is not divisible by 3. Let me just add on another part of this statement, which is x is not divisible by 3 or 5, and execute it once again. So as you can see over here, the else block has been executed saying x is not divisible by 3 or 5. Let me just explain this once again to you all. So what exactly is happening over here is my variable x holds the value of 11. After this, my program checks if the resultant of x divided by 3 is equal to 0 or not. We all know that if we divide 11 by 3, we're not going to get a whole number, which means the quotient is not going to be 0, and therefore 11 is not divisible by 3. Then my program will enter the else if block. Here it will check if 11 divided by 5 is equal to 0 or not. As we all know, 11 is not divisible by 5, and therefore this block is also omitted. Finally, it gets into the else block. And over here, it prints the final statement. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let me take another example and check whether a number is prime or not using the if-else block. So what I'm going to do over here is, I'll take a new variable as a, and I'll assign the value to this as 10. And after this, the first thing that I'll have to do is check if a is greater than 1 or not. So what I'm going to do is type in an if statement. So if a is greater than 1, then I'm going to proceed with the program. So if a is greater than 1, for all the values that are present after 1, I'll have to check if a mod x is equal to 0 or not. So for x, in the range of a, 2, which means starting from 2, I have to go on till a. I will check if a mod x is equal to 0 or not. In case a mod x, which means a divided by x, here the value of x is going to start from 2 and it will go on till 10 without including 10. So the values of x will start from 2 and go on till 9. In case 10 is divisible by any number present between 2 and 9, then a is not a prime number. So what I'm going to do over here is just say print not prime. This way, I'll be able to check for all the numbers that are present between 2 to 10. So once this is done, what I'm going to do is just break through this loop. In case this condition is not met, I'll have to type in else, wherein I'll be printing that it is a prime number. So as you can see, my internal if-else loop is completed. Now coming back towards this if statement, which checks if a is greater than 1 or not. So if a is not greater than 1, I'll just print out. So if the value of a is not greater than 1, I'll just inform the user that the value of a is not greater than 1. So I'll just say value of a is less than or equal to 1. So as you can see over here, the value of a that I've given over here is 10. Therefore, when I execute this block of code, I get the output as not prime, which means 10 is not prime. So instead of 10, if I assign the value of a as 1 and execute this program, you see that the output says value of a is less than or equal to 1, which means the final else block has been executed. Now in place of this, if I supply some prime number, say 3. So as you can see over here, when I supplied the value as 3, the output has returned saying that this is a prime number. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now let's talk about the shorthand for if and else. In case you just have one statement to execute or multiple else statements to check for, you can make use of the shorthand if and else. So to show you guys an example of the shorthand notation of if, what I'm going to do is take two variables over here, say a and b, and I'll declare a as 5 and B as 7. Now I'll make use of the if statement. So if A is less than B, I'm going to print A is lesser than B. So previously, if you've noticed, the body of the if statement is starting in the next line with an indentation. In the shorthand notation, you can make use of the statement to be executed in case the condition is met within the same line. So what I'm going to do is just give a space over here, and then I'll say print A is less than B. So as you can see over here, my if block has been executed. Similarly, you can also have a shorthand notation for the else statement. Now this is going to be a little different. What I'm going to do is first type in print A is less than B if A is less than B. Else, I'll say print A is greater than B. So as you can see over here, since A is less than B, the if block has been executed. So I hope you've understood the else if blocks completely. So now moving on towards the next flow control statements, that is the for loop and the while loop. So what exactly is a for loop? A for loop is used to execute statements once for each item in a sequence. The sequence can be anything such as a list, a dictionary, a set, or a string. For loops basically have two parts. The block where the iteration statement is specified, and then there is a body which is executed once for every iteration. In a for loop, we actually have to specify the number of iterations that must execute. So let me just get back to my Jupyter notebook to show you guys the syntax of the for loop. Before that, I'll just create a heading and I'll say for loop. So unlike other programming languages, the for loop in Python is a for in loop. So basically, for any iterator variable in the sequence, I will execute the body of the for loop that will have all the statements. So for every iterator present in this sequence, I can execute a single or a number of statements. So just to show you guys an example of the for loop, what I'm going to do is take an example list. I'll just say my list, and I'll give some random values to it. We'll be seeing how to create lists and what are lists further on in this session, but for now, let me just create a list over here. So in case you guys are wondering what exactly is an iterator, a Python iterator is a container having countable number of values. Values in a container can be traversed using the iterators. So in my case, I've taken a list as an iterator over here. Next, I'll just open up the for loop, and for every element that is present in my list, I'll say print that element. So as you can see over here, the for loop traverses each iterable one at a time, and then it executes the body for all the iterables present in my list. So therefore, for every element in my list, I'll print all elements one after the other. So now let me take another example over here. I'll say my string equals hello world. So for every element that is present in my string, I'll print that element. Sorry guys, I missed in over here. Okay. So as you can see, all the elements present in my string have been returned. In case you want to retrieve any specific element, you can make use of the index values. So what I'm going to do is just copy this. And over here, I do not want to return all the values. I just want to return the value present at some index number. Say for example 3, and I'll execute this. So as you can see, at index number 3 is L. In case I want to selectively print a section of the values present in my string, I can make use of the for loop and then slice the values that I want from my string. So for that, I'll just copy this. I'll paste it over here, and I'll say print all the values from 0 to 3. So as you can see, from index number 0 to index number 3, I have all the values that are printed. Please make a note over here that it starts from 0, goes on till 3, but it does not print the value present at index number 3. Similarly, in case I want to print all the values that are present after 3, I can slice my string and print all the values that are present after 3. So as you can see, I've not given any value after this colon, which means I want to print all the values that are present after 3. Similarly, you can also make use of negative indices. So I'll just copy this. I'll say print the value that is present at -3. So for our coincidence, the element that is present at -3 also is L. That is because this special character is present at -1, D is present at -2, and L is present at -3. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the while loop. The while loop executes the set of statements as long as the condition is true. It consists of a condition block and the body with a set of statements. The while loop keeps on executing until the condition becomes false. So in case you want to make use of a while loop, you'll have to keep 3 things in mind. The first thing is to initialize your iterator. The second is to specify the condition. And the third is to increment your iterator. In case you do not increment your iterator, the while loop will go on forever. So what I'm going to do over here is take a small example of the while loop. Before writing down the example, let me just write down the syntax of the while loop. So that is while, some expression, and then the body which contains the statements. So now let's move on towards an example of the while loop. So I'll take an iterator over here, say I, and I'll initiate the value of I to 0. So now my iterator value has been initiated. So this was the first rule for my while loop, which is initializing the iterator. The second is to specify the condition. So I'll just take in the while loop. I'll specify the condition as while the value of I is less than 4, I want to print the value of I. And the last bit of this is to increment the value of this iterator. In case I do not increment this, it will keep on printing the value of I infinite number of times. So I'll just say I plus equal to 1. So I'm incrementing the value of I by 1 each time. So now let me just execute this. So as you can see over here, it prints the value of I unless and until it is less than 4. So therefore, the initial value of I is 0 and the first value in the output is 0 as well. The second value will be taken by incrementing the value of the iterator by 1. Therefore, I becomes 1 and since I is still less than 4, I'll print I. Next, I'll increment the value of I again by 1, which is 1 plus 1 and that will be 2. 2 is still less than 4, therefore I'll print 2. After that, I'll add 1 to 2 again, which will give me 3. The value of 3 is still less than 4. I'll print 3 and then I'll increment the value of I. This time the value of I will be 4. So 4 is not less than 4, which means I'll exit the while loop. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards something very important, which is the loop control statements. I'm sure many of you all would have come across the statements such as break, pass, continue, etc. These statements are nothing but the loop control statements. The loop control statements are used to control the flow of the loop or to alter the execution based on a few specified conditions. In Python, we have break, continue, and pass as the loop control statements. The break statement is used to terminate the execution of a loop containing it. As soon as the loop comes across the break statement, the loop terminates and the execution is transferred to the next statement. Here, I'll say for x in Edureka. If x is equal to r, I'll break the loop, which means when I encounter r, I want to break through the loop. And I do not want to continue the loop for the rest of the elements. And then I'll just say print x. And finally, I'll just say print loop has ended. Sorry guys, I just made a mistake in the indentation over here. So as you can see over here, all the elements that are present till r have been returned, which means edu have been returned and then the loop has ended. So now talking about the continue statement. The continue statement is used to skip the rest of the code in the loop for the current iteration. The continue statement, however, does not terminate the loop like the break statement and continues with the remaining iterations. So basically, when a continue statement is encountered, it only skips the remaining loop for that iteration. So let me just try this out over here. So instead of break, I'll say continue. So when r is encountered, the value is skipped, which means when R is encountered, the print statement is not executed. So now talking about the pass statement. The pass statement is a null operation. It basically means that the statement is required syntactically, but you do not wish to execute any command of code. So in case if I change this from continue to pass and add a print statement that is to be printed when R is encountered, I'll just say pass executed. So as you can see, when R is encountered, this print statement is executed and then the loop continues. So talking about nested loops, Python also allows us to use one loop within another. You can use a for loop within a while loop and a while loop within a for loop as well. So to take an example of this, let me just say for x in range of 1, 10, and then I'll take another for loop within this for loop. I'll say for y in the range of x, I'll say print x. So instead of ending this print statement with a next line character, I'm going to use the end parameter as a space character. So for all the values that are present between 1 and 10, each time I take the value and in that range, I'll print the value. So for the first time, I'll have x as 1. So for 1 in the range of 1, I'll say print 1. Therefore, 1 is printed just once. For the second iteration, I'll have the value of x as 2. So for 2 in range of 2, I'll print 2, which means I'll print 2 twice. Now since my output does not look too formatted, what I'm going to do is add another print statement to create some beautiful looking output. So as you can see over here, I've created a number pyramid. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's take an example of a nested while loop. So what I'm going to do over here is take a variable, say a, and I'll assign a list of values to this. So while a is true, what I'm going to do is just print a.pop -1. And then I'll take another variable within this while loop. I'll just say b is equal to some list of string. Let me just take a symbol that will differentiate between these two loops. So next, I'm going to take another while loop and I'll say while b is true, print b.pop of 0. So as you can see, both my while loops have been executed. So I hope you guys have understood this. So next, what I'm going to do is print the Fibonacci series using both the for loop and the while loops. I already have a code for that. So let me just copy it and I'll paste it over here. So as you can see, what's happening over here is I've defined a Fibonacci function, and over here I'm assigning the value of first and second as 0 as 1. Then while this is true, I'm going to yield the value of f. In case you want to know more about the yield function, you can actually check out generators in Python video. So moving on, once the value of f has been returned, which means if the first value has been returned, I'll have to change the value of first as second, and the second will be first plus second. So therefore, first becomes second and second becomes f plus s. Next, I'm taking the for loop for every element that is generated by my function. In case the value of x is less than 50, I'm going to print the value and I'm going to end it with a space character. In case the value of x becomes greater than 50, all I have to do is break the loop. So I hope you guys have understood this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next topic of this session, which is functions in Python. Before discussing what exactly are functions, let's figure out why do we need Python functions. Functions are used to manage inputs and outputs in a computer program. Programming languages are designed to work on data, and functions are an effective way to manage and transform this data. The modifications are generally done to drive outcomes like performing tasks and finding results. The set of operations or instructions required to do so comes from logically functional blocks that can be reused independently from the main program. In fact, the main code is also a function, just a very important one. Every other function is logically aligned and maintained to functionally execute your main code. But if the function has not been defined previously, you'll just have to define one yourself before using it. This is because the function definition lists the steps of operation. So basically, functions are nothing but tasks that the user wants to perform repeatedly. By defining it just once with a name, the user will be able to use the function anywhere in the program. This not just reduces the size of the code, but also helps in debugging. So now coming towards what exactly are Python functions. The functions in Python are classic example of such reusability. So to serve a wide range of applications from GUI and mathematical computing to web development and testing, Python's interpreter already comes equipped with numerous functions that are always available for the use. Also, you can add on libraries or modules to your program that contain predefined functions readily available for use. So now talking about the types of functions. In Python, you can either have built-in functions, lambda functions, or user-defined functions. So taking a look at each of these in detail. So Python built-in functions. Built-in functions are nothing but the functions that are provided by the Python interpreter. Some examples of these are the print function, the sum function, min-max functions, etc. Now let's get back to our Jupyter notebook and see how you can make use of these built-in functions. The first function that I'll be discussing over here is the print function. I'm sure you all know the print function. Print in Python is a standard function that is used to print the output to the console. Let me just create a heading over here. I'll say functions. To show the syntax of this function to you guys, I'll make use of the help function. So help on the print function will return all the documentation about the print function in Python. So as you can see on the screen, the print function takes a number of parameters. Value is nothing but a value or a set of values that has to be printed out to the console. A separator will decide how the values are separated from each other. The end parameter is used to specify what is to be printed at the end of the output. Default value for the end parameter is /n, meaning next line. Next is the file parameter. This is an optional parameter which comes with a write method. The default value of this is sys.stdout. Flush is also an optional parameter that is used to specify if the output has to be flushed or is it to be buffered. If the output has to be flushed, the Boolean value will be true, and in case if it is buffered, the Boolean value will be false. The default value for this is false. So now let's take a few examples of the print function. So the first thing that I'll print is hello world. Next, I'll take the same function and over here, I'll print it as two different strings. What I can also do is add a plus sign in between this. So I'll just copy this and I'll add a plus sign over here. So as you can see over here, the first statement is printing the hello world string as it is. In the second statement over here, I'm printing hello world as two different strings. In the third example, I've made use of a plus operator, which means I want to add the first string to the second string. I can also add in some numerical values, say 2020, and then print it. So here it is, hello world 2020. Now what do you mean by a separator? In case you want to use a separator, what you have to do is I'll just take this example, and instead of separating them by a space, let me separate them by something else. So I'll just say separator should be a hyphen. Okay, so as you can see over here, in place of a space character, I've got a hyphen. So if I have two print statements, one after the other, I can change the end parameter from next line to something else. So what I'm going to do is, I'll say hello world, Edureka. And in the first print statement, I'll make use of the end parameter and I'll specify it to be a dashed line. So as you can see over here, the outputs of both these print statements have been printed in the same line, but they are separated with this dashed line over here. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's talk about the min-max functions. The min-max functions are also built-in functions that are present in Python. So in case I have a list of values, say A, and if I want to find the minimum and the maximum of this, all I can do is make use of these functions directly. So I'll just say print the minimum of A and the maximum of A. So as you can see over here, the minimum value that's present in A is 1 and the maximum value present in A is 7. Another commonly used function of Python is the sum function. This function will return the sum of all the iterables that are given as a parameter to it. So I already have my list over here as A. I'll just say sum of A. So as you can see over here, it has summed up all the values present in my list and it has returned the value as 28. One more thing I want you guys to note over here is the sum function actually has two parameters. Now to show that to you guys, let me just type in help for the sum function. So as you can see over here, the sum function has two parameters, which is the iterables and the start. Iterables over here is the sum of iterables whose value needs to be summed up. The second parameter is the start parameter, which is by default 0, meaning the sum of all the iterables should be added to 0. So it will be 0 plus sum of all the iterables. In case I specify some value to the start parameter, it is going to add that value plus the sum of all the iterables. So in the previous example, if I have sum of A, 10, it's going to add 10 plus 28 and return the amount. So as you can see over here, it has returned 38, which is 28 plus 10. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is Python lambda functions. Python lambda functions are functions that do not have any name. They are also known as anonymous or nameless functions. The word lambda is not a name, but it is actually a keyword. This keyword specifies that the function that follows is anonymous. How do you actually write lambda functions in Python? A lambda function is created using the lambda operator. Okay, so now let me just type in the syntax of a lambda function. So basically, it will be the lambda keyword, followed by the arguments, and then the expression. Here, arguments are nothing but the variables that are used with this lambda function. Expression is a mathematical expression that will decide the output. Lambda functions can take any number of arguments, but they can take just one expression. Arguments can be anything starting from 0, and there is no upper limit. Just like any other function, it's perfectly fine to have lambda functions with no inputs. So now let's just take an example of a lambda function. So I'll just take a variable A, and now I'll make use of the lambda function. I'll just take one argument for the first example. I'll say lambda x, return x star x. And now I'll say print A of 3. So as you can see over here, I've got the output for x star x when A is 3, and therefore the output is 9. Let me take another example with two arguments. I'll just say B equal to lambda x comma y, and I'll say print x plus y. I'll pass the parameters for x and y as 1 and 2. I'm sorry guys, instead of taking B of 1, 2, I took A of 1, 2. So here it is. I found the result for x plus y, which is 1 plus 2, and that is 3. So I've taken two examples over here, but please make a note that both the functions have a single expression. So now moving on towards user-defined functions. Functions that we define ourselves in a program in order to achieve some tasks is referred to as a user-defined function. So the syntax for a user-defined function will be the def keyword followed by the name of the function and then the arguments. You can have any number of arguments, guys. Then comes the body of this function. The body of this function can have any number of statements. So I'll just write statement 1, 2, etc. So as you can see over here, the first thing that you'll have to do is make use of the def keyword. Now this keyword will actually help you to define your own function. Next up will be the name of the function. Then you'll have to pass in the arguments of your function, which can be any number of arguments starting from 0. The body of the function can have any number of statements in them. So now let's move on and create some user-defined functions. So what I'm going to do over here is create a function to add two numbers. So I'll just say define add function. I'll specify the parameters as x and y. And I'll just say the sum is equal to x plus y. And I'll return the value of sum. After this, I'll just have to call the add function and pass the values of x and y. I'll say 2, 4, and I'll run this. So as you can see over here, I have the output for 2 plus 4, which is 6. So now that you've seen what are user-defined functions as well as lambda functions, Let's take a small example wherein you can make use of the lambda function within a user-defined function. So what I'm going to do is define a function over here, say new function, and to this, I'll just give one parameter as x. Now this function will just return one statement, that is the lambda function. The arguments for this function will be y, and I'll specify the expression as x star y. Now I'll take a new variable, say t, and now I'll have to call the user-defined function, which is new function. What I'm going to do is just print t of 5. So as you can see over here, my function takes one parameter as 3. So x over here is 3 and y is 5. Now if you're wondering why 3 is assigned to x and 5 is assigned to y, this is because I'm specifying 3 as the parameter of my new function. Then within this function, I've made use of the lambda function, which takes one parameter. Therefore, this parameter is supplied the value as 5. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next very important topic of this session, which is data structures in Python. So what exactly is a data structure? Data structures allow you to organize your data in such a way that it enables you to store collections of data, relate them, and perform operations on them accordingly. Python has implicit support for data structures, which enables you to store and access data. These special data structures of Python are nothing but lists, dictionaries, tuples, and sets. Python allows its users to create their own data structures as well. The most prominent data structures of this section are stacks, queues, trees, linked lists, and so on. So now talking about the built-in data structures of Python. Lists. Lists are used to store data of different data types in a sequential manner. There are addresses assigned to every element of a list, which is called as the index. The index value that starts from 0 and goes on until the last element is called as the positive index. Negative indexing starts from -1, that is, from the last element that is present in your iterable. Therefore, positive indexing starts from the left-hand side and moves towards the right-hand side, whereas negative indexing starts from the right-hand side and moves towards the left-hand side. So now let's get back to our Jupyter notebook and see how to create lists in Python. To create a list in Python, you can make use of the square brackets and add elements in it accordingly. In case you do not pass any values, the list is going to be empty. So I'll just take a new list over here, and I'll assign some random values to it. Okay, I'll take another list. I'll say my list, and I'll not assign any value to this. Then I'll just print the values of both these. So as you can see over here, new list contains a list of elements starting from 1 to 7, and my list is empty. Not just this, you can also make use of the list function to create a list. So I'll just take a new variable, say a, and I'll say this is equal to list of, I'll specify an empty list. Now let me just print out a. So as you can see over here, I've created an empty list making use of the list function. Now since lists are mutable, you can add on values or delete values from lists. In order to add elements to a list, you can make use of the append, extend, or the insert functions. The append function can be used to add a single element to your list. The extend function will add a number of elements one after the other to the list. The insert function, on the other hand, will insert an element at a specified index value in your list. So let's take an example of all these three. So I'll just say a.append, and I'll specify a value, say 3. Next, to new list, I'll add on a number of values. I'll say new list.extend, and I'll give a list of values. Also, I'll make use of the insert function. I'll say new list.insert. I want to insert the value at position 2. And here, I'll insert a string. I'll say Edureka. Now let me just print all these. I'll print a. So as you can see, previously a was empty, But after making use of the append function, I've added 3 to my list. So now in case I want to see what's present in new list, I'll just say print new list. So as you can see, 9 and 10 have been added to the end of my list, and Edureka has been inserted at index number 2. So 1 is at index number 0, 2 at index number 1, and Edureka is present at index number 2. So that was about adding elements to a list. Elements can also be deleted from a list. In case you want to delete elements from a list, you can either make use of the pop function, the remove function, or the delete keyword. Now let's take an example of each of these. For my new list, what I'm going to do, I'll say new list.pop of 2. And then I'll say print new list. As you can see over here, the value that's present at index number 2 has been removed from my list over here. On the other hand, if you make use of the remove function, you'll have to specify the value to be removed instead of the index number. So over here, I'll just say new list.remove, and I'll specify the value to be 10. And then I'll just print it. So as you can see, 10 is not present in my list anymore. Similarly, if I make use of the del keyword, I can delete some element that is present at some particular index number. I'll say delete new list of 5 and then print new list. So as you can see over here, the element that is present at index number 5 has been removed. Elements of a list can also be accessed by using the for loop. So in case I want to access all the elements that are present in new list, all I have to do is use the for loop. So for x in new list, I'll say print x. So as you can see, all the elements have been returned one after the other. You can also slice the new list from some particular range. So I'll just print all the elements that are present after index number 2. Sorry guys, I said I want to print all the elements that are present after 2, but here I specified :2, which means I've printed all the elements starting from the index number 0 to 2. There are a number of other functions that you can also use, which is the length function to find the length of the list, the index function which finds the index value of the value passed as a parameter and the first occurrence of it, the count function which finds the count of the value passed to it. You can also sort the list by making use of the sorted or the sort functions. So now moving on towards the next data type, which is a dictionary. Dictionaries are used to store key value pairs. To understand it better, think of a phone directory where hundreds and thousands of names and their corresponding numbers have been saved. Here, names will be the keys and the phone numbers will be the value pairs for that keys. In Python, dictionaries can be created using the flower brackets. You can also create them by making use of the dict function. So now let's get back to our Jupyter notebook and create some dictionaries over here. I'll just take a variable, say A, and then I'll open the flower brackets. I'll take the keys as numbers. So I'll just say 1 is hello and 2 is world. And then I'll just print out A. In case you do not specify any parameters, an empty dictionary will be created. So I'll just take an example of that over here. I'll say B is equal to flower braces, and then I'll print B. So as you can see over here, an empty dictionary has been created. You can also create dictionaries by using the dict function. So I'll just say C is equal to dict of, and I'll copy the same thing. So as you can see over here, I've created a dictionary by making use of the dict function. So now let's move on and see how you can actually change and add values to dictionaries. Values of a dictionary can be changed by using keys. So the first thing that you'll have to do is access the key and then change the value accordingly. So in case I want to change the value of 2 over here, what I'm going to do is C of 2 is equal to Edureka. And then I'll print C. So as you can see over here, the value for 2 has been changed from world to Edureka. In case you want to delete items from a dictionary, you can make use of the pop function, the pop item function, or the clear function. The pop function will return the value that has been deleted. The pop item function will return a tuple of the key and the value. To clear the entire dictionary, you can make use of the clear function. So let me just show you an example of this. I'll say c.pop, the value present at index number 1. So as you can see over here, hello has been removed from my dictionary. In case I make use of the pop item function, it's going to return both the key value pair. So as you can see over here, the pop item function has returned both the key value pair that has been removed. Now my dictionary is empty. In case I want to delete this dictionary, I can make use of the clear function. So I'll just say c.clear. My dictionary is already empty and I don't actually have to make use of this function. I just typed this function over here to show you guys how to use it. The values of a dictionary can also be accessed. Now to access the values, you'll have to make use of the keys only. To do this, you can either make use of the get function or directly specify the name of the key. I'll just create a new dictionary over here. I'll say D is equal to 1 is to Python, 2 is to Java, and 3 is to C#. Now, I want to retrieve the values that are present for the keys 2 and 3. So what I'm going to do is use the print function, and within this, I'll specify the name of my dictionary, and then in the first example, I'll just specify the key value, and in the next example, I'll make use of the get function. I'm sorry guys, I've not executed this line over here. So as you can see over here, the value present for key 2 is Java and that for key 3 is C#. So now talking about tuples. Tuples are actually the same as lists, but with one exception that the data once entered into a tuple cannot be changed no matter what. To create a tuple in Python, you can make use of the regular brackets. You can also create a tuple by making use of the tuple function. I'll just create my tuple. And in the first case, I'll create an empty tuple. Next, I'll create another tuple, say z, and I'll assign some values to this. I'll take another variable y, and then I'll make use of the tuple function in order to create a tuple. Now let me just print out each of these. I'm sorry guys, I've missed regular braces over here. So as you can see, an empty tuple has been created, followed by a tuple using the regular braces, and then a tuple making use of the tuple function. Like I've already told you all before, you cannot alter the values of a tuple. So in case I use any function such as an append function with a tuple, it's going to throw an error. So now just to show this to you all, I'll say y.append, I'll say 3. So as you can see over here, it has thrown an attribute error saying tuple object has no attribute append. In case you want to access the elements of a tuple, all you have to do is make use of a for loop. So I'll say for I in y, print I. So as you can see, all the elements of the tuple have been retrieved. One more thing I want you guys to note over here is that in case you want to add on some elements, you can make use of the plus operator. So now moving on towards the next data structure, which is a set. Sets are a collection of unordered elements that are unique, meaning that even if the data is repeated more than one times while specifying the values, the set data type is just going to take one entry of that element. Sets in Python actually resembles the sets that you've learned in arithmetic. The operations are also the same, such as intersection, difference, union, etc. To create sets in Python, you can make use of the flower braces, and instead of adding the key value pairs, you just have to specify the values. Now let me just get back to my Jupyter notebook and show you all how to create sets in Python. Like I've already told you all, sets are created by making use of the flower braces. I'll just take a variable over here as x, and to this, I'll specify some values. And then I'll just print the set. So as you can see over here, I supplied 8 values, but only 5 values are present in my set. Now this is because I have 3 repeated values and those values are not printed again in my set. In case you want to add some values to a set, you can make use of the add function. So I'll just say x.add, and I'll pass the value as 8. Now let's just print out x. So as you can see over here, 8 has been added to my set. You can perform many operations on set, such as intersections, unions, difference, etc. Now what I'm going to do is define another set over here. I'll say y. Y is equal to some random values. So in order to find the union of x and y, I can either use a pipeline character or make use of the union function. In case I just want to find the union of x and y, I'll say z is equal to x pipeline y, and then I'll print z. Sorry, I've taken cap C over here, which is small actually. So as you can see, I have the union of x and y present in z. Similarly, I can also make use of the union function. To do that, I'll just make use of the print function, and then I'll say x union y equals x dot union of y. So as you can see over here, I found the union of x and y. Similarly, you can also make use of the difference function, the intersection function, etc. So let me just change this from union to intersection and see what happens. So as you can see over here, I changed the value from union to intersection, and therefore I found the intersection of x and y. I just have to make a change over here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So that was about the built-in data structures of Python. Now moving on towards the next topic, which is user-defined data structures. User-defined data structures can either be arrays, stacks, queues, trees, linked lists, graphs, or hash maps. An array is basically a data structure which can hold more than one value at the same time. It is a collection or ordered series of elements of the same type. We can loop through the array easily and fetch the required values by just specifying the index numbers. Arrays are mutable, which means they are changeable, and therefore you can perform various manipulations operations as required. Stacks. Stacks are linear data structures which are based on the principle of last in, first out. Here, the data which is entered last will be first to get accessed. It is built using the array structure and has operations, namely pushing or adding elements, popping or deleting elements, and accessing elements only from one point in the stack, which is called as the top. This top is the pointer to the current position of the stack. Stacks are prominently used in applications such as recursive programming, recursive words, undo mechanisms in word editors, undo mechanisms in word editors, and so forth. Queues. A queue is also a linear data structure which is based on the principle of first in, first out. Here, the data entered first will be accessed first. It is built using the array structure and has operations which can be performed from both ends of the queue, that is, the head, tail, or the front back. Operations such as adding and deleting elements are called as enqueue and dequeue. Queues are used as network buffers for traffic congestion management, used in operating system for job scheduling, and many more. Trees. Trees are nonlinear data structures which have roots and nodes. The root is a node from where the data originates, and the nodes are the other data points that are available to us. The node that precedes the parent and the node after is called as a child. Levels of a tree shows the depth of information. The last nodes are called as the leaves. Trees create a hierarchy which can be used in a lot of real-world applications such as HTML pages, which use trees to distinguish tags that come under the same block. It is also efficient in searching purposes and much more. Linked lists. Linked lists are linear data structures which are not stored consequently but are linked with each other using pointers. The node of a linked list is composed of data and a pointer called next. These structures are most widely used in image viewing applications, music player applications, and so forth. Graphs. Graphs are used to store data collection of points called as vertices and edges. Graphs can be called as the most accurate representation of real-world map. They are used to find the various cost to distance between various data points called as the nodes and hence find the least path. Many applications such as Google Maps, Uber, and many more make use of graphs to find the least distance and increase profits in the best ways. Hash maps. Hash maps are the same as what dictionaries are in Python. They can be used to implement applications such as phone books, populate data according to lists, and much more. So now let's move on and discuss what are algorithms in Python. Algorithms in general are rules or instructions that are formulated in finite sequential order to solve problems and get the required results. They give a pseudocode for problems and can be implemented in several languages as they are not language specific. So how do you write algorithms? Algorithms are generally written as a combination of user understandable language and some common programming languages. They are commonly written in steps. However, it is not always necessary to do so. There are no distinct rules to formulate algorithms, but you will need to keep the following points in mind. Figure out what exactly is the problem, determine where you need to start and determine where you need to stop. Formulate the intermediate steps, and finally review your steps. Say for example, if you have to formulate an algorithm to check if a student has passed in an exam or not. So after you start, you're going to declare two variables, say x and y, and then you're going to store the marks obtained by the student in x and store the minimum passing score in y. Then check if x is greater than or equal to y. If yes, then return pass, else return fail. And finally, you'll have to stop. So this was an example of an algorithm to check if a student has passed or failed. However, you can manipulate the steps according to your preference. For example, you can assign values to both variables x and y in a single step rather than two steps. So this way, a single problem can have multiple solutions, and it depends on the problem and the programmer to choose the most feasible and the reliable solutions. So now, let's understand what are the elements of a good algorithm. Good algorithms need to have finite, clear, and understandable steps. There should be a clear and precise description of the inputs and the outputs. Each step needs to have a defined output that depends only on the inputs in that step or the preceding steps. The algorithm should be flexible enough to mold it and allow a number of solutions. The steps should make use of general programming fundamentals and should not be language specific. So what are the classes of algorithms available for programming? The three major algorithm classes are divide and conquer class, dynamic programming, and the greedy algorithm class. The divide and conquer class divides the problem into subparts and solves each of them separately. Talking about dynamic programming, it divides the problems into subparts, remembers the results of subparts, and then applies to the similar ones. This way, there'll be lesser number of repetitions when compared to divide and conquer method. Greedy algorithms involve taking the easiest step while solving a problem without worrying about the complexity of the future steps. So now let's move on and take a look at the important algorithms such as tree traversal algorithms, searching algorithms, and sorting algorithms in Python. The first that I'll be discussing in this session is the tree traversal algorithm. Trees in Python are nonlinear data structures having a root and node as mentioned earlier. Tree traversal refers to visiting each node present in a tree exactly once in order to update or check them. So based on the order in which the nodes are visited, there can be three types of traversals. That is the pre-order traversal, in-order traversal, and the post-order traversal. Before moving on in detail about each of these algorithms, what I'm going to do is jump onto my Jupyter notebook and create the tree that you see on your screens. I'll create a heading over here. And I'll just call it as tree traversal. So like I've already told y'all, I'll be writing down the code to create a tree first. So for that, let me just create a heading. This will be in H2, so I'll have to have two hashes. And then I'll just say creating the tree. So the first thing that I'm going to do over here is define a class called node. So class node. In case you have any issues understanding classes and objects, don't worry guys, because I'll be discussing each of this in detail later on in this session. So for now, I'm just defining a class within which I'll define a function, that is the init function. And then the mandatory parameter, which is self, followed by the value parameter. Now this self parameter will allow me to access the variables of this class. All the details about classes and this self parameter I'll be discussing later on in this session when we go on to oops in Python. So for now, I'll just write self.leftChild, or I'll just say lc equals none. Now I've specified none over here because right now there is no left child. The first value should be assigned to the root node, and therefore the left child and right child will contain nothing, and therefore I'm assigning none to it. Similarly, I'll write self.writeChild equals none. Finally, self.nodeData will be equal to value. So now let's move on and create an object of this class. So I'll just call the object as root. And you guys have seen already that in my tree, the first root or the root node is 1. So therefore, I'll assign a value as 1. So once this is done, I'll have a root node that is created. So once the root is created, I'll have to create the left child and the right child for it. So now what I'm going to do is root.leftChild will be equal to node of 2. And root.rightChild will be node of 3. So in my tree, the node 2 has another left child and a right child. So to create that, what I'm going to do is write down root.leftChild is equal to node 4. And finally, the right child of node 2 will be node 5. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Let me just draw this and explain this to you guys. So at the first step, I'll have my root node that is created, and that will be node 1. Following that, I'll have a left child for this node, so that will be 2. And then a right child will be created for 1, that is 3. Now again, node 2 will have 2 childs, that is left child will be node 4 and right child will be node 5. So I hope you guys are clear with this concept. So now I'll just erase this drawing. So now let's move on and see how you actually do the in-order traversal. In-order traversal refers to traversing the tree in such a way that you first visit the left nodes, followed by the root and then the right nodes. You begin your traversal from all the nodes in the left subtree, then move towards the root, and finally the right subtree. So if I have to implement the in-order traversal over here, what I'm going to do is, I'll just create a heading. I'll say in order. Since I have my base tree already created over here, all I'm going to do is just define the in-order function. So the first step of in-order traversal will be to traverse through the nodes present in the left subtree. Then at step 2, I'll have to visit the root and finally the right subtree. So now I'm going to define a function. I'll call it as in-order. And then I'll pass a parameter as root. So if a value for the root is present, what I'm going to do is call the in-order function. And over here, I'll first visit the left child, so root of left child. And then I'll print the value for the root. Okay, sorry guys, if root, I just missed that. So once I visit the left child and the root, I'll have to visit the right child. So I'll say in order of root.rightChild. After this, I'll have to call the in-order function. So in order of root. So as you can see over here, the in-order traversal starts from 4, moves on to node 2, then 5, 1, and 3. So in this tree over here, for the in-order traversal, it will start from the leftmost node. And the leftmost node in my tree is node 4. So it will start from 4, then it moves towards the root, and finally the right node. Once I'm done with 4, 2, and 5, my left subtree is completed. Once the left subtree is completed, I'll have to apply the same formula again, which is left, root, right. So therefore, I'll visit node 1, which is the root node, and finally visit root 3, which is the right node. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next traversal, which is the pre-order traversal. In a pre-order traversal, the root node is visited first, followed by the left subtree and then the right subtree. So in this tree example over here, I'm going to visit the root node first, which is 1, then come towards the left subtree, following which I'll move towards the right subtree. Therefore, the order will be 1, 2, 4, 5, and 3. Now let's get back to our Jupyter notebook and implement this. So I'm going to define a function that is a pre-order function, and I'll pass root as a parameter. So if root is present, I'll have to first print the value of the root node. So root.node data. And then I'll have to do the pre-order for the left child first. So root.leftChild, and then pre-order for the right child. So once this is done, I'll just have to call the pre-order function. So as you can see over here, the first node to be visited is the root node 1, followed by the left subchild 2, and then the left subchild of 2, which is 4. And then I'm going to visit root 5, which is the right subchild of 2. And finally, when the root and the left subtree is done, I move on towards the right subtree, which contains 3. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next topic, which is the post-order traversal. The post-order traversal begins from left, then to the right, and finally the root. So in this example over here, what I'm going to do is start from 4, move on towards 5, 2, 1, and 3. Now this is because 4 is the leftmost child, and at this stage I applied the left-right root formula. So my program is going to check if I have a right node. Towards the right of 4 is 5. I traverse 5 or I visit 5, and then when I've completed 4 and 5, I go to the root node, which is 2. Once the left subtree is completed, I have to move towards the right subtree and then traverse it. In my right subtree, I just have one node, which is 3. And after I complete the left subtree and the right subtree, I apply the left-right root logic again, and then I visit the root, which is 1. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with that. So I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook in order to implement this. So what I'm going to do is just define a function that is post-order, and I'll pass root as the parameter. The first thing that I'll have to do is visit the leftmost child. So for that, I'll just do a post-order for the left child. So root.leftChild, and then post-order of the right child. Finally, I'll have to print the value of the root node. Once this is done, I'll call the post-order function, and I'll pass root as its parameter. Seems like I've made a mistake. Sorry guys, I just missed the if statement to check if root is present or not. If the value for root is present, only then I'm going to do this. So let me just type in a tab for all this, and then I'll execute it. So here it is. My left subtree is visited first, then followed by the right subtree, and then 1, which is the root node. So I hope you guys have understood all of these 3 traversals. So now moving on towards the next algorithm, that is the sorting algorithms. Sorting algorithms are used to sort data in some given order. Sorting algorithms can be classified as merge sort, bubble sort, insertion sort, selection sort, or shell sort. Please make a note, guys, that in this session, I'll be sorting everything in the ascending order. So the first algorithm I'll be discussing in this session is the merge sort algorithm. The merge sort algorithm follows the divide and conquer rule. Here, a given list of items is first divided into smaller lists until it reaches a point where each list consists exactly of one item. By default, a list consisting of one item will be sorted, and the merge sort algorithm then compares adjacent lists and reorders them in the desired sequence. This process is done recursively until it reaches a point where there exists only one sorted list. So I'll just create a heading over here, and I'll call it as sorting algorithms. Or I'll just say sorting. The first algorithm I'm discussing is merge sort. So I'll just call it as merge sort. I already have the code ready for this. I'll just copy that code and explain this to you all. So as you can see on the screen, the first thing that I've done over here is defined a merge sort function. Now this function will check if the length of the list is greater than 1 or not. And if this is true, it's going to divide the list by 2. Following that, I'm going to sort both the left half and the right half recursively. Finally, I'll create a new list that contains the sorted elements. So over here, I've called an mlist function, but I've not defined it. The next thing I've done over here is defined an mlist function. The first thing that I've done over here is defined what is the left list and what is the right list. Left list contains all the elements from the left to the middle, and the right list contains all the elements from middle to right. Following that, I've taken three variables k, I, and j, where k is the temporary variable that I'm using to fill on my final list. I and j over here help me to iterate over the left list and the right list. So while my left list and my right list contain elements, that is when they're not empty, what I'm going to do is, if the value of the item present in the left list is less than or equal to the value of element that is in the right list, I'll place the element present in the left list into my sorted list. Else, I'll place the item present in the right list in my sorted list. So if the value of left list of I is less than the value of right list of j, I'll place the value of left list of I into k. Else, I'll place the value of right list of j into my list of k. If I place the value of left list of I into my list of k, I'll have to increment the value of I, or else if I place the value of right list of j into my list of k, I'll have to increment the value of j. Finally, when I've placed some value for k, I'll have to increment the value of k as well. So once I have all sorted elements, what I have to do is start merging my list. The final part of my program will help me to merge the sorted sublists. So if there's any element present in the left list and it is less than the right list, what I'm going to do is place that element into my new list. Then I'll increment the value of I and I'll increment the value of k. When the left lists are completed, I'll have to place the values present in the right list into k. Once all the elements of right are placed into k, my list is completed. So in the final part of this program, all I'm doing is assigning some value to my list. Here in this program, I've made use of the input function. Now this function will allow the user to specify some list. Since the user will provide a sequence of elements, I'll have to split them, and for that I've made use of the split function. And for all the elements present in my list, I've converted them to the integer. Finally, I call the merge sort function, to which I pass my list as a parameter, and the value of left is 0, which is the first index value, and the value of right is the length of my list. Finally, I'm just printing the sorted list. Finally, I'll have to enter the list of values, so I'll just pass in some random values. So as you can see over here, my sequence is first split, and then it's converted to integers, and then finally, by calling the merge sort function, I have created a list of sorted elements. So now moving on towards the next sorting algorithm, which is the bubble sort algorithm. The bubble sort algorithm is a comparison algorithm that first compares and then sorts adjacent elements, and if they are not in order, it swaps them. This process is repeated n-1 number of times, where n is the length of the list. So I already have a program for this. I'll just copy it. So the first thing that I've done over here is defined a bubble sort function. So like I've already told you all, for every list, I will have n-1 iterations where n is the length of the list. In this program, I've named my list as A, and the number of iterations will be length of A minus 1. And the value of that is stored into variable B. So for every element that comes in the range of B, I need to take that element and check if that element is greater than the element that is present towards the right of it. In case that is true, all I have to do is swap the elements. So A of Y will become A of Y plus 1, and A of Y plus 1 will become A of Y. So as you can see, I've given some random list over here. In this case, the length of this list is 4. Therefore, the value of B will be 3. So for every element present in the range of 3, I'm going to take that element and check if that element is greater than the element that is present towards the right of it. So first, I'll take 3 and check if it is greater than 6. Since 3 is less than 6, I'm not going to swap these values. Next, I'm going to check if 6 is greater than 1 or not. So as we all know, 6 is greater than 1. I'm going to place the value of 1 in place of 6, and I'll place 6 in place of 1. Therefore, 6 and 1 will be swapped, and my list will contain 3, 1, 6, and then 8. For the next iteration, I'll check if 6 is greater than 8. So as we all know, 6 is less than 8, therefore they will not be swapped. So for the second iteration, my list is going to look like 3, 1, 6, and 8. Next, I'll have to perform bubble sort on this list again. So what my algorithm will do is check if 3 is greater than 1 or not. Since 3 is greater than 1, the position of 1 and 3 will be swapped. And my list is going to look like 1, 3, 6, and 8. In the next iteration, my program will check if 3 is greater than 6 or not. As we all know that these are already sorted, they will not be swapped. This process is repeated until the complete list is sorted. So I hope you guys have understood the bubble sort program. Okay, so now moving on towards the next, that is the insertion sort. Insertion sort picks up one element of a given list at a time and places it at the exact place where it's supposed to be. Since I already have a program for this, I'll just copy it over here and explain it to you guys. So what I'm doing over here is, first, I'm going to place my pointer at the second element. So whatever input list I have, I'm going to place the pointer at the value that's present at index number 1. Now to do that, I've made use of this for loop. So for x in the range of 1, the length of a, which is the element present at 2, and throughout the length of a, I'm going to set the element present at a of x as the key, and then I'll store the value of j as x minus 1. So in the first case, k will be 56. So 56 is going to be k. And j will be 1 minus 1, so that is 0. So in the first case, k is 56 and j is 24. The next thing what I'm going to do is check if j is greater than or equal to 0. Here in the first case, j is equal to 0. So therefore, the first half of the while loop is true. The next thing to be checked if k is less than a of j. So if the value present at k, which is 56, is less than the value present at a of j, which is 24, I'll have to swap these elements. Now since these elements are already sorted, I'm not going to do that. Now once that is done, I have to decrement the value of j. Now this step is done because I'll have to check the value of the key with all the elements that are present in the left sublist. In the first case, I just have one element present towards the left side. But for the second iteration, I'll have two elements present. So therefore, if I do not decrement the value of j, I'll not be able to check this value with all the values that are present towards the left of it. So finally, I'll place the value of a of j plus 1 into k, and then I'll move on towards the next value of x, which will be index number 2. So I'll just erase this. After the first iteration of my program, the list is not going to change since the value of 56 is greater than that of 24. For the next iteration, I'm going to make 1 as the key element since it's present at index number 2. So 1 will become the key, and the value of j will be 56 and 24. Now this is because 56 is present at a of 1 and 24 is present at a of 0. And for all the values that are greater than or equal to 0, I'll have to check if the value of the key is less than that or not. So I know that 1 is less than 56 and 24. So what I'm going to do is just remove 1 from here. Repeat. And then I'll place 56 in place of 1. I'll place 24 in place of 56. And finally, I'll place 1 in place of 24. So for this iteration, I'll have 1 followed by 24 and then 56, which is my sorted list. And for the unsorted list, I have 50 and 17. So once this is done, what I'm going to do is take the next element as the key, which is 50. When 50 becomes the key, I'll have to check this key with all the values that are present in the left side. So I know that 50 is less than 56 but greater than 24. So therefore, I'm going to shift 56 to the place of 50 and I'll place 50 in place of 56. After this, I'll have a list looking like 1 followed by 24, then 50, and 56. And in my unsorted list, I'll have just one element, which is 17. Finally, I'll take 17 as the key, and then I'll check this key value with all the elements present towards the left of it. Since I know that 17 is less than 56, it's less than 50 and less than 24, what I'm going to do is place 56 in place of 17. 50 will come to the position of 56. 24 will come to the place of 50. And finally, 17 will be placed in the place of 24. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Even though there's a lot of mess on the screen, I hope you guys have understood this. Okay, so let me just erase that for now and execute this problem. So as you can see on the screen, I've sorted my list in the ascending order. So now moving on towards the next, which is the selection sort algorithm. The selection sort algorithm divides a given list into two halves, where the first half will be sorted list and the second half will be an unsorted list. At first, the sorted list is empty and all the elements are present in the unsorted list. The selection sort algorithm will look at all the elements present in the unsorted list, pick up the element that is supposed to come first, and then it places it in the sorted list. The step is then repeated by searching the least element present in the unsorted list, and it places it next to the first element of the sorted list. So in my examples, since I'm arranging all the elements in the ascending order, if I have a list of numbers, I'm going to select the smallest element and then place it as the first element of the sorted list. Then I start to search for the next smallest element and place it towards the right of my first element. So I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook in order to implement this. I have the code for this already, so I'll just copy it. So initially what we have to do is assume that the first element is the minimum element. Then what I'm going to do is check if the first element is less than any element present towards the right of it. So in my list, I'm going to first assign 34 as the minimum value. So what I'm going to do next is, I'm going to check if the value of this minimum is less than any value that is present towards the right. So for every element that is present towards the right of minimum, that is x, if that value is less than the minimum value, I'm going to place the value present at my array of y as the minimum value. So for the first iteration, I'm going to check if 23 is less than 34 or not. Since 23 is less than 34, 23 becomes minimum. So after the first iteration, 23 becomes the minimum value. Next, I'm going to check if 1 is less than 23. Since 1 is less than 23, 1 becomes the minimum value. So after the third iteration, I'll have 1 as the minimum value. Finally, I'm going to check if 1 is smaller than 67 or not. Since 1 is smaller than 67, the minimum value will remain 1. Finally, I'll check if 1 is smaller than 4 or not. Since 1 is still smaller than 4, the minimum value is 1. So the first element to be placed in the sorted list will be 1. My sorted list will have 1 and unsorted list will have all the elements, which is 34, 23, 67 and 4. So this is my sorted list. And this is my unsorted list. So once this is done, I'm going to repeat the same thing for the unsorted list again. At this time, 34 will be minimum, and after the first iteration, 23 will become minimum, and for the third iteration, 23 is going to remain the minimum, following which I'm going to check if 4 is less than 23 or not. Since 4 is less than 23, 4 is going to be removed from the unsorted list and it will be placed towards the right of 1, which will become the second element present in the sorted list. So I hope you guys are clear with this. I'll just erase all these drawings and I'll run my code. So as you can see over here, I have a sorted ascending order list. Now moving on towards the next algorithm, which is the shell sort algorithm. The shell sort algorithm allows you to sort elements that are apart from each other. The original sequence of the sort elements follows the n by 2, n by 4 sequence, where n is the number of elements present in the unsorted list. For example, if you have a list of 8 elements, the length of that list will be divided by 2 for the first iteration. As we all know, 8 divided by 2 is 4. Now, the first element will be compared to the element that is present at index number 4. And then, the gap will be produced by dividing 8 by 4. This time the gap will be 2 and the elements present at these intervals will be compared. Finally, I divide 8 by 8, which gives me the gap as 1. So when I have the gap as 1, I compare adjacent elements and the final list will be sorted. So what I'm going to do over here is just copy a code that I already have written. So my program over here will first divide the length of my array by 2. Then, if the value of gap is greater than 0, for every element that comes in the range of gap, if the elements present after the gap elements are greater than y, we'll have to follow the insertion sort algorithm and swap the elements. Finally, the gap is divided by 2 again. Since in my case n is 7, which is my list contains 7 elements, I'm going to divide 7 by 2 to find the gap. So 7 by 2, which is equal to g, or the gap, will be nothing but 3. Now I'm taking 3 because it's the whole part of 3.5. So the gap over here will be 3. So what I'm going to do is first take this element 23 and then I'm going to check with the element that is present at index number 3. So at index number 3 is 17. Since 17 is less than 23, these values will be swapped. So after the first iteration, 17 will be at the first place. Okay, let me just clear these drawings and then write down the final list. And then after the first iteration, I'll have 17 followed by 12, 1, 23, which was swapped with 17, 45, 2, and 13. So for the next iteration, I'm going to check 23 with 13. Now this is because I'll have to check after the gap of 3. So since 13 is less than 23, I'm going to swap these elements. So after that, I'm going to have 13 in place of 23, and 23 will be placed at last in place of 13. So once this is done, I'm going to divide the gap by 2 again. So my gap in this case was 3. So therefore, if I divide this by 2, I'll get the gap to be 1.5, wherein I'm going to take the whole number, which is 1. So gap in this case will become 1. So next up, I'm going to check all the elements that are present at gap of 1 and then replace them. I'm going to repeat this until my list is sorted. So let me just clear all these drawings and I'll execute this problem. So as you can see, I have all the elements sorted in the ascending order. So that was all about the sorting algorithms. Now moving on towards the searching algorithms. Searching algorithms are used to search for or fetch some elements present in some given data set. There are many types of search algorithms such as linear search, binary search, exponential search, interpolation search, etc. In this session, I'm going to be discussing about the linear search and the binary search problems. The linear search algorithm is used to successively search for a given element by comparing it with each element of the given array. It is one of the simplest searching algorithms, but very important to understand other searching algorithms. So what I'm going to do over here is get back to my Jupyter notebook. And over here, let's create a heading again. I'll call this as searching algorithms. The first one over here is linear search. And I'll just paste the code that I have for it. So the first thing that I've done over here is created a function that is going to accept the iterables, the length of the list, and the key element. So if any element present in the list matches the key element, I'll have to return that element. In case the element is not found, I just have to return -1. So for every element present in the range of 0, n, that is starting from the 0th index number, and for all the elements present in the list, I'm going to check if any element present in my list is equal to the key or not. In case the element is present, I will return X, else I'll return -1. Okay, the key that I've supplied over here is 16, and my array over here contains some random numbers. Next thing that I've done over here is assign the value of n as the length of my array. Following that, I've taken another variable named match, to which I'm going to assign the value of the linear search function. If the value of match is equal to -1, then key is not present in my array. Else, the key is present at so-and-so index. So let me just erase these drawings and I'll execute this problem. So as you can see over here, my key is 16, which is not present in my array. In case I change the value of this to 12, and then I run this program, you see that the key is present in the given list at index number 0. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards the next algorithm, which is the binary search algorithm. Binary search is used to search for some given element in a sorted array by making use of the decrease and conquer algorithm. Here, the key is looked for by first comparing it with the middle element and then dividing the array into half. The left half is searched if the element to be searched is smaller than the middle element and vice versa. The appropriate subarrays are again divided into half and the process is repeated again. Say for example, if you have a sorted list of 7 elements, the key will be compared with an element that is present at the middle or the element present at 7 by 2, which is 3.5. So in this case, the middle element will be assigned as the element present at index number 3. So in case the key element is smaller than that of the element present at index number 3, I'm going to check the left sublist. If the value of key is greater than that of the value present at index number 3, I'm going to search in the right sublist. So I already have a program for this. I'll just copy paste it. So in my program, I've created a function called as the binary search function, to which I'm supplying the list as well as the key element. Left variable is going to point at the first element which is present at index number 0, and the right element is going to be length of my list minus 1, which is the last element present in my list. Then I've taken a variable to which I've assigned a Boolean value as false. Initially, the value of this is going to be false. So until my list is not empty, I'm going to divide my list by 2. So if the value of the middle element is going to be equal to the key, I'll change the value of matched from false to true. Else, if the key value is less than that of the value present at the middle, I'm going to make the value of r as middle minus 1, which means I'm going to search only towards the left list. And if the value of key is greater than that of middle, I'm going to change the value of left as middle plus 1, which means I'm going to check only towards the right of the middle element. Finally, I'll return the value of the matched variable. So in this problem, I've taken 2 examples. In the first case, I've taken an element that is present in my list, and the second, I've taken an element that is not present in my list. Okay, so as you can see over here, for the first case, I have true, and for the second case, I have false. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards something that all of you need to know, which is object-oriented programming in Python. Object-oriented programming is a way of computer programming that makes use of the idea of objects to represent data and methods. It is also an approach used for creating neat and reusable code instead of a redundant one. Here, the program is divided into self-contained objects or several mini-programs. Every individual object represents a different part of the application having its own logic and data to communicate within themselves. So what exactly is the difference between object-oriented programming and procedural-oriented programming? Object-oriented programming has a bottom-up approach, whereas procedural-oriented programming has a top-down approach. In OOPS, the program is divided into objects, whereas in procedural programming, program is divided into functions. OOPS makes use of access modifiers such as public, private, protected, whereas procedural programming does not have any access modifiers. OOPS languages are much more secured compared to those which are procedural languages. The objects created in an object-oriented programming language can move freely within the member functions. Whereas in procedural programming language, data can move freely from function to another function. Object-oriented programming supports inheritance, whereas procedural-oriented programming does not support inheritance. So now moving on towards classes, objects, and the pillar of OOPS in detail. So first, let us discuss about objects. An object is a real-world entity such as a pen, book, person, animal, etc. Objects have states and behaviors. In Python, everything such as variables, functions, etc. are considered to be an object. A class, on the other hand, is a collection of objects, or you can say that it is a blueprint of objects defining the common attributes and behaviors. Now the question arises, how do you do that? Well, the class logically groups the data in such a way that the code reusability becomes easy. So for example, consider an office-going employee as a class and all the attributes related to it like employee name, employee age, salary, ID as the objects in Python. So all the details of the employees will be placed in the class employee. This way, you'll not have to write the code repeatedly for all the employees. Instead, a single class will be enough to determine all the details of each employee. So now I'll just jump onto my Jupyter notebook and show you guys how to write down a class in Python. So I'll just create a heading. So here I'm going to write down the syntax for a class. The first thing that I'll have to specify is the class keyword, followed by the name of the class. Like I've already told you all in the naming conventions, class names begin with a capital letter followed by small letters. So in case the name of my class is my class, my is going to be with capital M followed by a small y and cap C followed by small LASS. So this is my class name. Within this class, I can have n number of statements. So I'll just say statement 1 to statement n. So this is basically the syntax of a class. So now talking about methods. Methods are nothing but functions that describe the attributes and behaviors of an object. Now, let us take an example to demonstrate a class, an object, and a method. Please make a note over here, guys, that it's mandatory for Python class functions to have a self parameter, unlike other languages in Java. Self is nothing but a reference to the current instance of the class, and it is used to access the class variables. So I'll just create a class over here. I'll say class, new class. And within this, I'll define a function, and I'll call it as new function. So like I've already told you all, the first parameter to this by default should be the self parameter. So when this function is invoked, I just want to return hello world. Now once this is done, I'll come out of my class and I'll create an object of my class. So I'll just say object is equal to class. So this is how you create an object in Python. You just have to give a name to your object and then make use of the class name. Sorry, the name of my class is new class, not just class. Next, I'm going to make use of this object of new class to call the new function. So I'll just say print obj.new function. So as you can see over here, with the help of this object I just created, I've called the function which is present in my new class, and therefore it has returned hello world. Similarly, you can have multiple objects and functions in a single class. So now let's take another example in which I'm going to have more than one functions and objects. I'll just copy this. I'll paste it over here, and I'll take another function named my function. I'll specify the self parameter as usual. And for this function, I'll just have one return statement that says welcome to Edureka. So now I have two functions and one object. I'll create another object. I'll say object2. And this is a new class object. And through this object, I'll call my function. So as you can see over here, I have two functions, two objects, and with the help of both these objects, I'm calling both the functions present in new class. Therefore, I have an output saying hello world and welcome to Edureka. So now let us take a more complex example of this. What I'm going to do is create a class named calculating. Here, I'm going to find the sum, difference, product, and quotient for different values using more than one object. So I'll just say class calculating. And within this, I'll define a function, say add. The first parameter should be the self parameter, followed by the variables, that is a and b. Now this function is going to return the sum of a and b. So I'll say return a plus b. Okay, so I'll create a similar subtract function. I'll just copy this, and in place of add, I'll write subtract. And in place of a plus b, I'll say a minus b. Now let's create a function to find the product. So add will become product. And from plus, I'll change it to star. Finally, a function to find the quotient. So this one, add will change to divide. And it'll be a divided by b. So now I'm done with this. I'll create an object called as O1 and this will be an object for the calculating class. Now using this object, I'm going to find the result of each of these. So I'll just say print o1.add, and I'll specify some random parameters, say 4, 5. I'll copy this, paste it here, paste it here, paste it here, and I'll change the names of these functions accordingly. So subtract, product, and divide. Let me change the values as well. I'll just say 12, 5, product of 32 and 55, and divide 44 by 5 or 15. So I have one object that is calling all the functions that are present in the calculating class. In case I want to create another object, I can do it in a similar manner. So what I'm going to do is just copy this. I'll paste it over here, and I'll change the name of this object from O1 to O2. Wherever I have O1 in this, I'm going to change it to O2. So I have 2 objects and 4 methods. Now when I execute this, seems like I've made some error. I've made a mistake in the spelling over here. It's not CLA, it's CAL. So as you can see over here, I've got the output. In case I want to differentiate between the results of both these objects, I'll just write down a print statement over here, and I'll just print a dashed line. So as you can see, the first half contains the result obtained by object 1, and the second half contains the result obtained by object 2. So I hope you're clear with this. So now moving on towards something very important, which is the init method in Python. The init method is a very important method that is always executed whenever a class is initiated. So whenever you create an object of a class, this method will be invoked. The init method is always used in the real-world applications, unlike the previous examples that we just saw. So now, to show you an example of the init method, I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook. And over here, I'll define a class, and I'll just call it as Python programming. I'll just use a shortcut. So within this, I'm going to call the init function, or the init method. The init method has 2 preceding underscores, prefixed and suffixed to it. So I'll just say double underscore, init, double underscore, and the first parameter should be the self parameter. So here, I'm going to pass in 2 other parameters, which is name and the age of Python. Once that is done, I'll just bind the self parameter with the name and the age attribute. I'll just say self.name is name, and self.age is age. I'm going to define a new function over here, so I'll just say define new function. And again, I should specify the self parameter. And within this, I'll just have one print statement that is going to print both the name and the age. So I'll just say, hi, my name is Python. So that is self.name, and my age is self.age. Sorry guys, I have to specify a plus sign over here. So once this is done, I'm going to create an object of this class. So I'll just say p1 equals Python programming, and then I'll use this object to call the new function. So p1 dot new function. I'm sorry guys, I forgot to pass the parameters itself, so I'll have to pass the parameters. I'll just say name is Python and age is 31. So as you can see, I have an output saying, hi, my name is Python and my age is 31. So now moving on towards object-oriented programming methodologies. Object-oriented programming methodologies are nothing but the pillars of OOPS, which are inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation, and abstraction. So now let's move on and discuss each of these in detail. The first thing that I'm going to be discussing over here is inheritance. So what exactly is inheritance? The method of inheriting the properties of a parent class into a child class is known as inheritance. It has a number of benefits such as code reusability, where we do not have to write the same code again and again, and we can just inherit the properties we need in the child class. It also represents a real-world relationship between the parent class and the child class. Inheritance is transitive in nature. If a child class inherits properties from a parent class, then all other subclasses of the child class will also inherit the properties of the parent class. So now let me just show you all an example of this. I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook. So I'll just take two classes over here. The first will be the parent class and second will be the child class. So I'll just say class, parent, and then I'll define a function and I'll call this function as first. The self parameter as usual should be specified. And within this function, I'll just have one print statement that informs first function. So next, I'm going to declare another class. I'll just call this class as child. And this child is going to be a subclass of the parent class. So to inherit the parent class, I'll have to specify the parent class within the braces. So I'll just type in the name of the parent class. Within this, I'm going to define a function named second and the self parameter to it. Now this function will also have one statement, that is the print statement saying second function. So once this is done, I'll create an object of the child class. I'll just say obj equals child. And then using this object, I'm going to call the first and the second function. So I'll just say obj dot first and obj dot second. So as you can see over here, this object is able to access both the functions, that is first and second. The first function is not present within the child class, but since the child class is inheriting the parent class, this function is visible to the child class and therefore it is able to execute it. So what we are actually doing over here is subclassing the child class. Calling a constructor of the parent class by mentioning the parent class name in the declaration of the child class is known as subclassing. A child class identifies the parent class by subclassing. So now moving on towards types of inheritance. Depending upon the number of child and parent classes involved, there are 4 types of inheritance. The first is single inheritance, second is multiple, third is multi-level, and finally hierarchical. Single inheritance is when a child class inherits only a single parent class. So in the previous example, my child class is inheriting just one parent. This is an example of single inheritance. In case of multiple inheritance, the child class will inherit more than one parent. So what I'm going to do is just copy this. I'll paste it over here. And then I'll just call this as parent 1. I'll declare another class as parent 2. Even if you do not specify these braces, it's going to work properly. Within this, I'll just define a function. I'll call this as third and the self parameter. And then I'll just print multiple inheritance. So here my child class is going to inherit parent 1 as well as parent 2. Then my object is going to invoke both these classes. So as you can see over here, in the first example, I just had one parent as the base class. But in this example, I have 2 parent classes and a single child class. The object of this child class is able to invoke the functions present in both the parent classes. So I hope you've understood this. The next is multi-level inheritance. Multi-level inheritance is when a child becomes a parent class for some other class. I just paste the previous code and over here, I'll create another child class. I'll say class child2 and I'll inherit the child class. I'll define a new function. I'll just call this as function and the self parameter, and I'll print multi-level inheritance. So here, instead of creating an instance of the child class, I'll create an instance of child2. And then I'm going to invoke all the functions using this object. I'll say obj dot function and I'll run this. So as you can see over here, all the functions are accessed by this object. So now talking about the hierarchical inheritance. Hierarchical inheritance involves multiple inheritance from the same base or parent class. So in this case, I'll have 2 different child classes that are inherited from the same parent class. So what I'm going to do over here is just paste the code and then I'll have another child. I'll call this as child2 itself. And this is also going to inherit the parent class. This is the hierarchical inheritance. And then I'll create two objects, that is for the child class and the child2 class. So obj.1 will be an object for the child class 2. Let me just change the name of this function. I'll just copy this, paste it over here, and I'll change the name of the function from second to function. Okay, sorry guys, I just forgot to change the name of the object over here. As you can see over here, both the child classes have executed and returned the result accordingly. Similarly, you can also have hybrid inheritance. Hybrid inheritance involves multiple inheritance taking place in a single program. So just to show you all an example of this, I'll take this code, I'll paste it over here, and I'll create another class. I'll say child4 or I'll say child3. And this is going to inherit the child class as well as the parent class. As you can see over here, I have more than a single type of inheritances. The first type you see is a single inheritance, and now I have multiple inheritance as well. Similarly, you can have any other type of inheritance also. So I'll just define a function, say function2, the self parameter, and then I'll print hybrid. Okay, so now let me create an instance of this class. Just copy this. I'll paste it over here. I'll remove these objects since we've seen their output. So as you can see, I can have multiple inheritance as well. So now talking about the super function. The super function in Python allows you to call a method from the parent class. So to show that to you guys, what I'm going to do is take the original two classes, which was the parent and the child class. I'll just paste it over here. And within this function, I'm going to type in something called as super dot the name of the function that's present in the parent class. So that is first. So now let me create an object of this. I'll just say obj equals child, and I'll execute the function present in the child class. So I'll just say obj dot second. Sorry guys, I just made a mistake. I specified capital S in place of small s. So let me just execute that again. So as you can see over here, in the previous example, I had to explicitly specify my object to call both the functions present in the child class and the parent class. But over here, my object is accessing the function present in the parent class by making use of the super function. So now let's move on towards the next pillar of OOPS, which is polymorphism. Polymorphism defines the ability to take different forms. By making use of polymorphism, you can redefine methods in the child class with the same name as that of the parent class. Polymorphism is taken from the Greek word poly, which means many, and morphism, which means forms. It means that the same function can be used for different types. This makes programming more intuitive and easier. In Python, we have different ways to define polymorphism. A child class inherits all the methods from the parent class. However, in some situations, the method inherited from the parent class doesn't quite fit into the child class. So in such cases, you will have to re-implement the method in the child class. This can be done in many ways, such as using different functions, class methods, or objects to define polymorphism. So to understand this clearly, I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook and show you all an example of this. So I'm going to have different classes which will have functions with the same names. So let me just define a class called as apple, and this class will have a function called type. Within this, I'll just have a print statement that is going to tell me if this is a vegetable or a fruit. So as we all know, apple is a fruit. I'll just type in fruit. And then I'll create another class called as potato. Here, I'll create a function with the same name, but with a different implementation. And instead of fruit, I'm going to type in vegetable. Let me just change the name from type, since type is a very general keyword in Python. So I'll just say type of. So now I'll create two objects. I'll say obj1 and obj2. And by using these objects, I'm going to invoke both these classes. So I'll say obj1.typeof and then obj2.typeof. Now I'll just run this code. So as you can see over here, even though I have two functions with the same name, my objects are able to access the right function and return the output. You can also have polymorphism along with inheritance. Polymorphism, like I've already told y'all, defines method in a child class that have the same names as the method in the parent class. So as discussed in inheritance, the child class inherits the methods from the parent class. Also, it is possible to redefine a method present in the parent class in the child class. This process of re-implementing a method in the child class is called as method overriding. So now let's take an example of that. I'll just define a class called as bird, and within this I'll define a function called as information. Now within this I'll just keep a general print statement, that is to say that birds are very pretty. So now I'll create a subclass of this class. I'll just say class, and I'll specify the bird as parrot. I'll inherit the bird class over here, and I'll define a function, and I will redefine the function information. Here, I'll just print parrots can fly. So now I'll just create an object of the parrot class, and I'll say obj.information. So as you can see over here, when I've called the function information, which is present in both the base class and the inherited class, the function present in the inherited class has been executed. So that means I have redefined or overridden my method that is present in the base class, and that method has been executed. So that was all about polymorphism. Now let's move on towards encapsulation. Encapsulation deals with binding up the data together with the code that is used to work on that data. This not just makes our code clear, but it also helps in preventing data from being modified as well. In OOPS, a classic example of encapsulation is a class. A class encapsulates all the data and the code such as variables, methods, etc. Data that is encapsulated can have three types of access specifiers in OOPS. These access specifiers are protected, private, and public. Members having public access specifiers are visible throughout the code. Protected members are visible just within the class and the subclasses, whereas private members are visible only inside the class in which they are present. Even the inherited classes will not be able to access them. So one thing I want you all to know over here is that Python in real has nothing such as privacy model. It does not have exclusive access to modifiers such as C++, C#, or Java. Therefore, there are no truly private or protected attributes in Python. Now, I'm sure you'd be thinking, then what is the use of preceding single and a double underscore in Python? Members that have names with the preceding double underscore are mangled in order to protect them from clashes with the inherited classes. Subclasses are also allowed to define their own private members, which will not interfere with those of the parent class. This is why they are considered to be private. They are accessible outside the class, but less is the chance of a clash. Mangling in Python is achieved by prefixing any such name with an extra underscore and the class name. This in turn provides an effective namespace. So in case I have a class named parent, so I'll just say hash parent, and if this parent contains a member with a double underscore, so I'll just say underscore double underscore private member. At the compile time, this private identifier is going to convert to underscore parent double underscore private member. So as you can see over here, the name has been mangled. So therefore, in case I try to access this private member anywhere outside the class by just making use of a double underscore followed by the private member name, I'll get an attribute error. Similarly, if I have a child class, I'll just say child. And if this child has a private member, then at compile time, it's going to be something like underscore child, double underscore private member. So I hope you guys are getting this. The names of members preceding with a double underscore are mangled such that you have an underscore followed by the name of the class and then the name of the member that has a double underscore. So what I'm going to do over here is I'll define a class, say A. And within this, I'll call the init method. through this init method, I'm going to invoke the so-called private method. So therefore, I'll have self.double_hi. The name of my method is hi. I'll declare another method called as hello world. So this method is just going to print hello world. So here I've declared a method named hi, but I've not defined it. So I'll just define _hi, double_hi, to which I'll specify the self parameter again. And I'll say print welcome to Edureka. Now I'll create an object of this class. And first, by making use of this object, let me try to call the hello world function. So as we all know, this object will be able to access the hello world function. So I'll just execute this. So as you can see over here, I have both the outputs, which is welcome to Edureka and hello world. As you've seen, I've not called this function which contains a double underscore, but I still have the output to it. Now, if you guys are wondering why the output is seen, now this is because I'm calling the double_hi method through the init method. As I've already told y'all, the init method is always executed whenever I create an object of this class. So in case I do not write this method, so I'll just delete this from here. And then if I execute this problem, you'll not be able to see the output for the hi function. In case I want to invoke this function, I cannot directly use obj.hi. I'll have to type in obj._a_hi and then execute this. So I hope you guys are clear with this. The name of hi has changed from double_hi to _a_hi. So what happens when you have a single underscore? Let me take another example to explain this to you all. So I'll just say class base, and then I'll define a single underscore class. I'll just say single, and I'll just print saying single underscore. Next, I'll define another class called as double underscore, or just double. And then I'll print a message saying double underscore. Now I'll create another class, which is the child class of base class. And through this class, I'll try to access both the functions present in the base class. So here I'll just type in self.the name of this function, which is single. Sorry, I forgot to define a function over here. So I'll just say define function1 with the self parameter. I'll define another function with the self parameter, and then I'll say self.double. So now let's create an object of the child class. So I'll say obj equals child, and I'll call obj.function1 and function2. So now let's see what happens. So as you can see over here, the function having a single underscore has been inherited and executed by the child function, whereas the function that contains a double underscore throws an error saying child object has no attribute named underscore child double_double. So in case you want to execute this, all you have to do is just type in the name of the base class preceded by an underscore. So I'll say underscore base, and then I'll hit run. So as you can see, now both the functions have been executed using the object of the child class. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Now moving on towards the final topic of this session, which is data abstraction in Python. So abstraction basically means to show the necessary data and hide the implementation details. This not just increases the efficiency of the code, but it also reduces its complexity. For example, consider your washing machines. You know what happens when you press certain buttons such as on, off, save water, set water level, change program, etc. But the actual implementation of these programs is hidden from you. You do not know how it's being turned off or turned on. You do not know how it knows to take less water or more. This is called as data abstraction. Abstraction can be achieved by creating abstract classes. Any class that contains an abstract method is called as an abstract class. So what exactly are abstract methods? Abstract methods are those methods which just have names but do not actually contain any function definition. So that means that you declare an abstract class but you do not define it. These functions are also called as unimplemented methods. Therefore, an abstract method does not have any body. In Python, this can be achieved by making use of the pass keyword. However, an abstract method needs to be redefined in a subclass where it's being used. To achieve abstraction in Python, you can make use of the ABC module, that is the abstract base class module. So to show an example of this, I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook. I'll just type in a heading. So the first thing that I'm going to do is import everything that's present in the ABC module. So I'll say from ABC import star. So this is going to import all the necessary functions that are present in the ABC module. I'll create a class over here called as bank, within which I'll have a function that describes the name of the bank. I'll have another function that is going to find the location of the bank. But this function is going to be abstract, or I'm not going to have any function definition. Next, I'm going to define a child class called as location, through which I'm going to redefine the abstract method. I'll just define a class bank. So the bank class is going to inherit the ABC class. In case you want to know what this ABC class does, I'll just add in a kernel over here and I'll say help on ABC. So as you can see, this is a helper class that provides a standard way to create an ABC using inheritance. So now moving on, I'll define two functions having bank name and the self parameter. I'll just print the name of the bank. I'll say HDFC. And then I'll define another function called as bank location. I'm not going to provide the body of this, so I'll just write pass. Now I'll create a child class. I'll say bank underscore location. This is going to inherit the bank class, and then I'll redefine the bank location function. I'll print the location as Bangalore. Finally, I'm going to create an object of the bank location class. I'll just say obj equals bank location, and I'll call both the functions. So as you can see, both the functions have been executed successfully. Talking about Django, it's a high-level Python web development framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. Django is an open-source web framework which was named after Django Reinhardt. It follows the principle of don't repeat yourself. As the name says, the principle is all about keeping the code simple and non-repeating. Django is also a high-level MVT architect which stands on the model view template. Django, along with Python, is used by many of the top companies such as Google, YouTube, Dropbox, etc. Now, the reason why all these companies make use of Python along with Django is because of the remarkable features that Django provides. Now, the reason why these companies make use of Python along with Django is because of the key features of Django. Django is extremely fast and encourages rapid development with a clean, pragmatic design. Like I've already mentioned before, it's free and open source, which helps developers to complete their app as fast as possible. Apart from its speed, Django also provides a huge number of packages that help you develop your websites faster and easier. It is also highly secure and scalable. Last but not the least, Django is versatile, which allows you to build any sort of web application you desire. So now let's move on and take a look at the Django architecture. Django follows the MVC-MVT architecture. MVC actually stands for Model View Controller. It is used for developing web applications where we break the code into three different segments, namely model, view, and the controller. A model is basically used for storing and maintaining your data. It is the backend where the database is defined. A view is all about the presentation and it is not at all aware of the backend. So basically, whatever the user sees on a web page is returned by the views component. The controller, on the other hand, is of business logic, which will interact with the model and the view. Now talking about the MVT or the model view template structure. In the MVT architecture, there's a predefined template for the user interface. For example, say you want to write several static HTML forms like hello user 1, hello user 2, and so on. With template, you'll be having only one file that prints hello along with the variable name. Now, this variable will be substituted in that particular template using some Jinja logic. That's the magic of template. You don't need to rewrite the code again and again. In case of MVT, Django itself takes care of the controller. The controller is inbuilt into Django and you don't have to bother about it. So taking a deeper look at what we were talking about before, so basically a template is a front end which will interact with the views and the model will be used as the back end. The views basically access both the model and the templates and maps it to the URL. After that, Django plays the role of controller and serves it to the user. So given this, I'm sure you have a brief idea about what is Django and its architecture. So now let's move on and see what are the prerequisites required to learn Django. The first thing that you'll have to know is the OOPS concepts. This is because we'll be creating many classes, objects, subclasses, etc. Also, you'll have to know how to use the Python programming language, SQL queries, HTML, CSS, etc. In case you have difficulties with any of these, you can check out Edureka's YouTube channel and the blog series, which will surely help you. So moving on, I'll be showing you all how to install Django on your systems. Okay, so one thing I want you all to note is that I'll be using Pycharm. You can use any IDE of your choice, but personally, I feel Pycharm is the best for creating websites. So the first thing you'll have to do is download Python on your PCs. To do that, you can go to the official Python website, go to Downloads, and select any version that's suitable for your PCs. And select the installer that is suitable with your operating system. Once you've downloaded Python, you'll have to go to the JetBrains website to download Pycharm on your PCs. So after downloading Python, after you're done with the setup, go to the Advanced System Settings, choose the option of Environment Variables, and over here, in the System Variables, choose the new option and type Python_home. Now to enter the value of this variable, you'll have to look for the path where you've installed Python on your PCs. To do that, you can simply type Python in the search bar, right-click on it and open the file location. After this, simply copy the path and enter it as the value of this variable. Then click on OK. So after you've done that, select the path variable that's present. Select the path variable and towards the end of it, if you don't see a semicolon, add a semicolon and within 2% symbols, as you can see over here, write Python_home. Once this is done, click on OK. So now to download Pycharm on your PCs, simply type download Pycharm and then you can download it from the official JetBrains website. Select the version that's suitable for your OS and you can choose between the professional and the community version, where the professional version is paid and the community version is free. So after you're done with the Pycharm installation, complete the setup and open Pycharm on your PCs. Since I already have it downloaded on my PC, I'll just open Pycharm. So once you're done with the setup, you'll be seeing something similar to what you see on the screen when you open up Pycharm. I've already created a project over here. However, if you want to create a project, click on File and select New Project. It will ask you to enter some name. Just give some name of your choice and hit the Create button. Okay, so after creating a project, open up the terminal and type pip install Django. So when you're installing Django, along with Django, SQL parse database and the Pytz module also gets installed. SQL parse is actually a non-validating SQL parser for Python. It provides support for parsing, splitting, and formatting SQL statements. Now, this is actually compatible with the versions of Python from 2.7. The Pytz module brings the Olsen TZ database into Python. This library allows accurate and cross-platform time zone calculations using Python 2.4 and higher. It also solves the issue of ambiguous times at the end of daylight saving time. However, this library differs a little from the documented Python API for TZ-info implementations. So now coming back towards Django, once the installation is completed, you will see a message saying successfully installed Django and the version of Django. Now, to cross-verify if Django has been successfully installed, go to the command prompt and type Python-m Django-version. So as you can see, when you type this command, it returns the version of Django that's been installed. So now going back to Pycharm, I'll be showing y'all how to create a Django project. To create a new project, you'll have to make use of the Django admin. To do that, type Django-admin start project followed by the name of the project. You can give any name of your choice, guys. I'll just name it as website. I've made a spelling mistake. I've missed N from Django. So now my project has been created and I'll just cd into my project. So cd and the name of the project, which is website. So now I'm in the project that I've created with the help of the Django admin. To see what the Django admin has created for you within this project, click on the project directory. So as you all can see on the screen, the Django admin has created a number of files for us. The outer website root directory is just a container for your project. The name, however, does not matter to Django, and you can name it as anything you like. After that, the very important file that Django creates for you is the manage.py file. The manage.py file does the same thing as Django admin, but takes care of a few things for you. It puts your project's package on the system path. It sets the Django settings module environment variable so that it points to your project settings.py file. Next is the init.py file. This is an empty file that tells Python that this directory should be considered as a Python package. A package is a way of structuring Python's module namespace by using dotted module names. The init.py files are required to make Python treat directories containing the file as packages. This prevents directories with a common name unintentionally hiding valid modules to occur later on the module search path. In the simplest case, init.py can just be an empty file, but it can also execute initialization code for the package. Followed by that is the settings.py file. This file actually consists of the settings or the configurations for this Django project. The Django settings.py file contains all the configurations for your Django installation. It's basically just a Python module with module level variables. Because the settings file is a Python module, it does not allow Python syntax errors. It does not allow for Python syntax errors, and it can assign settings dynamically using normal Python syntax. It can also import values from other settings files. So now let's take a look at the urls.py file. Let me just clear these comments. The urls.py file consists of all the URL declarations for the Django project. It is basically like a table of contents of your Django pod site. So basically, when a user requests for a page from your Django pod site, this file determines which Python code to execute. Django determines the root URL conf module to use, loads that Python module, and looks for the variable URL patterns. So this should actually be a part of the URL's instances. Django then runs through each URL pattern in order and stops at the first one that matches the requested URL. Once that is matched, Django imports and calls the given view, which is a simple Python function that returns to the user the page that he has requested. So now let me show you all the WSGI file. The WSGI.py file is an entry point for the WSGI compatible web servers to serve your project. WSGI actually stands for Web Server Gateway Interface. It is a specification that describes how a web server communicates with the web applications and how the web applications can be chained together to process one request. So now I hope you have a clear idea about what these files are and what is the purpose of creating them. Now, to make sure that your project is running, simply type python manage.py run server. Sorry, I forgot to give a space over here. Okay, so as you can see, when I hit this command, it has returned a URL for me. Now let me show you all what happens when I click on this URL. So congratulations guys, when you see this rocket which is ready to take off, it means you've installed Django successfully without crashing your systems. So now I'll get back to Pycharm and show you all how to create an app. Okay, so now let's get back to Pycharm. The development server, however, will be running unless and until you press Ctrl+C in the terminal. All the changes that you make to your project will be seen on the development server just by refreshing the page. Therefore, you don't have to type python manage.py command each time. At this point of time, I want you all to know the difference between a website and a web application. A website is actually a bigger domain that contains different web applications. A web application is a part of a website. If you're calling a website, your website is basically the main project which contains many other web applications in it. So whenever you visit any website, it consists of different applications that are joined together to make one complete website. The application is basically a subpart of that website which has a specific task. An app is basically a web application that does something. A project, on the other hand, can maintain multiple apps, and an app can be in multiple projects. Okay, so now to create an app, I'll go back to my terminal, hit Ctrl+C, and then type python manage.py start app followed by the name of the app. You can give any name of your choice. I'll just name it as technical courses. Sorry guys, I've given a space by mistake. So now my app technical courses has been created. Now when I go back to my project, I can see over here that my app technical courses has been created. When you open this, you can find that Django has created many other files again for us. The apps file, which consists of a class for all the installed apps, models, which I've already explained to you all before, a test.py file, and the views file. So now let me run my server again. So one thing I want you all to note is that Django already knows that each website will have an admin section. To access that, you can simply type / and then hit admin. So when I type admin over here, you can see that it's throwing an error. Now this is because we've not created any admin. I just came to this page to show you guys that this page actually exists and it's already created, and the settings for it have already been created by Django. So now let's get back to our home page. So my first bit of code for my website I'll be writing in the views file. So when you open the views file, you can see that Django has already imported render. But for this case, I'll not be using the render method. I'll be using the HTTP response method instead. So to do that, I'll type from django.http import HTTP response. Both the lines are not highlighted because I'm not making use of those functions anywhere in my program. So to define a new function in Python, you'll have to make use of the def keyword. After that, you'll have to specify some name for your function. In my case, I'll just name it as courses. And within this, I'll pass the request function as a parameter. Now all I want my function to do is to return a message saying that this is my home page. To do that, I'll just write return, and I'll be using the HTTP response function over here. And then I'll just give a h1 tag. Sorry, I have to specify this within quotes. And I'll write this is my home page. So now the views component is ready to display this message on my home page. But to make this function return what I want, I'll have to connect this views.py file to the urls.py file which is present in my project. So to connect the views.py file which is present in my app to the urls.py file which is present in the project, I'll have to create another urls.py file within my app. Now this is done because I do not want to mess up with the original urls.py file which is present in my project. So in case you have a number of URLs and apps to be returned, the original urls.py file present in my project can get too cluttered and that becomes messy. And to avoid that, I'm going to create another urls.py file within my app, which is also the conventional method. So now this urls.py file is very much similar to the urls.py file which is present within my project. So all I'm going to do within the newly created urls.py file in my app directory is to import the path function from django.urls. So from django.urls, I'll import the path function. So now for the URLs pattern, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it in the urls.py file of my app. And I'll just delete this admin URL and I'll leave this blank. Now I'm leaving this blank because I want this function to be returned on my home page. Okay, so now what you have to do is specify the views.courses function within the urls.py file present in your app. To do this, just type views.name of the function, which is courses in my case, followed by the name of your page. You can give any name of your choice. I'll just name it as homepage. Now, as you can see, I've added the function present in the views file in the URL path, but I'll have to specify from where this function has to be taken. To do that, I'm going to import the views function present in this directory. And for that, I'll type from.import views. Now getting back to the urls.py file present in my project, I'll have to include the path of my home page. So I'll create another path function, and within this, I'll specify an empty string and then use the include function and specify what I want to include over here. So basically, I want to import this file, which is technicalcourses/urls.py. So I'm going to specify that as technicalcourses.urls. After this, I'll just close this function and close the path function. Okay. So one thing I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've made use of the include function, but I've not imported this function. This function has to be imported from Django.urls. So to import that function, I'll just write comma include. So now I'll get back to the development server and see what it returns. Congratulations, guys. This time, instead of seeing the rocket that was ready to be launched, my website is displaying the message that I wanted to display. So now your website is ready to be launched. Okay, so our website is executing very well, but I want to show you all something that's displayed as a message for me in the terminal. So as you can see, it says you have 17 unapplied migrations, and it says your project may not work properly until you apply the migrations for the apps. Now this is basically to notify you that your app or your project has not been connected to the database. So coming back to the project directory over here, you see something called as the db.sqlite3. So this is basically the default database that is installed along with Django. The settings for this database are already included in the settings.py file. So let me just clear the comments over here. And within the settings.py file, I'll just look for databases. So as you can see over here, the default database SQLite3 has already been installed for us by Django. However, if you wish to use any other database, install the appropriate database bindings and change the keys in the database's default item to match your database connection settings. However, for a detailed information on this, you can check out the original documentation where you'll find all the details required for the settings of the database you prefer to use. In addition to databases, the settings.py file also has installed apps. Now to show you all what that exactly is. So basically, Django.contrib.admin is the admin site. Django.contrib.admin is for the admin site. Auth is for the authentication system. Content type is basically a framework for the content types. Sessions is for a session framework. Messages for a messaging framework. And static files is a framework for managing the static files. So now to connect my project to the database, I'll hit Ctrl+C again in my terminal. And over here, I'll type the command python manage.py migrate. So now I'll run my server again and show you what it displays this time. So as you can see, unlike before, I have got a message saying system check identified, no issues. So this means our project has been connected to the database successfully. Now what exactly happens over here is the migrate command looks at the installed app settings and creates any necessary database tables according to the database settings in your settings.py file. Then the database migrations are shipped with the app. So now that my project has been connected to the database, the next thing that I'm going to do is create models for my website. So to create models, I'll go to the models.py file, which is already created for me by Django. I'll clear this comment over here. And as you can see, it has already imported models for me. So within this file over here, I'll be creating two classes where the first class will be the all courses class, and it's going to hold the name of the course and the instructor's name. To do that, I'll just type class and give the name as all courses. You can give any name of your choice, guys. Now within this, I'll just write models.model. Now, like I've already told you all, within this class, I'm going to write the name of the course and the name of the instructor. So for that, I'll just take a variable, say course name, and then I'll specify this to models. Since this is going to be characters, I'll use the function. Since this is going to hold only characters, I'm going to use the function char field. And for the length of this, I'll just specify as max length equal to anything, say 200. After this, I'll just write the instructor's name. So I'll just take a variable, say ins name. And again over here, I'll use the char field method and I'll give a max length of say 100. Okay, so the first class has been created. Now I'll create another class which is going to hold the details of each course. So to do that, I'll just type class and I'll say details as the name of this function. So as many of you know, the course types that are available at Edureka are either self-paced or instructor-led. So I'll create the same over here. I'll say self-paced or I'll just say SP. And over here, I'm going to do something very interesting. So before I do that, I'm going to create another variable, say course. And using this variable, I'll connect this subclass to the main class using the foreign key method. To do that, I'll just type models.foreign key. And since this method is inheriting the all courses method, I'll just type all courses. And then I'm going to use the onDelete function. Now you all might be wondering why I'm using this function. Okay, I'll just tell you that in a while, and I'll just type models.cascade. Okay, the purpose of using this onDelete function over here is because in case I delete any course present in all courses section, I want to delete the details of that function as well. So in case you have any other website wherein it's not necessary to delete something present in the details section, when you delete an object of your main class, you may omit using the onDelete attribute. So within this, like I already told y'all, I'm going to have two variables, which is for the self-paced. And over here again, I'll be making use of the char field function. So to specify that, I'll just take a variable, say SP, and then I'll use the same function again, just to specify what is present in that course. Now the length of it can be changed according to your preferences. So in this case, I'll just change it to 500 so that I can specify all the topics. The second type of course that's available is the instructor-led courses. So for that, I'll just take a variable, say IL, and again, I'll be using the same function and I'll change the length to 500. Okay, so now I've created models for my project. So basically, each class that I've created over here is a subclass of the Django.db.models.model. Each model has a number of class variables. Both my classes have a few variables, each of which represents a database field in the model. Now this field is actually represented by an instance of the field class. For example, the char field function that I used over here for characters. This basically tells Django what type of data each field holds. So now talking about the foreign key function that I've used over here. Now this function is actually used to define a relationship. So it basically tells Django that each detail is related to a single course. In addition to this, the small bit of model code that we've written over here gives a lot of information. With this, Django is actually able to create the database schema or the create table statements for this app. It also creates a Python access API for accessing all courses and the details classes. So now, to tell Django that we've installed an app into our website, all we have to do is go to the settings.py file, go to installed apps, and over here, you'll have to specify the name of your app, which in my case is technical courses. .apps. Go to the apps file over here, and from here, take the class name and paste it in the settings.py file where you're creating the app, and paste it over here. After this, just close the inverted commas and do not forget to specify the comma. Now, we've told Django that it has to include the technical courses app. After this, you'll have to run another command. So I'll just return the control back to my terminal and I'll use the command python manage.py make migrations and the name of my app. Python manage.py make migrations and the name of my app. It has thrown an error. It says type error in the cascade function. So I'll just get back to models. Oh, here it is. I've not specified any attributes to this, so I'll just remove this from here. So I'll just clear the brackets, save this, come back to my terminal. So here it is. Make migrations basically tells Django that you've made some changes to the models and that Django should store these changes as a migration. Migrations are basically how Django stores changes to your models. After this, you'll have to use the SQL migrate command that takes migration names and returns their SQL. So all you have to do is use python manage.py, SQL migrate, and specify this ID which is present over here. So it's not one. So I'll just type the same and hit enter. I forgot to specify the name of my project. I'll just specify the name of my project over here. So as you can see, the table names are automatically generated by combining the name of the app and the lowercase name of the model. Also, the primary keys are added automatically. Now, all you have to do is run the migrate again to create a model table in your database. So here, I'll type python manage.py and migrate. So now, the migrate command takes all the migrations that haven't been applied and runs them against your database. Migrations are very powerful, guys, and this actually lets you to change your models over time as in how you require to develop your project. Because of this, you'll not have to delete your database or tables and make new ones. The reason that there are separate commands to make and apply migrations is because you'll commit migrations to your version control system and ship them to your app. They not only make your development easier, they're also usable by other developers and in the production. So now that my database is set, I'm going to jump on to the interactive Python shell to make use of the free API Django has given me. To open the shell, you can simply type the python manage.py shell command in the terminal or in the command prompt of your system. So I'll just open up the command prompt again. And over here, the first thing that I'm going to do is get into the directory where I'm creating my project. So to do that, I'll just cd into Pycharm projects / Django Full Course. I'll get into my website project and hit enter. Okay, now I'll just type in the command python manage.py and I'll specify shell and I'll use the shell command. Now I'm doing this because it's easy for y'all to see what exactly I'm doing with the database. The first thing that I'll have to do is import the classes that I've created in my models file. So for that, I'll just use from the name of my app, which is technical courses, .models. I want to import the classes that I've created, which is courses and details. Let me look back into the name again so that I don't make any mistakes. It was models, and I'll just close this. It's not courses, it's all courses. And details. So before moving on, let me just show you all what is present in the all courses set. So to do that, I'll just have to type all courses .objects.all. So as you can see over here, it has returned that my set is empty. Naturally, it has to return an empty set because I've not added anything to the courses class yet. Now to add something to this class, I'm going to take a variable, say a, and then I'm going to take the name, and then I'll write the name of the class, which is all courses. Now within that, I'll have to specify the course name and the instructor name, since these are the two variables that I've created within my class. Now to do that, I'll just get back to the shell and I'll have to write the course name. Let me just cross-check the name again. So it's course name and ins name. So course name, I'll just say the course name is Python, followed by the name of the instructor. So ins name equals, I'll just take some random name, say XYZ. After this, I'll have to make use of the save function to save this to the database. Now, in case I want to print out the name of the course, I'll just have to use a.coursename and hit enter. So as you can see, when I remove the course name of A, it has returned that the course name of this is Python. So now in case I want to add in more courses, I'll just take another variable, say B. I'll copy this. And for the course name, I'll just name it as Java. And for the instructor name, I'll just say ABC. After this, just like before, I'll have to save it. So I'll say b.save, hit enter. And now, just to show you all what is present within B, I'll use b.coursename and hit enter. So as you can see, when I used a.coursename, I got Python. And when I used b.coursename, I got Java as my output. Now, one more thing I want you guys to know is Django is going to assign some primary key to both these courses. So in case I want to retrieve the ID for Python and Java, all I have to do is hit a.id or a.pk, hit enter. So as you can see, when I hit a.id, it has returned the primary key for Python. Now you have another option over here. In place of ID, you can also make use of pk, which will return the same result. Let me just show that to you all. So I'll just use b.pk and hit enter. So as you can see, the primary key of B is 2 and the primary key of A is 1. So now let me show you all what is present within the database using the all function. So I'll just rerun the command I've used earlier, which is allcourses.objects.all. Hit enter. So now our set is not empty, but you can see that it has returned something specifying the primary keys for both my courses. But this is not exactly very clear. Now to have a clear output, I'll just get back to my models file and I'll make a small change within the classes that I've created over here. I'll override the str function and then the default parameter for every Python class. So now if you have a doubt of why self has been added over here, you'll have to remember, guys, that whenever you're creating a function within a class, you will have to specify the self parameter. Unlike Java, in Python, it's compulsory to specify the self parameter. So now all I wanted to return is the name of the function. So I'll just say return self.courseName. I'll do the same within the details class as well. And for the details class, I'll just return the self-paced course for now. So having added this str method, let me just tell you that it is very important to add this not only for your own convenience when dealing with the interactive prompt, but also because objects representations are used throughout Django's automatically generated admin. Save these changes, get back to your shell, and now I'll just exit this. I'll type python manage.py. I'll get into my shell again using python manage.py shell command. And after that, I'm going to run the previously used function again. That is allcourses.objects.all. Uh-oh, sorry guys, I forgot to import the functions. So first I'll have to import and then I'll have to retrieve it. It has not returned the name of the course again. Seems like I've made some mistakes. So I'll just get back to the models file. Here it is. Instead of a double underscore, I've used the triple underscore. And since I copied that over here, let me remove that. Save this, get back to my shell, exit this one. And then I'm going to hit the python manage.py shell command again. Import my classes. And then I'll use allcourses.objects.all. Okay, so there it is. Instead of returning the primary key of both these courses, it has now returned the name of the courses which I wanted it to return. Not just this, guys, you can actually filter out anything you want from the database. To do that, you can make use of the filter command. So for that, you'll use allcourses.objects.filter. And within this, I'll just specify the parameter as id equal to 1. I'll hit enter. So as you can see, I've specified the id as 1 and it has filtered out Python and returned the same. Similarly, you can also make use of the get method. To do that, just specify get, and within that, I'll say id equal to 2. So now the get method has returned Java as the name of the course having id 2. Okay, so till now, we've been seeing how to add and filter items from the database. Now I'll get back to my Pycharm and show you all how you can actually work with the admin. To do that, open up the admin file present in the app. Now for this, I'll just open up the terminal, and over here, I'll just type the command python manage.py create superuser. Create superuser is one word, so just be careful, guys. So python manage.py create superuser. So the first thing it's going to ask you is to enter a username. I'll just enter the username as Edureka and hit enter. After this, it will ask you to enter some email address. You can specify any email address since this is just a test project. I'll just say edureka@gmail.com. After this, it will ask you to enter some password. I'll just use some password, say ABCD. I'll give some password of my choice. You can give any password of your choice, guys. Once I've entered that, I have to re-enter the password. So now, once the super user has been created, you will see this message saying super user created successfully. Now all you have to do is run your server again, and for that you'll have to make use of the python manage.py run server command. Okay. So this is my home page. Now to go to the admin section, within the address bar, I'll just type /admin. Okay, so here it is. The Django administration site has been opened. Now make sure you remember what was the username you entered and the password. So my username was Edureka, and I'll just enter the password that I had saved. Once I'm done with that, I'll log in. So as you can see over here, the Django administration site has opened. Now, to make my app modifiable in the admin, I'll have to import that into my admin.py file. To do that, I'll get back to my admin.py file. And within this admin.py file, I'll type from .models import the all courses class. Once I've done this, I'll type admin.site.register and the name of my class, which is all courses. I'll save this and I'll get back to my development server and I'll refresh this page. You can easily see the changes I've made to my project. The all courses class has been added to the admin section. Now when I click on this, you can see that both the courses that I had added in the database are shown up in my website. Now in case you want to add in any other course, you can use the add all courses option over here and specify some other course name. This time I'll just say C. In the instructor name, I'll just use XXX. I'll save this. So as you can see, the course that I've added is C, and that has been added to the all courses option in my website. Not just this, from the admin site, you can delete any course of your choice by just clicking on that and using the delete option that's present over here. So I hope you all have noticed that this form has automatically been generated from the all courses model. So I hope you're clear till all that's been explained till here. Now I'll get back to Pycharm. I'll open the views file and I'll modify this. A view is basically a type of web page in your Django application, guys, that generally serves as a specific function and has a specific template. Say for example, you have a blog application. So in the blog application, you will have something called as the blog homepage. So for that, you'll have a blog homepage, detail page, etc. Now for my application, which is technical courses, I'm going to include the home page and the details page. So I'll open up the views file and over here, I'll define another function and I'll name it as detail. I'll have to pass in the request parameter, and within this, I'll specify another argument to this function, which will be the course ID. So course underscore ID. And again, I'll write a return statement. So return HTTP response. So I'll just create a h2 tag at this time within quotes again. So h2. And I'll say that these are the course details. I'll just close the h2 tag again. I'll just save this. Now I'll have to go to the urls.py file of my app. And within this, I'll have to include the path for my details page. So for that, I'll just write path, which is the name of the function. Now over here, I'll just specify that int should be the course ID, which I specified earlier. And I'll have to end this with a backslash. Following this, I'll just have to write views.detail, and I'll give a name to this, saying that this is the details page. I'll close this function and write the comma, and not to forget the comma. Let me save this. I'll get back to my server, and over here, I'll go to my home page. Sorry guys, I've made a mistake over here. It's views.detail. Save this, and I'll rerun my server. Okay, so now I'll just specify the ID over here. I'll say the ID is 1 and hit enter. Okay, so as you can see over here, now it is returning what is present in my details page. So as you can see over here, I've specified the ID as 1, which is the primary key for Python. And when I hit enter, you can see that it has returned what I had specified in the details function. Now let me give some primary key that is not at all present in my database. Say for example 5 and hit enter. So as you can see, I had only 2 courses which had primary key 1 and 2. But when I have entered 5, even then it has returned the same page. Now if you don't want your server to do this, you'll have to include the HTTP 404 function in your details page. So now let me define a little more to this function. Instead of returning that these are the course details, I'll include the ID along with this. So I'll just use for course ID, and over here, I'll just close this. I'll add the string of course ID. Please make a note that I'm using the same spelling I've used everywhere. Now I'll save this and I'll rerun my development server. Okay, I've just made a spelling mistake over here. However, that's just HTML, so I can change it anywhere. So having done this, I'll get back to my Pycharm to create some templates for my website. So before moving on towards the templates, I'm going to make a small change over here. I'll just remove this. I'll create a variable for all courses. So I'll just name it as AC. And within this, I'll save all the courses that are present in my database. So all courses.objects.all. Now I'll create another variable, say template, and I'll use the loader function and get underscore template. Okay, so I've forgotten to import the loader function. I'll import it over here. So from Django.templates, from Django.template, import loader. So now it should be fine. So now to create a template, I'll right click on the app that I've created, choose new directory, and I'll name it as templates. Now within this templates directory, I'll create another subdirectory which will have the same name as my application. So I'll name it as technical courses. So if you're wondering why I'm doing it this way, it is just the standard convention to create templates within your code. It also makes it very easy for Django to look for templates within the app itself. So now within the subdirectory, I'll create an HTML file. And since this is for the courses page, I'll just write courses.html. So this is basically my home page also, guys. I'll just clear this. And over here, I'll just create a list, say ordered list. Within this, I'll just write some Python code. Remember that whenever you're including Python code within HTML, you'll have to do it within the curly braces and the ampersand symbols just as shown on screen. I'll just make use of the for loop. So for X in all courses. So within this, I'll create a list. And not just this, I'll create a link as well. So I'll link this. So I'll use the href function. So for that, I'll have to use the anchor tag and href. Now over here, I'll have to specify the name of my application. So that's technical courses / course ID. And then I have to close this. Now I'll just link this to the name of the course. So I'll use all courses dot course name. Okay, so that's it. Finally, I'll have to end for. So to do that, I'll have to do it the same way I've used for. So within the curly braces, 2 percentage symbols, which is going to contain the end for statement. I'll save this. Okay, so now I'll get back to my views function. And over here, I'll have to specify the path of my file, so which is within the technical courses directory. And the name of my file is courses.html. So over here, I'll create another variable named context. The context is a dictionary mapping template variable name to Python objects. So within this, I'll have to store the dictionary of all the elements or all the courses that are present. So that's AC. And now coming towards the return statement. So I want to return the template dot render, and that will be context and the request. So now my views file seems to be ready. I'll get back to my development server. Looks like something is missing over here. I have the list, but I do not have the items. So let me get back to my courses.html file and check what mistake I've made. Okay, so here it is. I'm using the for loop over here where I've used for X in AC. So now to actually return the items, instead of all courses, I'm supposed to use x.courseName. So now let me save this back to my server and I'll refresh this page. Okay, so here it is. As you can see, all the courses that are present in my database are returned on my home page. So I hope you all have understood to here. So now, what if the user requests for a course that does not exist on my website? In that case, I actually want to raise a 404 error. Many of you might be aware of the 404 error. It is the very famous the page not found error. Django actually has a function named http 404 which will allow you to raise this page not found error in case the user requests for something that's not present on your website. To do this, I'll be using the try and except blocks. So first I'll write the try block, and within this, I'll create a variable named course. I'll store all courses. So all courses.objects, and here I'll be using the get method with the primary key. So pk is equal to the course ID. Okay, so after this comes the except block. So here I'll be raising the does not exist except method. To do that, I'll just write all courses dot does not exist. Be careful with the spellings again. And then I'll just raise the HTTP 404 error. I'll specify some message saying course not available. So now I've actually not imported the HTTP 404 method. So I'll just import it over here. So HTTP 404. Okay. So looks cool. I'll have to change this. I'll change the return method from HTTP response to the render method. This is actually a shortcut method. You can specify the request parameter and the link to the details page as well as the dictionary as a parameter to this function. Okay, so just clear this up. And first I'll have to return the request. Then I'll have to specify the path of my details page. So it is within the technical courses template and the name is details page. So detail.html. So I'll specify the course. Okay, now I'll save this. Now I'll get back to my details homepage. So my variable name is not AC, it's course. So course, I'll save this, get back to my development server. And over here, I'll just specify the primary key for Python, which was 1, and hit enter. So as we all know, the primary key for Python was 1. And when I've specified the primary key, it has returned Python, which is actually present in my details page. So now let me give some other ID and see what happens. So I'll specify 2. So the primary key for Java was 2. And therefore, when I've specified that, I've got the output as Java over here. Now, in case I specify some ID that's not present in my database, say for example 45, and hit enter. So here it is. The page not found error has been raised and it says course not available. So I hope everyone's understood till here. So now getting back to Pycharm. So I had just written this in the details homepage for y'all to see what happens when I do this. Now I want to define something else also in my details homepage. So before defining our details HTML page, what I'm going to do is get back to the admin.py file. And over here, I'll register the details class also at my admin section. So over here, I'll use admin.site.register and the name of my class, which is detail. Okay, so I'll have to import it over here first. So details and then details. Okay. Then I'll save this. I'll get back to my development server. So now I'll get back to my admin section and hit enter. So as you can see over here, previously in the technical courses section, only one option was shown, which was all courses. Now I've specified the details and now I've added the details class as well. Now when I click on this, you can see that there are 0 details, which means we had not entered anything in the database. To add something to the details page, you can do it in the database or over here directly. So what I'm going to do is add some details to my page. I'll choose the course type to be Python. So over here, I'm just going to describe what the self-paced course actually means. I'll just write self-paced course proceeds based on the learner. For the instructor-led course, I'll just write the course will be taught by an instructor. I've made a spelling mistake here. It's instructor. Okay. Maybe that's a very basic information, but since it's just a test website, I can enter anything of my choice. You can enter anything you want. So I'll just save this. So as you can see over here, I've added some details. The reason why I'm seeing this over here is because I've asked my function to return the self-paced course. So now to change this, I'll get back to my function. So that was in my models file. So I'm going to be making a small change over here. Instead of returning the details of the self-paced course, I want to return the primary key of my courses. So that will be PK. And this has to be within a string. Okay. So I'll save this. Now I'll go from the terminal. So I'll get back to my server. I'll just click on the link. So I'll go to the admin section again. Okay, now I'll click on details. So as you can see, instead of returning the details of the self-paced course, it has returned the primary key of Python, which is 1. Now I'll click on this. And as you can see over here, it has returned that the course is Python and it has 2 types, which is self-paced and instructor-led. So all this is working on the backend of your project. The front end basically deals with HTML. Python actually works in the backend of your websites. So now coming back to our details page, what I'm going to do over here is print out the course name, the instructor name, as well as link the course name to the course landing page of Edureka. To do that, what I'm going to do is use the if-else statements. the first thing that I'm going to do is write some Python code with an HTML. So over here, it'll be if course.pk is 1, which means if it's Python, then I want to return the course name, and I want to make this an h1 tag, and then I'll create an anchor tag to which I'll link the course landing page of Edureka. So I'll just open up the browser, and I will take the link from here and I'll paste it over here. After this, I'll just close this, and the course name, I'll have to close the anchor tag and close the h1 tag. So there it is. Now what I'm going to do is return the name of the instructor as well. So course.ins name. Please be careful with the spellings. Use the same spellings that you've used for each variable. So now we've done for Python, and now we have to do for C++ and Java. I'll just return the name of the instructor in h2 tag so that it's more visible. All this is your choice, guys. You can make it however you want. And now what I'm going to do is use the else if statement. So 2 percentage signs, close the curly braces, and over here it'll be elif course.pk is 2. What I'm going to do is copy this, paste it over here, and I'll just change the link. I'll take Edureka's course landing page of Java, and I'll just copy this and I'll paste it over here. So now, similarly, you can do for C++ as well. I'm just showing two options. I'm just going to do it for Python and Java. So I'll just copy this again and I'll paste it over here. Then for C++, then for the else statement, I'll just write the course name of C++. I'm not linking this because I've already shown you 2 examples. So course name and the instructor name. That will be in the h1 tag again, sorry. So h1, course name, and close h1. After that, the course.instructor name. Just copy this one. So now I'll have to end this, and I have to end it in the similar way that I've been writing the else if block. So it'll be end if. Okay, now I'll save this. So I'll get back to my home page, and over here I'll write / primary key of Python, which is 1, and I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, when I entered the primary key of Python, which was 1, earlier it was just showing the name of the course. Now, as you can see, my course name has been linked to the official website of Edureka. Similarly, if I do for 2 and 3, I'll get the same output. So I hope you've understood this. So you can add on whatever details you want to your page, just like how I've shown you. So now coming back to Pycharm, I want to actually link my courses page to my details page. Now what I'm going to do for that is, actually I've made a mistake over here in the reference. I'll have to remove this. And over here, it'll not be course ID, it'll be x.id. And that is what I'm going to link. Okay, so x.course name. Now I'll just save this. I'll get back to my server. I'll refresh this page and I'll click on Python. So as you can see over here, I've linked my home page to the details page. Now if I click on this, as I've already shown you, it will go to the course landing page of Edureka. So now I'll get back to my development server. Now as you can see, I have my backend being displayed on my front end. So now what I'm going to do is add on some more details to my homepage. If my homepage does not look beautiful, I don't think many people would even like to visit my website. Now basically, beautifying your homepage depends on how you use your HTML and CSS. Now to do that, I'll get back to course.html page, and over here, I'll write some text as h1 tag, and that will be welcome to Edureka. After this, I'll just add on some image. So I'll just add on an Edureka image over here. I have the source link, so I'm just pasting it over here, guys. After this, what I'm going to do is close this image tag, obviously. Now let me save this and get back to my server and see what happens when I refresh the page. I'll refresh this. So there it is, guys. Welcome to Edureka and the Edureka image. So now to add some more details to my homepage, I'll go to the official Bootstrap website and I'm going to copy paste some part of this code. So I'll just copy this. Guys, Bootstrap is very good in helping you create your HTML web pages. So just to beautify my page, what I'm going to do is I'll add this right in the beginning of my code. I'll save this. I'll get back to my website and I'll rerun this. Okay, so I hope you see the changes. Our website before was looking very dull, and now it looks much more beautiful compared to what it was before. Okay, so my website as of now does not have anything such as a menu bar or something. So let's move on and add that. So I already have a piece of code for that. Just copy it and I'll paste it. Okay, this is welcome to Edureka. Okay, sorry for that. So I'll just add it here. Let's save this and I'll rerun my development server. Okay, as you can see over here, a menu bar has been added to my home page. Okay, so all these bits of codes I've taken from Bootstrap website. You also can take it from there, guys. So as you can see over here, my details page looks too plain. So to make it more descriptive, I'll be adding on some images and will create a form for the user to select between self-paced course and the instructor-led course options. To do that, I'll first need to make changes to the models.py file from my project. So I'll get back to my project, and over here, I'll open up the models.py file. So the first thing I'm going to do over here is add a new variable that will specify the date from when the course has been started. I will name it as started from and will use the date and time field of the models class. So to the all courses class, I'll be adding a new variable named as started from, and I'll be using the models.datetime field. Please be careful with the spellings. So that is datetime field, and within this, I'll say started from. So once I've done this, I'll add another custom method to my all courses class that was published recently. Now this is going to describe when my course has been published. Okay, so now I'll just define that class. I'll say was published recently. So I want this class to return when my course has been published. So for that, I'll just write return self.started from, and this can be greater than or equal to timezone.now minus datetime.time delta. So one thing I want you guys to know is that timezone.now function is present within the Django.utils module, and the time delta method is present within the datetime module. I'll just specify the number of days to be 1. So if you want more information about the datetime module, you can check out Edureka's videos and blog on the same. Okay, so over here, I'll need to import it. So I'll just import datetime, and from Django.utils, I'll have to import time zone. Okay, I've forgotten a space over here. So that will be time zone. Okay, so our all courses class is ready. And now in the details class, I'm going to remove the self-paced and the instructor-led variables, and I'm going to replace it by a single variable that will hold both the values. So I'll just clear this from here. I'll create a new variable. I'll just name it as CT, which will be the course type. And since this is going to hold characters, I'll use the char field method. Okay, so I'll just specify the max length of this to be anything, say 500. So I need another variable which is going to store the option that is selected by the user. So for that, I'll just name it as your choice. And then I'll be using the Boolean field present in the models class over here. So that's Boolean. Okay, yeah, Boolean field. And the default, I'll just set it to be false. Now, instead of returning the primary key, I want to return the course type. So I'll just change this over here. Okay, so now my models are ready. Now, once this is done, I'll have to make these changes using the make migrations and the migrate command. Okay, so I'll just open up the terminal. I'll return the control back to the terminal. And over here, the first thing that I'll have to do is Python manage.py make migrations, followed by the name of the app, which is technical courses. Please be careful with your spellings. Okay, I'll just hit enter after this. Oh, I've just made a spelling mistake. Sorry, guys. Okay, so that's technical courses. So as you can see over here, it's asking me a question if I've renamed the details.il to details.ct. So I'll just say yes. I'll hit enter. So now after this, since I've added a new field named started from, it's asking me to provide one default value or to quit and let me add a default value in the models.py file itself. I'll just choose the first option and I'll hit enter. So now to set the time, I'll just use timezone.now function, which is going to set the current time. So that's timezone.now, and I'll hit enter. Okay, so as you can see, my tables are ready again. And this time I've got a new ID, which is 0002. So now I'll have to use Python manage.py, migrate, and I'll hit enter. I've made a spelling mistake again. That's migrate. So after I'm done with that, I'll have to use Python manage.py, SQL migrate, and I'll have to specify the ID, which was 0002, followed by the name of my app, which is technical courses. Once I've done this, I'll hit enter. Sorry guys, I'll have to specify the name of my app before the ID. So that's technical courses, followed by the ID, which is 0002, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, so now my tables are ready. The next thing that I'll have to do is open the Python shell. So for that, I'll just open up my command prompt, and over here, I'll have to get into the directory which holds my project. I'll just copy my project path from here, and I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'll get into my project, which is website. And after this, I'll have to write Python manage.py shell. Okay. So by running the make migrations command, you're telling Django that you've made some changes to your models. And now you'd like the changes to be stored as a migration. So migrations are basically how Django stores changes to your models and thus to your database schema. They're just files on the disk. You can read the migration from your new model if you like. There is a command that will run the migrations for you and manage your database schema automatically, and that is the migrate command. The SQL migrate command takes migrations, names, and returns their SQL. Okay. The table names are automatically generated by combining the name of the app and the lowercase name of the model. So in my case, the names were all courses and details. So correspondingly, in place of capital A, I'll have a small a. And since my details class already has a small d, it will remain the same. Another thing I want you guys to note is that the SQL command doesn't automatically run the migration on your database. It just prints it on the screen so that you can see what SQL Django thinks is required. It is useful for checking what Django is going to do, or if you have a database administrators who require SQL scripts for changes. So for some more information about the migrate command, it basically takes all the migrations that haven't been applied and runs them against your database, essentially synchronizing the changes you made to your models and the schema in the database. Migrations are very powerful, guys, and they let you change your models over time as you develop your project without the need to delete your database or tables and make new ones. It actually specializes in upgrading your database live without losing data. So now coming back towards our database, I'll just show you what's present in my database. So for that, I'll have to use the all function. So I'll just type all courses. So all the objects present in the all courses class will be retrieved. I'll have to first import it. So from technical courses.models, I'll have to import all courses class and the details class. I'll just check if my spellings are correct. So that's details and all courses. Okay. It's not and over here, it's a comma. So after this, I'll just run the command allcourses.objects.all. So as you can see over here, I have 3 objects, which is Python, Java, and C. Now, like I've already shown you all before, in case I want to retrieve just one object which is present in my class, all I have to do is type in the same command, which is allcourses.objects, and instead of the all method, I'll have to use the get method, and I'll just specify the primary key to be 1, and then I'll hit enter. So as you can see, the object whose primary key is 1 is Python. You can also make use of the filter method. To do that, just change the get method to filter and then hit enter. Okay, so as you can see, just like the get method, the filter method has also returned Python when I've specified the primary key as 1. Now, I'll be importing the Django.utils time zone method over here. So from Django.utils, import time zone. Please be careful with the spellings. Okay, sorry for that. I told you guys to be careful and I myself made a mistake over here. So that's Django. Okay. After this, I'll take a new variable, named as current year, and I'm going to equate it to the year of the current date. So for that, I'll just write current underscore year equals timezone.now dot year. After this, I'll take the all courses class, and I want to fetch the objects that have been published in this year. So I'll use the get method. I'll use the current year object that I just created, and I'll equate this to started from object that I've created in my class. To this, I'll just specify underscore underscore year because I want to retrieve the year, and then I'll hit enter. I've made a spelling mistake, sorry for that. It's started from. So as you can see over here, it says get has returned more than one objects from the all courses class. Now this is because I had set all the courses starting date from the timezone.now function, which means I had set it to the current time for all three courses. So now I'll take a new variable q within which I'm going to store one of the objects present in the all courses. So it will be either Python, Java, or C. I'll just specify that through the primary key. So that will be all courses dot objects dot get. I'll use the primary key as 1 itself, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, so now if I want to check if this course was published recently, so for that I'll just type q dot was published recently, which is the name of my class which I've defined already. So was published underscore recently, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, so looks like I've encountered an error over here. It says can't compare datetime dot datetime to datetime dot date. Okay, looks like I've made some mistake within my models over here. So let me just check. I've imported the datetime module, and I've imported the time zone method as well. So as you can see over here, instead of making use of the date time field, I've made use of the date field. And that is why it is throwing an error over here saying can't compare datetime.datetime to datetime.date. So let me just make that change over here. It's datetime field. I'll have to save this. So since I've made a change over here, I'll run the make migrations command. And after that, I'll have to use the migrate command as well. Okay, so after this, the SQL migrate command, of course. And the ID that is generated this time is 0003. So now my database is ready. And over here, let me just exit this and I'll clear the screen. So now again, I'll use Python manage.py shell, and I'll have to import time zone. Sorry for the mistake, guys. I used the command which I used previously, and I had made a mistake in the spelling over there. Okay. I'll also have to import the models present in my app. So from technical courses dot models, I'll have to import the classes, which is all courses and details. After this, I'll have to import the datetime module. So import datetime. Okay. Now, just to check my database, I'll just run the command allcourses.objects.all, and I'll check what it returns. Okay. So now my database is ready. So getting back to where we stopped earlier. So I had just created a new object q, and I had stored the element having the primary key as 1 into it. So I'll do it again. And after this, I'll use the was published recently method. So looks like we've encountered another error over here. So I'll get back to my models, and it shows that there's some problem with this variable over here. So what I'm going to do is just remove this variable for a second, and I'll just comment these out. I'll just open up my terminal again, and I'll make migrations to this. And then I'll use the migrate command, and I'll use SQL migrate again. So what's the ID? Its ID is 0008. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to add on this again so that doesn't show me an error again. and I'll make migrations again. The reason why I'm doing this is previously it was showing that this variable of mine is of none type, but actually we have to equate it to the current time, which is timezone.now function. So just to not encounter the same error again, I deleted that variable or that element from my table and I'm adding it again so that it's created as a new variable. So now I'll add the started from variable again. I'll save this. And as usual, I'll have to make the migrations and I'll have to migrate it again. So the option over here I'm going to choose is 1. Hit enter, use timezone method, timezone.now to be specific, and hit enter. After this, I'll have to migrate and then use the SQL migrate command. So the ID at this time is 9 and I'll hit enter. Okay, so now my table is ready. So as you can see over here, previously it was just showing me the started from name and now it's showing me the date and time. So now I'll get back to my command prompt. Okay, so now I'll get back to command prompt. I'll just exit from here and I'll clear the screen. I'll get into my Python shell again. And after this, I'll have to import everything that's required, which is timezone method from Django.utils, the models file from technical courses website or application, and then the datetime module. Okay, so now I'll take new variable, say A, and I'll say all courses dot objects dot get, and I'll use the primary key as 1. Now I'll use the was published recently method and see what it returns. Was published recently. So as you can see over here, it says that the object which holds primary key as 1, which is Python, was published recently, and it says this is true. Okay, so I hope everyone's clear till here. So one thing that's very important that we learned over here is while making changes to your models, you will have to make migrations and then migrate it and then use the SQL migrate command with the ID that is generated by the migrate command. So anytime you make changes, you will have to do all these 3 things. Even if you make some mistake within the models, don't be scared because each time you make a mistake, you get to learn even more from that. So as we all know, my details class is interlinked to my all courses class, which means my details class is derived from my all courses class. Now this connection is actually made through the primary key and the foreign key relationships. So before making any more changes over here, what I'm going to do is get back to my development server, and over here, I'll go to the admin section. Now I'll get into the all courses that are present on my website. And over here, as you can see, I had 3 courses, which was C, Java, and Python. Now, when I click on one of these, you see that previously only the course name and the instructor name was shown. But now it also specifies when my course has been started. So as you can see over here, previously you could see self-paced and instructor-led courses over here. So now what I'm going to do is click on this and I'll just clear this from here. So I just cleared the details. So now I'll go to my database. I'll exit this and I'll have to re-enter my shell again. I'll import my classes again. And I'll use the previous commands. Okay, so now I'll just take the object A and I'll say details underscore set dot all. So as you can see over here, I deleted the details that were present from my admin section, and that is reflected over here as well. So what I'm going to do now is set 2 values for my variable, which was CT, that is course type. To do that, I'll use a.details underscore set, and instead of the all function, I'll use the create function. With the help of this create function, I'll be able to assign 1 or more values to the course type field, that is CT. So I'll say CT is equal to self-paced. Okay, so that was my first option, and now I'll hit enter. Okay, so one option I've already created, which is self-paced. Now I have to create another option, which is instructor-led. So for that, I'll use the same command again, and I'll just change from self-paced to instructor-led. And I'll hit enter. Okay, so now I've given 2 options, but when I gave the first option, it returned that the details are self-paced And when I gave the second option, it has returned that the details contain instructor-led. Now, if you want to see if both these options are stored in the detailed set, all you can do is make use of the count method. So instead of this all method over here, I'll use a.details.count and I'll hit enter. So as you can see, it has returned that I have two details for this object, which is Python, which means Python has two objects, which is self-paced and the instructor-led options. So I'll repeat this for another course which is present in my database, say for Java. So I'll take a new variable this time, and instead of A, I'll rename this as B, and the primary key I'll specify as 2. So now let me just retrieve the course name for this primary key, which is 2. So now as you can see, the course name which is present at primary key number 2 is Java. Now I'll set the options for this as well. So I'll use b.details_set.create. And I'll give the same options again, which is ct is equal to self-paced. And another option which I'm going to give is instructor-led. Okay, now I'll hit enter. So now let me give the count option for B as well. So as you can see, I've created two options for Java, which is instructor-led and self-paced courses. Okay, so I hope everyone's understood till here. So now I'm done with the models and I've done with the database. Now I'll have to modify my views and my templates. So to do that, I'll go to my views file, and over here I'll make some modifications with regards to the changes I've made to my models. So over here, I'll be creating a new function named yourChoice that will hold the user's choice and will save it after the user has selected that particular type of course he intends to enroll for. So over here, I'll be making use of a new function which is present in the Django.shortcuts module, and that is the getObject or 404 method. So for that, I'll just import it over here. So that will be getObject or 404. Since I've not made use of this, it's not been highlighted. So like I've already told y'all, I'm going to create a new function which will be the yourChoice function. Now this function will actually store the user's choice, and it will reflect the same after the user has made his choice between instructor-led and the self-paced options. So now I'll be defining the function. So it's def yourChoice. And as usual, I'll have to pass the request parameter. And I'll have to specify the course ID. So within this function, I'll make use of the getObject or the 404 method. To do that, I'll just take a new variable, say course, and I'll use get_object.404 method, and I'll specify all courses and the primary keys. Okay, I'll just change this to course, and over here I'll say course_ID. After this, I'll be making use of the try and except block. Now this is in case some course is not present. I want to catch that error using the try and the except block. So I'll just use another variable over here. I'll say selected course type equals details_set dot get, and I'll use the primary key equals request.post method. And within this, I'll just specify this as the choice. So now done with the try block, I'll have to go to the except block. In case there is a key error, I'll use the method key error, and all courses dot does not exist. Now I'll make use of the return statement with the render method. Remember guys that the render method is always a shortcut to the HTTP response method. So within this, the request parameter again, and then all courses / details or detail.html, which is the name of my target file. After this, I'll just specify the dictionary, which holds what to return for course and for the error message. And now the error message, error_message. So the error message I want to display is select a valid option in case the user provides some invalid option. So that will be select valid option. Okay. So in case the user does not make a selection and hits the submit button, it's going to return a message saying select a valid option. So after this, I'll have to use the else block, and then if in case he's made the selection, selected course type dot your choice. When the user has made some selection, I want to set the value of the selected course type to be true. And then I'll just save this using the save method. So selected course type dot save. And then I'll just make use of the return render method again. Now here it's going to return. I want to redirect my views to the templates, which is the detail.html. So for that, so technical courses / details.html. Now the dictionary that specifies my details again. So that's course, and the value is course itself. So one thing I forgot to do over here is import the details class as well. So I'll import that, and one small change within the detail class. I'll just clear this. And over here, I'll just say course equals get object of 404. And over here, it'll be all courses and the primary key, which is equal to the course ID. So I've made use of COUSE and not COURSE. And everywhere I've been using the same spelling. So just be careful, guys. In case you've given some other spelling, then be careful that whenever you're referring to that variable, you give the correct spelling that you've mentioned in your app. So after this, the return statement again. So return render and request, which is the first parameter, and then technical courses / detail.html. And then the dictionary again. So I'll just copy paste it from here. I'll just clear this method, which I've not been using. Okay. And actually, I've not made use of the details class as well, so I'll just remove it. Oh, looks like I've missed something over here, which is the course.details _ set.get. So here there's another change. I was just cross-checking my file, and I found another change, which is technical courses. So now I'll just save this. Okay, so now everything looks perfect. So once my views are ready, I'll have to go towards the templates. Now, the page which I'm targeting over here is the detail.html page. So I'll just open up the detail.html page. So as you all know previously, I'll just get back to my development server and show you what this page shows. So here it is. The details.html page basically returns the name of the course with the name of the instructor. Now, this looks too plain, so I want to add on something to this. So basically what I'm going to do is add on an image of this course, and then I'll be creating a form for the user to select between the self-paced and the instructor-led options. So now to do that, I'll get back to Pycharm, and over here, I'll just insert some images for my courses. So the first thing I'm going to do is make use of the image tag, and the source I already have it somewhere, so I'll just copy it. So I've just copied the link of a Python logo over here. After this, I'll have to create the list of options present within this course. So to do that, I'll just take an unordered list, and within that, I'll use Python code again. So I hope you all remember how we have to specify Python code within HTML. It is between 2 curly braces and 2 ampersand symbols. So that's for x in all courses .set .all. I'll say create a list, and I'll say x.ct. That's course type. And for. Okay, I'll save this, and I'll just show you what changes I've done over here. So I'll get back to Python. Okay, so as you can see, previously it was just showing me Python, which is the name of the course and the instructor's name. Now I've added on an image, and it shows me the image over here. Now my details.html page is still not complete. So for that, I'll be creating a form. So as you all saw, I made 2 changes. One is adding the image, and the other change was adding a list that contains the self-paced and the instructor-led options. Now you'd be wondering why only one change is being reflected on the development server. Now this is because I've not made changes to the URL. So as you all have seen, I've made 2 changes to my details.html page, but only one was being reflected on the development server. Now this is because I'll have to make changes to the urls.py file as well. Now before doing that, I'll just complete the form that I was going to create on this page. So for that, I'll have to include some more Python code over here. And this time I'll use the if statement. So if error message. Then I'll just give a paragraph tag and I'll give this as strong. And to this, I'll specify the error message which I've previously defined. Now I'll just close the if statement. So that's end if. So now to create a form, I'll be making use of the form tag present in HTML. Many of us would know every form has an action, to which I'm going to specify the yourChoice function present in views. So for this, I'll open the curly braces and within the ampersand symbol, I'll say URL and I'll say technical courses. Now the reason why I'm going to use the technical courses name over here is because this is the name of my app and I'm going to be using this namespace for all the URLs present for this app. I've not made that change as of yet in the urls.py file. So when I'm doing that, you'll understand this in a better manner. So that's your choice. And then I'll specify the course ID. Then I'll just close this. So the method that I'm going to specify over here is post. Method equals post. So I'll just close this over here. So now I'm going to be making use of something very special, which is the CSRF token. So that's CSRF underscore token. So before explaining this to you all in detail, I'll just complete the code and then get back to it. So now I'll be making use of the for loop. So for choice in course dot detail underscore set dot all. So for all the elements present within the detailed set, I want to create an option for the user to select between the self-paced and the instructor-led courses. So here the input type will be radio and the name is going to be choice. I'll just name it as choice and ID will be choice and that is going to be for loop dot counter and the value will be the choice ID. So now I'll just create a label tag for choice for loop counter again and I'll close this. So the text that I want to display over here is the choice underscore CT, which is the course type. Choice.ct, which is the course type. Okay, so close the label tag and I'll create a line break over here. So that's BR. Now it has to be within the ampersand. Okay, so I'll just save this and I'll create an input button over here. So that's going to be input. Type will be submit and the value also is going to be submit. So now I'm done with the detail.html page. But before moving on towards the development server, I'll have to include this within the urls.py file that I've created for the technical courses app. The urls.py file can have a number of URLs for each app that is created. Now, to distinguish between each app, it's better to give a name to that app so that the URL specific to that app are within the name of that app itself. Now, to distinguish between each of them, it's better to give a name to each app so that the URL specific to it will be within the name of that app itself. So I'll just name the app over here. I'll say app underscore name is the name of my app, which is technical courses. So after this is done, I'll have to create another path. So I'll just copy this. And within this, the page that I want to refer will be your choice. And that will be with regards to the primary key that we've already created. Okay, so I'll just copy that. And I'll say your choice, which is the name of my function, and then slash. Okay, so that will be views.yourchoice, and the name will be your choice again. You can give any name of your choice just like before. So now my file is all ready. The first thing that we did was made changes to our models, and then we stored the changes in our database. After making the changes to our models and database, I was supposed to make changes to views, which I've done already, and then to the templates, so that is details.html page. Finally, I've linked the details.html page to the urls.py file present within my app. Okay, so I'll just save everything and I'll rerun my code. I'll just save this and I'll rerun my server. Okay, my development server doesn't seem to be running. Okay, I've made a mistake over here. It's your choice, not Hoist. So I'll just save this. I'll get back to my server and I'll rerun this. So looks like we've encountered some error. So let me just get back to my details page. And over here, I'll just cross-check what I've done. So it's a link error, so I just have to go to the link and check what mistake I've done over here. Okay, so that's URL, technical courses, your choice. Oh, here it is. Instead of typing course.id, I've typed course_id. So I'll just say course.id, save this. I'll get back to my development server and I'll rerun this. Okay, so congratulations guys, our form is ready. So when I select any of these options and I hit on submit, it is going to save that as my option. So whenever I log in next time, it will just show me the option that I've enrolled for and it will not show me the other option. So before doing that, I'll just explain to y'all what's happening on this detail.html page. So our details.html page has created a radio button for each option that is self-paced or instructor-led. The value of each radio button is the associated course type ID. The name of each radio button I've given is choice, which means when somebody selects one of the radio buttons and submits the form, it will send a post data saying choice, which is equal to hash, where hash is the ID of the selected choice. Now this is the basic concept of all HTML forms. So we've set the form's action to the URL as technical courses, your choice and choice.id. And the method we've used is post. Using the post method is very important because the act of submitting this form will alter the data on the server side. Whenever you create a form that alters the data on the server side, you'll have to make use of the post method and not the get method. So you all have noticed that I've made use of the for loop.counter method. Now this actually indicates how many times the for tag has gone through its loop. So since we are creating a post form which will have effect on modifying the data in our database, we need to worry about the cross-site request forgeries. Thankfully, you don't have to worry too hard because Django comes with a very easy to use system for protecting against it. In short, all post forms that are targeted at internal URLs should use the CSRF token template tag. So over here, CSRF actually stands for cross-site request forgeries. Okay, so I hope everyone's clear till here. So the next thing that we're going to be doing over here is creating tests, which is very important for every website you create. So before moving on to show y'all how to write tests for our website, I'm going to be sharing some important details about testing. So first of all, what are automated tests? Tests are simple routines that check the operation of your code. Testing operates at different levels. Some tests might apply to a tiny detail, while others examine the overall operation of the software. So that is something which is same as what we've done while using our Python shell. So we've used the Python shell to examine the behavior of a method and running the application and entering data to check how it behaves. So what's different in an automated test is that the testing work is done for you by the system. You create a set of tests once, and then as you make changes to your app, you can check that your code still works as originally intended without having to perform time-consuming manual testing again and again. So why do you need to create tests? You may feel that you've done quite enough on your plate just learning Python and Django, and having yet another thing to learn may seem overwhelming and perhaps unnecessary. After all, as you all have seen, our website is working quite happily now. Going through the trouble of creating automated tests is not going to make it work any better. If creating the technical courses application is the last bit of Django programming you will ever do, then true, you don't need to know how to create automated tests. But if that's not the case, this is the best time to learn testing. Okay, so tests can actually save you time. Up to a certain point, checking that it seems to work will be satisfactory test. In more sophisticated applications, you might have dozens of complex interactions between components. A change in any of these components could have unexpected consequences on the application's behavior. Checking that it still seems to work could mean running your code's functionality with 20 different variations of your test data just to make sure you haven't broken something, which is definitely not a good use of your time. That's especially true when automated tests could do this for you in seconds. If something's gone wrong, tests will also assist you in identifying the code that's causing the unexpected behavior. Sometimes it may seem a chore to tear yourself away from your productive, creative programming work to face the unglamorous and unexciting business of writing tests, particularly when you know your code is working properly. However, the task of writing tests is a lot more fulfilling than spending hours of testing your application manually or trying to identify the cause of the newly introduced problems. Hold on. Tests don't just identify the problems, they also prevent them. It's a mistake to think of tests merely as a negative aspect of development. Without tests, the purpose or intended behavior of the application might be rather opaque. Even when it's your own code, you will sometimes find yourself poking around in it trying to find out what exactly it's doing. Tests actually change that. They light up your code from the inside, and when something goes wrong, they focus the light on the part that goes wrong, even if you hadn't even realized it had gone wrong. Tests also make your code more attractive. You might have created a brilliant piece of software, but you will find that many other developers will simply refuse to look at it because it lacks tests. Without tests, they won't trust it. According to Jacob Kaplan-Moss, one of Django's original developers, code without tests is broken by design. Other developers want to see tests in your software before they take it seriously, and that is just another reason for you to write your tests. Last but not the least, tests help teams work together. The previous points are written from the point of view of a single developer maintaining an application. Complex application will be maintained by teams. Tests guarantee that colleagues don't inadvertently break your code. And also, you don't break theirs without knowing. So now moving on, I'll be sharing with y'all a few basic testing strategies. There are many ways to approach writing tests. Some programmers follow a discipline called test-driven development. They actually write their tests before they write their code. This might seem counterintuitive, but in fact, it's similar to what most people will often do anyway. They describe a problem, then create some code to solve it. Test-driven development simply formalizes the problem in a Python test case. More often, a newcomer to testing will create some code and later decide that it should have some tests. Perhaps it would have been better to write some tests earlier, but it's never too late to get started. Sometimes it's difficult to figure out where to get started while writing tests. If you've written several thousand lines of Python code, choosing something to test might not be easy. In such a case, it's fruitful to write your first test the next time you make a change, either when you add a new feature or fix a bug. Okay, so now I'll be moving on to show y'all how to write the first test for your application. So the first thing that we'll have to do is identify the bug that's present in our application. I'm sure many of you wouldn't have noticed, but fortunately there's a little bug in my application. As I've shown y'all earlier, the method that I've created, which was published recently, returns true if the course was published within the last day. But also if the all courses started from field is in the future, it will show true. Now to show this to y'all, I'll just open up the command prompt and I'll open my shell again. So I'll just clear the screen. And now I'll get back to my shell. And over here, I'll import the datetime module. And then from Django.utils, I'll import the time zone method. Now after this, I'll have to import the all courses and the details class present in the technical courses app. So from technical courses, .models, import all courses, comma details. I'm not given a space over here. Okay, I've just made a spelling mistake over here. I'll correct it. Technical courses. Okay. So now I'll be creating a new object over here and I'll name it as future course. So I'll just say future underscore course. And the date for the publishing of this course will be 30 days from today. So what I'm going to do is take all courses and I'll take my variable which was started from. And within this, I'll just store timezone.now. plus datetime dot time delta, and I'll specify that as 30 days. So this means that the future course will start after 30 days from the current date. So for this, I'll use the was published recently method and see what it returns. So I'll say future course, future underscore course is the name of my variable, dot was underscore published underscore recently. And now I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, the course is intended to be published after 30 days, but when I use the was published recently method, it's returning true, which is actually wrong. Now, I actually want to create a test that will expose the bug. What we've just done in the shell is to test the problem, and it's exactly what we can do in the automated test as well. So let's turn this into an automated test. A conventional place for an application's test is in the application's test.py file. The testing system will automatically find tests in any file whose name begins with test. Okay, so to create a test, I'll open this test.py file. And as you can see over here, it has already imported the test case method for us from Django.test class. So one more thing I want to import over here is the datetime module. So I'll say import datetime. And also, I want to import the time zone method present in Django.utils. So from Django.utils, import time zone. After this, I'll also have to import the models that are present within this app. So for that, I'll use from.models import all courses. So over here, I'll create a new class. So class, and I'll just give some random name to this. So I'll say all courses model test. You can give any name of your choice, guys. Okay, so I'll have to use the test case method over here. So that's test case. Within this, I'll define a function that is going to return false for the courses whose publishing date is in future. So to do that, I'll just take a new variable, say time, equals time zone dot now, and I'll add this to datetime dot time delta of 30 days. Sorry guys. Without specifying the function itself, I've started writing the code. Define. I'll just give the name as test underscore was published recently, which means it's the test for was published recently method with future course. And I'll just hit tab over here. Okay. So now I'll take another variable, which will be future question. And this will be equal to all courses and started from. Started from will be equal to the current time plus 30 days. Now I'll use the self parameter, and I'll use the assert is function, and I'll use future question dot was published recently, and I'll set this to false. So here we've actually created a Django.test.testCase subclass with a method that creates an all courses instance with a started from in the future. I'm then going to check the output of was published recently, which ought to be false. Okay, so I'll just save this. I'll open up the terminal. I'll return the control back to my terminal by hitting Ctrl+C. And over here, I'll type in the command Python manage.py test followed by the name of my application, which is technical courses. So what exactly happened over here is this. The manage.py test command actually looked for the all courses application. After that, it found a subclass of the Django.test.testCase class. It then created a special database for the purpose of testing, then looked for the test methods, the ones whose name begin with a test. In the function test was published recently with future course, it created an all courses instance whose start date is 30 days in the future. And then, using the assert is method, it discovered that the was published recently returns true, though we wanted it to return false. The test informs us which test failed and even the line on which the failure occurred. So as you can see over here, I have a message saying the test has been failed. So the next thing is to fix the bug. We already know that the problem is in all courses was published recently method, and that should actually return false if the publishing date of that course is in the future. So now what I'm going to do is get back to my models.py file, and over here I'll have to make changes to the was published recently method. What I'm going to do is add in a new variable, say now, and I'll equate this to timezone.now. After this, I'll just change this return statement. So I'll just return now minus the date time dot time delta of 1 day. And then I'll compare this with the published date. So now that I've made the required changes, I'll just save this and rerun the test again. So it's Python manage.py test technical courses. So as you can see over here, unlike the previous result, I've got an OK, which means I've actually fixed the bug. So basically what I've done over here is identified the bug, and I wrote a code that exposes it and corrected the bug in the code, so my test passes. Generally, many other things might go wrong with our application in the future, but we can make sure that we don't inadvertently reintroduce this bug, because simply running this test will warn us immediately. So that was just writing a basic test. I think I'd prefer to write some more tests for my application. So while I'm here, I'm going to further pin down the was published recently method, because it's going to be very embarrassing if in fixing one bug, I would have introduced another. So I'm going to add 2 more test methods to the same class to test the behavior of the method more comprehensively. So I'll just open up the test.py file. I'll define 2 more functions over here. So this will be test was published recently with old course. So this method basically returns false for the courses whose published date is older than 1 day. So I'll just take a new variable over here. I'll say test, and I'll say that this is timezone.now minus datetime dot time delta. To know more about time delta, you can actually refer to the video and the blog on Edureka's channel for the datetime module. And within this, I'll specify 1 day and 1 second. I'll create a new variable, say old course, and then I'll use the all courses class, and I'll use started from variable, and I'll equate this to time. Okay, I'm sorry, I actually intended to name this time, not test. Now finally, I'll be using the assert is function, and old course dot was published recently, and I'll set this to false. Now I'll be defining another function. I'll just copy this, and I'll change it from old to recent. I'll just copy everything from here, and I'll paste it over here. I'll make the required changes. So over here, it's going to be hours, and that'll be 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, which means it's less than 1 day. And the value over here is going to be true, not false. So basically, what's going to happen over here is, if the course has been published within a day, it will return true. And if it's older, then it will return false. And if it's in the future also, it's going to return false. Okay, so I hope everyone's understood this. So basically, we have created 3 tests for all courses .was published recently method. And this will definitely return sensible values for past, recent, and future courses. You can also create a test for review. The technical courses application is fairly undiscriminating. It will publish any course, including the ones whose published field is in future. We should actually improve this. Setting the started from variable in the future should mean that the course is published at the moment but invisible until then. So to create a test for review, when we fixed the bug earlier, we wrote the test first and then the code to fix it. In fact, that was a simple example of test-driven development, but it doesn't really matter in which order you do the work. In our first test, we focused closely on the internal behavior of the code. For this test, we want to check its behavior as it would be experienced by a user through a web browser. Before we try to fix anything, let's have a look at the tools at our disposal. The Django test client. Django provides a test client to simulate a user interacting with the code at the view level. We can use this in the tests.py or even in the shell. So first, I'm going to start with the shell again. Here, I actually need to do a couple of things that won't be necessary in the tests.py file. So for that, I'll just open up the command prompt. And over here, I'll say from django.tests.utils import setup test environment. So now I'll call the setup test environment method and I'll hit enter. The setup test environment method installs a template renderer which will allow us to examine some additional attributes on responses such as response.context that otherwise wouldn't be available. Please make a note that this method does not set up a test database. So next, I'll need to import the test client class from the Django.test module. So from Django.test import client. Now I'll create a variable named client and I'll say this is equal to the client method. Okay, so with this, we can ask our client to do some work for us. I'll take a new variable, say response, and I'll say this is equal to client.get. And I'll just check the response.status code. So as you can see over here, it has returned 200 as the status code for this website. Now this actually means that our website is responding well. Now in case I want to retrieve the content on this website, I'll just use response.content and I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, it has returned all the content that's present on my website. Okay. So till now, we've actually been working mostly on the backend of our project. But if you're thinking that Django only helps you develop the backend and not the front end, wait, Django allows you to make your websites beautiful as well. Now to do that, you will need to learn some of the HTML basics, which I'll be teaching you all now. I know many of y'all would be aware of it, but for those who don't know, I'm going to help you all out by brushing the basics of HTML. To begin with, let's first describe what exactly is HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. A markup language is a computer language that is used to apply layout and formatting conventions to the text document. Markup languages makes the text more interactive and dynamic. So basically, text can be converted into images, tables, links, etc. HTML is the standard markup language for creating web pages and web applications. It's used to describe the structure of web pages using markup. The HTML structure. HTML tags have two main types, that's block level and the inline tags. Block level elements take up the full available space and always start a new line in the document. For example, the tags including the headings and the paragraphs. Inline elements only take up as much space as they need and do not start in a new line on the page. They usually serve to format the inner contents of block level elements. Some of the examples of inline tags are links and emphasized strings. The three block level tags that you will need for an HTML document are the HTML tag, the head tag, and the body tag. The HTML tag is the highest level element tag that encloses every HTML page. The head tag holds meta information such as the page title and the char set. Finally, the body tag encloses all the content that appears on the page. So how exactly does HTML work? HTML documents end with a .html or .htm extension. You can view it using the web browser. The browser reads the HTML file and renders the content for the users to view it. Each HTML page consists of a set of tags or elements which are known as the building blocks of web pages. They create a hierarchy that structures the content into sections, paragraphs, headings, and other content blocks. So now talking about the HTML headings. HTML headings are defined within the H1 to H6 tags. H1 defines the most important headings, whereas H6 defines the least important ones. Paragraphs in HTML are defined using the paragraph tag or the P tag. There is no limit to the number of paragraph tags you can add to your content. Links. HTML links are hyperlinks. You can click on a link and redirect to another document or a web page. To create a link, you'll have to make use of the anchor tag or the A tag. Okay, so images. Images are required to beautify and depict complex concepts in simple ways on your web page. HTML images are defined with the img tags. The source file, alternative text, width, and height are provided as attributes to the image tag. The button element is used for creating an HTML button. All the text between the opening and the closing tags appears as a text on the button. It defines a clickable button. Inside a button element, you can add text or images. Lists. HTML provides 3 ways to specify lists of information. All lists must contain one or more list element. So basically, you can have unordered lists, ordered lists, or a definition list which arranges your items in the same way as they are arranged in a dictionary. You can also create tables in HTML using the table tag. Rows in HTML are defined within the tr tag, headers are defined within the th tag, and the cells are defined within the td tags. So now just to show you all one example of this, I'll create a new project over here. I don't want to mess with the current project, so I'll just create a new project, say HTML. Okay, and over here, I'm going to show you all some basics of HTML. I'll create a new file over here. That'll be an HTML file. I'll just name it as sample. So as you can see over here, my IDE has already provided the basic HTML tags for me. I'll just clear this off from here, and I'll use some already written HTML code. So as you can see over here, I basically have a title which says what is HTML. After that, I've just specified the background color to be black and the font color to be white. I've written some text over here saying welcome to Edureka and learn about HTML. I've center aligned an image using the center tag and the image tag with source, alt, and the style of it. After that, I've created an unordered list which contains a few courses that are available at Edureka. Finally, I've created a button, but I've not linked this to anything. So now let me just show you all how this runs on the browser. Okay, so here it is. I have a black background, I have a white font color, I have an image, and I also have created a button which I've not linked to anything. So now let's get back to our project. So over here, to design my courses.html page, I've already created some HTML. I'll just copy paste that code over here, and I'll save this, and I'll rerun my development server. Okay, I've forgotten to run my project. So I'll use python manage.py, run server. Okay, so now my server is ready to run. I'll reload this page. So here is the web page that I've created. I've created a nav bar, and over here I have a few options, and when I click on these options, it leads me to that particular page on the Edureka website. Okay, so when I click on Edureka, I go to the official edureka.co website. When I click on blogs and videos, it will lead me to that particular website of Edureka. In case you want your links to open in a new page, you can specify the target element as _blank. Now when you do this, what happens is when you click on the link, it will open on the new page. Okay, so there when I clicked on community, it has gone to the Edureka community website. So as you can see over here, I have all my options, that is Python, Java, and C. And I also have some description regarding the self-paced and the instructor-led courses. I've also added on some images to my website. And at the end, I've specified a footer with some text regarding my website. So I hope you guys have liked the sample website that I've created. However, there are enormous more options that I leave you guys to explore. Before moving on towards the do's and don'ts of Django, I'd like to take a quick recap of what we've done till now. So at the first place, we've seen how to install Python, Pycharm, and Django. After that, we created a Django project using the Django admin. Following that, we've seen the various files that Django created for us along with the project, namely the manage.py, settings.py, init.py, wsgi.py, and the urls.py files. And then, using the manage.py file, we've got a development server running. The next step was creating our first app using Python manage.py start app command. After that, we've seen how to create our models, views, and templates. I've also shown you guys how to connect the project to database using migrate and the make migrations commands. Also, our project has an admin section that has the ability to make changes as and how the admin decides to do it. We've also created a few tests for our website in order to keep it free from bugs. Finally, we've seen how to beautify our website using HTML. Okay, so I hope you guys have enjoyed this demo. Something very important for you guys is the do's and don'ts of Django. So coming towards the do's and don'ts while writing templates, views, and models. So while writing the Django template code, put one and only one space between the curly brackets and the tag contents. So as you can see on the screen, when you're writing something between the curly braces, keep in mind not to insert extra spaces and also avoid not giving any space at all. So while writing the Django views, the first parameter in a view function is called as request. So when you're writing this parameter, specify it as the complete name, which is REQUEST and not REQ or any other short forms. The models. While writing your models, make sure that the field names are in lowercase. And it's better to use underscores instead of camel case. The order of models' inner classes and the standard methods should be as follows. The first should be all database fields, followed by the custom manager attributes. Then is the class meta, followed by the string method, safe method, get absolute URL, and any other custom methods that are left over. So those were a few do's and don'ts of Django. So moving on towards the most frequently asked questions about Django. The first one is, according to Django, the most frequently asked question is, why does this project exist? Django actually grew from a very practical need. World Online, a newspaper web operation, is responsible for building intensive web applications on journalism deadlines. In the fast-paced newsroom, World Online often has only a matter of hours to take complicated web application from concept to public launch. At the same time, the World Online web developers have consistently been perfectionists when it comes to following best practices of web development. The World Online developers ditched PHP and began using Python to develop its website. As they built intuitive, richly interactive sites such as Lawrence.com, they began to extract a generic web development framework that let them build web applications more and more quickly. They tweaked this framework constantly, adding improvements over 2 years. In summer 2005, World Online decided to open source the resulting software, which is Django. Django would not be possible without a whole host of open source projects, that is Apache, Python, and the PostgreSQL. Okay, so next among the list is, what does Django mean and how do you pronounce it? Django is named after Django Reinhardt, who's actually a jazz guitarist from the 1930s to early 1950s. To this day, he's considered one of the best guitarists of all time. Django is pronounced as Jang-O. Make sure to keep the D as silent. Another very common question is that if Django is stable. Yes, it's quite stable. Companies like Disqus, Instagram, Pinterest, and Mozilla have been using Django for many years. Sites built on Django have weathered traffic spikes of over 50,000 hits per second. Okay, so now moving on. Many people also ask if Django can scale. Yes, compared to the development time, hardware is cheap, and so Django is designed to take advantage of as much hardware as you can throw on it. Django uses a shared nothing architecture, which means you can add hardware at any level, that is database servers, caching servers, or web applications or servers. The framework cleanly separates components such as the database layer and the application layer, and it ships with a simple yet powerful cache framework. So now to answer the question, if Django is a content management system. No, Django is not a content management system or any sort of trunky product. It's a web framework. It's a programming tool that lets you build websites. For example, it does not make much sense to compare Django with something like Drupal. Now this is because Django is something that you use to create things like Drupal. Of course, Django's automatic admin site is fantastic and time-saving, but the admin site is one module of Django, the framework. So what Python version can you use with Django? Django can be used with any of the Python versions starting from 2.7 till 3.7. Python 3 is actually recommended. Now this is because Django 1.1 is the last version to support Python 2.7. Since newer versions of Python are often faster, have more features, and are better supported, the latest version of Python 3 is recommended. So one of the very important and the most frequently asked question is how to make changes to models and to update the database. Like I've already told y'all before, when you make changes to the models.py file, you'll have to run the make migrations command, which is nothing but Python manage.py make migrations. Now this will create the migration for those changes. After that, you'll have to run the migrate command, which is nothing but Python manage.py migrate to apply the changes to the database. The reason that there are separate commands to make and apply migrations is because you'll commit migrations to your version control system and ship them with your app. They not only make your development easier, they are also usable by other developers in the production. So can Django support NoSQL databases? NoSQL databases are not officially supported by Django itself. There are, however, a number of side projects and forks which allow NoSQL functionality in Django, like Django non-rel. So how can you customize the functionality of an admin interface? You've got several options. If you want to piggyback on top of the add or change form that Django automatically generates, you can attach arbitrary JavaScript modules to the page via models class admin JS parameter. That parameter is a list of URLs as strings pointing to JavaScript modules that will be included within the admin from via a script tag. If you want more flexibility than simply tweaking the auto-generated forms, feel free to write custom views for the admin. The admin is powered by Django itself, and you can create custom views to hook into the authentication system, check permissions, and do whatever you want.
Today's session is mainly a practical session, but before we begin the practical aspect, there is some amount of theoretical knowledge that you need to have. So let's begin the session and discuss the very first topic, that is, what is an API. So an API refers to application programming interface. Now let me break it down into simple words. So the very first is application. Now you must be aware of an application if you're using a smartphone. Say the games that you play in your phone, or the social networking apps that you scroll around, or any other software that you use in your day-to-day life. So all these comes under your application. Next is your programming. So programming is basically a set of instructions that you tell a computer to perform a specific task. Now using that program, you can build a software which makes the life much easier. So that is what programming is. Last is your interface. Now an interface is a point where two applications, or you can say programs, meet and they interact with each other. Now it basically allows to communicate with one another. And hence API is a way for programmers to communicate with various applications. Now if you go by the Google definition, it is set of different subroutines, different protocols, as well as different tools that you need to build an application software. So these are the terminologies that a developer must be knowing. Now if you look at the image to the right, you can see how different environments that are running in application are communicating with each other through the API. Now for running these API, all you need is an environment that supports the application and the API which is a part of an application. So with this, I guess you've got a simple understanding of what is an API. Now if you have any doubts, any query related to any of the concept that I'll be teaching, you can feel free to comment below and I'll be happy to help you with the same. Now let us move on to our next topic, that is an introduction to REST framework. So REST basically describes an architecture which stands for representational state transfer. It is used for the purpose of web APIs for data communication. It also supports some of the common HTTP methods to make interaction between the machines, or you can say applications. Now some of the HTTP methods that are commonly used in REST architecture are get, put, post and delete. So the very first method is get. Now get is basically used to return the records, or you can see the data that you feed in. So basically get is used to retrieve a resource. Next is your put. So put is used to change the state, or you can say update a resource, which can be a file, it can be an object or any block. Thirdly is post. Post is usually used to create the resource. And last is delete, which is used to delete or remove that resource. So this was all about REST framework. Now let us see what exactly is a REST API. Now any web service that uses a REST architecture, they are called as RESTful APIs, or you can say REST APIs. So you must have heard about Facebook APIs or Google APIs or maybe Twitter APIs. So all of them are a REST API. Similarly, if you take it on yourself, say for example, you own a website. You have all your code, you have your database connection, and everything is working fine over there. Now suddenly you have more users coming to your website, and then you decided to build an iPhone app or maybe an Android app. So now your next thought would be how to connect the database online. And now let's say some more requests come in and you want to make a software desktop application. So again the same question arises, that how an iPhone connects or how an Android connects your database online. It needs a website data from there and update the same over here. So isn't this looks confusing and extremely complicated? So what you can do here, you can create a RESTful API which will serve all your purpose in one go. Now, making a RESTful API, you need to have a device access to website data through a common format. So here we'll be using JSON. Now, JSON is a data format and it is not at all specific to any of the device. So basically use JSON to communicate within a specific format so that we can build an Android app, an iOS app, or any other software that you want to make. Now, one more key feature that comes into picture is that if you have an API that performs certain operations, then you don't have to rewrite that as part of your code, and thereby it also reduces the size of the code. Now, I guess enough of theoretical part, so let's just directly jump into the demo where I'll be helping you to create your first RESTful API from scratch. So for that, you need to first install the REST framework. So everything can be installed using Python package manager. Now if you're using command line, it is very easy to install, as you just have to type in pip install Django REST framework. Or if you're using Pycharm, you can directly install it by going to your settings, and it's the same way you do it for other packages. Now once your installation is done, you need to add this framework in your installed application. So let me go back to my project and explain you how practically it is done. So first of all, let us create a project. So I am in my C drive users Ayushi and MyCharm projects. So here I create a new folder by calling it by Django REST framework, and inside this we'll be creating a project. So let me go to my command prompt and I'll give this location. Now once we're under this, let's just first create a project. So for creating a project, you have to type in Django admin start project followed by the name of the project. So in my case, the name of the project would be my project. Now as you can see here, I have my project. So once you click on it, it has one more file which is named as my project only and one managed file. So if you go and click on my project, it has some more files, say init, settings, URLs and WSGI. So if you have any confusion or if you want any explanation related to these files, you can go to my previous recording and get your concepts clear. Next, what we have to do, we have to create an application. So for that, let's go to my Pycharm and open this project. So this is my community version of Pycharm. So let me open it. It's in my C, users, Pycharm projects, Django REST framework and my project. Here it is. So this is my Pycharm. Now you can do the exact same things over here as well. Now for that, you can go to the view, tool windows, and you can open up the terminal like this. You first have to install your Django REST framework. So for that, you have to type in pip install Django REST framework and you can click on enter. For now, I've already installed my Django REST framework, so it says that requirement is already satisfied. That is like fine. So I'll just clear my screen. So now I'll be creating a simple application, say a web app. Now what I'll be doing in that application is I'll be storing some employees information. Say for example, your first name, last name, salary and all that other stuff. So for that, you first need to type in python manage.py, start app and the name of your application. Let's say it's web app. You can do the same in your command prompt as well, but I feel Pycharm is more convenient for me. So if you go on my project, you see the web app is initialized over here. Now inside this, it has different files. It has init, it has admin panel, it has application, it has models and many more. Now if you remember, I have already explained you in the presentation that first you need to go to your project settings and configure everything. So I'll go to my project, this is my settings, and inside this I have to go to my installed applications and have to write it REST framework. Next, I also have to write in the name of the application that I've just created. So once my project setting is configured, what I'll do next, I'll go to my application and I'll go to my models. So here I'll be creating a model, or you can say database, where you'll feed in all the necessary details of the employee. So here I'll create my first model. I don't need this. So I'll create a class over here, class employees models dot. So here let me fill in some details for the employee class. Let's say your first name of the employee or the last name or some employee ID to it. So let me feed in some details to it. But I'll mention the max length to say 10. Next is my last name attribute. Again, the max length should be 10. And let's say one more field I want to feed in, say employee ID. This should be an integer field. Next, what we'll have a string representation of this. So here what I'll be doing, I'll be creating a method that returns all your fields. And it returns, say self.firstname. Next, what can I do? I can go to my admin.py file. Now here I can add and delete employees from the admin panel. So for that, we need to first import the model that we've just created. So here my admin is imported. So here I have imported my model, which is named as employees. Next, we have to register this model. For that, we need to write admin.site register and your name of your model, that is my employees. So once your admin panel is created, you need to first create a super user. So you can again go to your terminal and you can create a super user for that. So here is my terminal. I can directly write python manage.py, create super user. Oops, now here it shows some error. Oh, because I have not migrated my table. So first we need to migrate a table. So for that we need to type in python manage.py and make migrations. So this will basically update your table structure. So once your migrations are done, you just need to migrate it. So you have to write migrate. So it basically creates your table with the current structure and it feeds in all the details that you have written in your model, that is your employee class. So here your project has been migrated. Now let me create a super user. So now it asks me for a username. So let me type in Ayushi. Email address, you can leave it blank as well. And I have to give in some password. Make sure you have a strong password for this. So now my super user is created successfully. So now I can run my server. For running my server, the command is python manage.py run server. Now it is successfully started. So I'll open my Google and I write it over here, localhost. So here as you can see, there is no web page that can be displayed over here, but we do have a sweet admin page. So let me open the admin page for you. So it asks me for the username and password that I've just created. So my username is Ayushi and I have some password. So as you can see here, I have that web app that I've already created. Inside that, I have created a model which says employees. Now once we go into that, you'll have an option to add an employee. So now let me add some details to these employees. So the very first name is, say, Swati, last name, and let's say the employee ID is 1. Now let me add some more to this. So let me be big, say 2, and I'll add one more, say Abhilash. Say the employee ID is 4, and I'll add one more, that is Samir. Employee ID is 5. Now here as you can see, there is a list of employees that I've just added. Now once you click on them, you'll see all the necessary information regarding it. The first name, the last name and the employee ID that we have assigned to it. And you can directly delete it from here as well. Now while going back to it, you'll see again the list of the employees. Now let me go back to my code and see what else we have to do. Now let us create a serializer class. Now this class is used to convert your model to your JSON data. So JSON, as I've already told you, JSON is a format and it is not at all specific to any application. Now JSON is used because whenever a user requests a website, we usually send them back a regular old HTML format or HTML response. Now however, we don't want HTML, it's only when you want information from the browser. So here we'll be sending them JSON. For that we need a way to convert this model to JSON. So hence a serializer is used. So I'll go to my application and I'll create a new Python file and name it as serializers. So you can see this file right here in the web application. So inside this we need to import some stuff from REST framework. So first I'll import those things. From REST framework, import serializers. Next I have to import my model, that is employees. So here now let's create a class. So class employee followed by a serializer. Serializers. So here this is my model name, which is my employees, followed by a serializer. So whatever model you want to serialize, just say the name of the class followed by a serializer keyword. Next, this serializers.model serializer is your inbuilt thing. You don't have to worry about this because you just have your model as a blueprint which the serializer needs to convert to a JSON format. So next what we have to do, we have to create a class meta and further configure it. So I'll create a class that is meta and I fill in the various fields that I've used in an employee model. I'll create a class meta and here I'll write model. The name of my model is employees. Next I have to configure my fields. So if I open my models and here I have first name, last name and employee ID. So let's say I just need first name as a response. So here what I'll do, I'll here write fields equal to your first name and say if you need one more field, let's say last name. You need first name, you need last name, but you don't need employee ID. So you can manually write that you need to display only first name and last name. Or if not this, you can do one more thing to display all your fields, that is fields equal to underscore underscore all and double underscore again. So this will basically return all your fields present in your employee model. So now it will display your first name, last name and employee name. So I have done this because I don't have much fields to return. That's why I have returned all. Next, let us go to the views.py file and see what we need to display when we hit the API. So this is my views.py file. So in this file, what we have to do, we have to just request an API and get the JSON back. For that, first of all, you need some imports. So I've already copied them. So let me just paste it over here. This saves my time. Now don't worry, I'll explain each one of them. So the very first is by default. Next is your HTTP response, which you have been using for any program to return the response. Next is your get object or 404. Now if we get 404 when the object doesn't exist, say for example you request some random name, let's say Amit, and this doesn't exist in the company's database. So what will happen? It will return a 404. So for example, I show you practically. So as you can see here, I have these many employees over here and say I have requested some different name, let's say Amit, and this doesn't exist in my company's database. Therefore, it will return a 404. Now coming back to my code, next is your API view. Now API view is used so that the normal views can return an API data. Next is your response. So this is where you get back the status or a particular response. Now if everything went fine, it will return a 200 response, or you can say 200 response. Similarly, the 404 that we have just discussed, it says that you have requested something but it doesn't exist anymore. So these are some of the HTTP responses. Then there are many more like that. Say 401 is not found, 500 is your server error and things like that. Next is your status, which will basically send back the status. After that, we have the name of the model, that is my employees, and then the name of the serializer, that is employee serializer. Next, what we have to do, we have to create a class-based view, which basically inherits from an API view. So let me create a class for it. Say class employee list, and this inherits from an API view. So here we will create two methods, get method and a post method. So the very first method, that is your get method, it is used to return all the employees in our model. And then the second method, which is your post method, it helps you to create a new employee. So let me create these methods one by one. And my next method, that is my post. So now what I'll do, I'll go in my first method. I'll just remove this pass, which basically means do nothing. And here I will pass in the request. Now I'll create a variable which stores all my objects. So let me name it as employees, or you can say employees1. I'll have my model and it'll say objects and all. Next, we have to serialize them, which means that it will take all your objects and convert them into JSON. So I'll take the serializer for that. I'll take serializer. So this is the name of my serializer, and here I will pass in the employee, which means all your objects, and my second parameter would be many is equals to true. So this second parameter that you can see here, it means that there are many of them. So here you don't have to return just one JSON object. Next, we know every view function returns some HTTP response. So in our case, it's JSON. So what we have to do, we have to return a JSON. Serialize.data. So this is serializer. Next is your post function, which says submitting all your data, whereas your get function is reading or taking your data. Now with this, we have completed our views file. Now what we have to do, we have to connect or link it. So for that, we have to go to URLs file. So here we will go to our main project, that is my project, and we'll go to urls.py file. So here you have to add some imports which are compatible with APIs and REST framework. So I'll add here from REST framework. So this I'll be explaining it later as we go on and have more functions to play with. So in my code, you will not be requiring this as such, but the other thing you require is to import your view. So for importing your view, you have to type in from web app import views. Now as you can see here, it is only linking to my admin panel. But now we have to create our own URL to display the view. For that, I'll just copy the same line and I'll paste it over here. So you must be knowing that these are in the form of regular expression. So in spite of admin, I can type in employees so that whenever I hit on employees, it will return my view. So just to make it easy, I have to type in views.employee list that we have just created. So by hitting on employees, it will connect to my view, and in my view, there is a class called as employee list. So I'll go to my views, and here I'll see I have my list that is employee list, and it will return these things as a view. Therefore, going on employees, it will go to my views, and then it will return the class that is employee list as view. So in this way, we'll get the data in a JSON format. So with this, our code is completed. Now what you have to do, you just have to throw this URL and connect to any website's database. And from that, you can get all the information from any device in the world, be it iPhone, be it Android or anything. So now let me go back to my server and see whether this API is working or not. So this is my local host. Here I have to write employees, which is my URL that I've just created. Okay, so this is showing me an error that name true is not defined. So let me go back to my code and see in my views file. Now this will work. So I'll again go to my local host and I'll refresh it. So yes, it displayed. So as you can see here, I have all my employee information. I have their IDs, their first name and their last name. So this is the format of JSON, which are basically surrounded by curly braces having all your data and a descriptive title to it. Now using this URL, you can check it anywhere and retrieve the same information. You can get it using any device in the world, be it your iPhone, Android or anything. So I'll just copy this URL, I'll go to the browser and I'll open my Postman. So here I'll just paste my URL. So as you can see here, we have different types of requests. We have get, we have post, put, patch, delete, and many more. So here I'm gonna simply make a get request. So I've already pasted my API and just I have to send it. So yes, this data is being displaying. So as you can see here, I have my data in JSON format, which means that my API is working perfectly fine. Let us move forward with the project. So here I have just created a dummy website which displays all your courses, the description along with the date and time backed up with the database. So in this I have used few of the components that we have discussed and some of the advanced stuff. So let me just showcase the project for you. So let me open my project. So it's in my D, Ayushi and Django project, Django tutorial. Open current window. So now let me just run this server and let's see what exactly displays. Oops, I guess I have not imported with the manage.py file. So let me do it again. So inside Django tutorial demo, I have a manage.py file. So again, I have to run my server. So my server is now running. So let me just open it and I'll just go to localhost. So this is how my website looks like. Now here I have some static files and some text displayed. So here is my Python Django tutorial, which is the header of the website. And here in the left hand side, I have the Edureka logo. Just below that, I have a navigation bar which contains three tabs, that is Home tab, Courses tab, and Contacts tab. After that, in the same div container, I have placed four static files which says Edureka has live classes, it has expert instruction, it has 24/7 support, and flexible scheduling. And towards the end, in the footer, I have given contact. You can contact the Edureka at support.edureka.co. Then we have Facebook. The Facebook page of Edureka opens up. Next, we have YouTube. So here I have given the link which opens up the Edureka channel. So this is how my website looks like. Now if I go to home, it will just say, hey, welcome to Edureka. But if I go to courses, so Edureka provide a lot of courses. So here I've put a slider which changes automatically with the number of objects that it has. So right now I just have Django and Python. So if we click on Python, the detailed description will be displayed. So Python and the course description is below. And when it was published, it's all written. It's the date and time has been mentioned. Similarly, if I go to courses again, same is case with Django. So Django, it displays the description and the date and time with respect to it. Last, we have contact. So in contact, I have just displayed the view which says contact in support at edureka.co, which basically gives 24/7 support. So this is how my website looks like. Now in the courses tab, I just have two objects. So let me go to admin page and let's add few more courses. So I've already created a username for this project. So the username is Ayushi and the password I'm specifying. So this is my administration panel that we have just displayed. Now one more thing that you must be noticing over here is the courses. Now here you have, now just let me pull it to here. So inside courses, I have a model which is post. So once we click on this, it has post. Now here it displays just two objects. Now here I can add unlimited courses. Now let's say I have to upload a new course which has a name, let's say RPA. And in description, I just write this is a new course. So then you can just provide the date. You can select today and you can select the time as now. And then you just simply have to save it. So now as you can see, the post has been added. Now once you go back to your website, here we'll see the course will be added. So I'll just refresh this page. So here as you can see, RPA has been added. Now if I click on that, it will display me the description, the date and time. So this is how my website works. So now let me just walk you through the code of it. So for that, I'll just come out of my server. So this is my project structure. Now the main application that I have is demo. So I'll go to my project demo and I'll see the settings, or you can say the URLs where the user has been hitting. So there are three URLs. The first is the admin, which is by default. Secondly, I have created my.urls, and then I have created a separate application which is courses, and I've given a separate URL that is courses.url. So these are the two applications that I've created, and I've given a separate URL to it. So now let me go to my first application, that is my. So I'll go to my application, I'll go to urls.py. So here I've defined my URL patterns. Now we know that URL patterns are in the form of regular expressions. So this is my home page where we have a view, where we have an index method which must be placed in view, and we have given a namespace to it. Second, we have contact, where again I have created a contact method and given a namespace to it. So let me just view these two methods in the views.py file. So here these two methods are defined. So the very first method is index. So here we have again not returned the HTTP response. So here what we have done, we have simply returned the templates. So what I've done, I have created a template which is home.html, and there I have passed dictionary which has a key post, and then it has post 1 and post 2. Similarly in contacts, I have created one more HTML, that is basic.html, and there I have just passed a dictionary which has a key as content. So this is my dictionary, and then I have passed the content to it which says contact support.edureka.co. So these are my two templates which says home.html and basic.html. So let me just go to my template folders and let's see what exactly is there in home and basic. So as you can see here, it first extends header.html, and then it will just display this text, that is, hey, welcome to Edureka. So this is present in the Jinja logic. Now if I go to header.html, which it has extracted. So let me just go to header.html, and here your all HTML is present. So this is my header part where I've just displayed welcome to Edureka, and then I have loaded some static files which are the images. Now inside that I've also used some bootstrap which has a link of this. So if you come down, you have a body class which has a div container. So if you guys are familiar with HTML, so you will really catch up this soon. So inside this, so I've placed my static file and the text accordingly. So here I have given the source of the image. I've created one more folder that is static, and inside static I have my application, and then I have a folder name as image, and then the name of the image. So if you see here, I have a folder which is static, and then it has the same name as that of my application. And inside this I have already told you that I've used some CSS. So this is the bootstrap that I've already downloaded. So it's up to you if you want to use it or you don't want to use it. So just to represent this better, I have just downloaded the bootstrap and then I have just put it over here. So I'll just show you from where you can download the bootstrap. So I'll go to Google and I'll just type in bootstrap. So this is the website from where you can download your bootstrap. So here it has a lot of things that you can practice. So here it says download bootstrap, you can download the source, and many other things are there. Now if you see at examples, you can find a million of examples over here. So what I've done, I've just simply downloaded this bootstrap. So this is a zip file that comes with us. So what I've done, I've just extracted this folder and just pasted it over here. So this file contains a CSS, your fonts, and your JavaScript. So this already contains a lot of things. It has CSS, it has themes, and many other things. Now the one thing that I have added is the image folder. Now here if you see, I have added these 6 images in the website. Now if you click on that, so this is the first image that I've added to the website. Let me just show you where this image is exactly on the website. So this is the first image which has a name of live classes. So this is my first image. Similarly, there is a second image, and similarly I have other feature images as well. So this is my feature 2, this is my feature 3, and this is my feature 4. So these are all the static files that I've uploaded to this website. So here in my div tag, I have given the source as static, my image, and the name of my image. Similarly, I have done it for all the images. Next, I have created a navigation bar which is there in the left hand side. So this is my navigation bar which contains 3 tabs, that is home, courses, and contacts. So this is my home, courses, and contacts. So here I have used the list which goes to different URLs at the same time. So if I go to my home, I have a different view which is displayed. If I go to courses, I have a different view, and similarly with contact. So this is all about my left navigation bar. Again, I have created one more div tag where I have placed 3 static files. So next I've also created one more div tag where I have placed the slider. So this is the slider that I'm talking about. This is this code for slider, and in the end I've just added a footer. So in footer I have just added the hyperlinks to it. So if you click on contact, a new URL will open. If you click on Facebook, a new link will open, and similarly with the YouTube. So my application is completed. Now let me go to the other application, which is courses. So if you go to the URLs of the main project, this I have already covered. So next let us go to the courses application and just hop into courses.urls.com. So courses, I'll go to urls.py file. So here I've created a URL pattern. Now here I've already told you that in courses I have created a list. So in a list it collects different objects which is created in a admin panel. So here I have written a query set which says post, which is the name of my model, and then we have selected all the objects, and then we have ordered by date. Now minus date represents the descending order, and if you want to place a limit to it, you can place a limit, let's say 25. So only 25 courses can come at one go. Next I have created one more template which is courses.html, and if you need a detailed description to it, you have to create another URL which has a PK, which is a primary key. Now you will not create a primary key. Django does it for you. So here it will represent your first column in the model. So here I have specified the model is my post, and here I have displayed one more template which is inside my courses, and that is post.html. So let me go to courses and post.html. So inside my templates, I have 2 templates, that is courses and post.html. So this is the HTML for my slider. So it's again extending my main HTML, which is header.html. The inheritance is taking place by the keyword that is extends. Now everything is inside your Jinja logic. Now here I have started a loop which says for post in object list. Now object list is the list of all the objects which are there in post. Now what is post? So post is my model. So let me first go to my models. So here I've created one model. Now I have created a class which is post and have different fields like course, description and date. So this course has the maximum 140. Description, it has the text field of this, and similarly the date. I have created one more method which basically returns your self.course. So once your model has been created, let me go back to my courses.html, and here I've applied for loop which says your each object should come in the list. So here I have displayed the post, date should come in this format, to display the year first, then the month, followed by the date. After that, I've just given a hyperlink which says courses, and it will fetch the post ID, which is the work of primary key. Basically, it will just tells which column or which courses it has picked up from. So this is my slider. Next is your post.html. So in this post.html, I have just inherited the same header.html file, and inside this I have to display the course, description and date. Now if you notice here, I have written post.body, save and line breaks. So if you go to my website and if I go to inspect, so you can actually see this in different formats. Let's say if you want to see this website in iPhone 6. So this is how my website will look like in iPhone 6. Similarly, you can try for different devices as well. Also, if I close these tabs, now similarly if I open my tab and if I squeeze this window, it will not change anything. So this is what these things do. So this was all about my project. So I hope you get a simple understanding of what exactly all these components and how exactly these components work.
So let's go ahead and see what Node.js is actually. So if we speak about Node.js, it's a powerful JavaScript framework, or I might say it's a runtime where you can run JavaScript on the console. It is developed on Chrome's V8 engine. So if anyone doesn't know what a V8 engine is, let me just tell you what it is. So if I check out the v8.dev, the official website of Chrome's V8 engine, you would see that it is an open source high performance JavaScript and WebAssembly engine written in C++. And more or less, this is the engine that runs on the Chrome browser. So you would see that whatever your Chrome browser understands, it would be the same thing that Node.js also understands. So the creator of Node.js thought that, okay, this is an open source JavaScript engine. Why not implement that in a platform which enables you to run JavaScript on the server? So this is the reason why Node.js understands JavaScript. So that is one thing that we would like to also keep in mind. So it's something that runs on Chrome's V8 engine, and it compiles JavaScript natively into the machine code. That is all because of Chrome's V8 compiler that we have. And it is basically used for creating server-side web applications and also network applications actually. So mainly Node.js is used for. And basically if it is a data-intensive application, Node.js is something that is specifically made for that. Let's see how that happens basically. If we talk about the features of Node.js, it is open source. It is simple and fast. It is asynchronous, highly scalable. You would face no problems in scaling your Node.js application. It basically works on something called a microservice architecture as well, and it facilitates that microservice architecture really well. It is a single-threaded model, which means it is not resource intensive, and yet it is fast, yet it allows things to be done in parallel. We'll see how that is done. And then there is no buffering. Basically, there is no waiting as far as Node.js is concerned. And that is because of a concept in JavaScript, which is called event loop. We'll see more about that as well. And it works on so many platforms. So that is some brief of the feature. Let's see Node.js architecture. And before going into the architecture of Node.js, we would also like to see the traditional architecture. So traditional architecture, if we speak about traditional server architecture, is basically where every client request is managed by separate threads. So there is a multi-threaded model going on. In normal server architectures like Java, for example, it's a multi-threaded application or a multi-threaded setup altogether. So where your web application runs on multiple threads and various client requests are processed parallelly. Now, there is nothing to take away from this model because it is really good and it has been working throughout years when Java is at this point of time, Java is actually one of the best languages and secure languages to be programmed in. However, this is resource intensive because you can see that there are so many threads going on in parallel, which means your server or your machine should be something which is capable of running these many threads. However, if you talk about Node.js, it only runs on single thread and still it processes requests in parallel. So one thing that I would also like to clarify here is in the background, or maybe under the hood if you may say, Node.js doesn't process any request in parallel, but it goes through an event loop where once the request comes, it goes into the process and Node.js doesn't wait for the output of the request to come in while it takes in the next request. So as and when the first request, for example, gets the output, it would just respond for the output or with the output to the respective client basically. So, in the background or under the hood, it is basically running only one thread, which is not resource intensive, and it is at the same time processing requests from so many clients. And it provides a virtual feel that everything is running in parallel, but everything is not. So that is all because of event loop that is going on. So that is basically the architecture. And then we talk about something very important as far as Node.js is concerned, which is called Node Package Manager. Now, it is called NPM in short, and it was primarily known as Node Package Manager. But nowadays it is not known as Node Package Manager because it is doing so many things than package management. It's doing so many other things as well. We'll see what it is. So if we talk about the official definition, it's a package manager for Node.js packages or modules, which has been added as a default installation from Node.js version 6 or 0.6 onwards, and then it's stuck. It is already there in any installation that you do in Node.js. If you are a Java programmer, you can relate this with Maven. And if you're a PHP programmer, you can relate it with Composer. So it is the same mechanism where NPM has a repository of so many libraries, and then the repository serves whatever the package you need for your project. And if we talk about the features, it provides and hosts online repositories for Node.js, which can easily be downloaded in our project using a command line. So it provides a command line utility as well, and it also allows you to manage the repositories or the versions of libraries that your project may use. So we'll see what are the versions and what are the libraries that we are talking about. So the libraries that I'm talking about, when I say libraries, it is just Node.js modules. So Node.js modules, or if we talk about the module system, there are core modules, there are local modules, and then there are third-party modules. So core modules are the ones that are actually available in the default installation of Node.js. You don't have to program anything, you don't have to install anything else, just Node.js to get the core modules working. Few of them are listed in here like HTTP, URL, query string. We'll be using them, and there are some others as well which we'll be using today. And then local modules. It is something that a programmer builds. It could be a function, it could be an object, it could be anything. The programmer builds and the programmer exports so that other team members or other programmers can import that module and use them. So it's something that a programmer would build. It's like a custom module. And then third-party module. This would be installed through the NPM repository. So if we speak about NPM in this particular case, let me just also open up the NPM website. So it is basically npmjs.com. And you can see that it has so many repositories. There are so many companies that it is serving and all. There are so many repositories available as well. Let's just search a few repositories in this particular case. I'll search one of them. If we talk about React, you might have heard of React. React is one of the repositories that is available in NPM. You might have heard of Angular. That is also one of the libraries that is available in the NPM repository. You might have heard of jQuery. You might have heard of Bootstrap. These are like naming just a few of them. There are so many repositories that are available. Even Express that we are going to use is one of the libraries that is available in this particular repository of NPM. So you can see here that Express is one of the libraries that is to be used. So we'll be installing Express and see. By the way, this is the way you install any third-party library from the NPM repository. All right. So that is the third-party modules, and you would be using npm install or npm I to be in short to install this particular repository. Now let us see the package.json file. Package.json file in Node.js is the heart of the entire application. is basically the manifest file that contains the metadata of the project. Now at this point of time, let me just create a Node.js project and see what this package.json file looks like, and then we'll analyze what this file actually is. So let me just create a folder here, Edureka. And in this folder, I'm willing to, initialize a Node.js project. So let's say I'll call it Node.js demo, or maybe I'll call it task manager, even better. We'll try to create some of the task manager functionalities in here, and it'll be an API that will be creating, or a web service that will be creating. We'll see what it is. So in this task manager, I'm going to initialize a Node.js project. And in order to initialize a Node.js project, you need to have Node.js installed in your computer, which means you have to go to the nodejs.org website and you can download this LTS version. This is a current release, which is basically experimental. It'll have all the latest features, but it is prone to be erroneous at some time. So, generally for development, you don't use this one, but you use this one. But say if you want to check out the new features, you can also install the current release, but we'll always go with the LTS. And I already have this installed. Clicking on this will allow you to download the MSI file, that is the setup file, and then you can just double click on that setup and just install it on Windows. And in Mac as well, the setup is really simple. And in Linux as well, probably it'll give you a deb file, for example, if you're going for Ubuntu. So the setup of Node.js would be really straightforward. But after the setup is done, what you have to do is you have to just check whether Node.js is installed in your computer or not. And you'd be checking it this way. Node-v. That'll give you the version of Node.js. And you can see that I already have it installed and I have the version 10.15.3, that is the LTS. And then I'd also check npm. If you recall, we saw that npm is something that comes in inherently with Node.js altogether. So we'll be going for npm-v. That will give you the npm version. So we're all set and we're all ready to go. So let's go for creating or initializing a Node.js project. It is something like this: npm init dot, which means current directory. So if we just hit enter, I think dot is something that is not to be done. Right. So this would ask you certain questions like, what is the package name? Let's say I want the same package name as task manager. I want the version to be 1. Okay. The description, let's say this is a task manager project. All right. Entry point would not be significant at this point of time, so we'll just keep it as it is. No test command as of now. No Git repositories. I'm not going to even commit that to a Git repository, and no keywords as well. Author, I can say Edureka. And license, no meaning as of now for a license because we are not going to make it public or anything. So it tells us that is it okay, and also it tells you that it's about to write to this particular file, package.json, inside our task manager folder. So which means after I say yes, there is a possibility of this being written into a file called package.json inside my project. So let's go for hitting enter. Let's say yes. And if I now check out my folder, you'll see that the package.json file is in. Let's just open this up in our editor. You see that here is the package.json available with every information that we provided. Now, this is a very basic package.json. There'll be so many things inside a package.json file. And a normal or a real world package.json might look something like this, where there are so many things like the name of the project is there. Then there is something called version as well, description of the project, what is the starting point of the project, which is your main script to run first. There are certain scripts. We saw that we didn't provide any test command. And then there are certain engines. What all tools do you use to run this project? Who is the author? What is the license? There are certain third-party modules that we would like to have. You can see in this particular example that there is Express that is there as a third-party module which we'll be using. And then there is dev dependencies. Like when you go into a development environment, like for example, our computer, there will be certain dependencies that will be there and that will be listed inside the dev dependency. Then there is repository related information, which we didn't provide actually. If you want to see what are the bugs and all, there has to be a separate URL and the homepage. So that is your package.json file, which got created, by the way, when we initialized the Node.js project. And you can also manually create it, but it's better that we go for npm init as a process. So now let's go for Node.js Basics. So if we talk about basics, it's like any language basics. And the main thing that we need to check out as a basic is the data types. So there are certain primitive data types, there are certain abstract data types like non-primitive data types. So primitive data types are string, number, boolean, null, and undefined. Abstract data types are object, array, and date, to name a few, by the way. There are so many others, but these are to name a few. So say, for example, if I create an application, let's just create a string as a variable, and let's see how that works. So let me just create an app.js file, and in this, I'll create a variable, and I'll be very specific. I'll say first name, and I'll say first name to be Edureka. So this is a variable that we declared. And if I want to show this variable in my console, I'll just do console.log first name. So when I do this, the main perception is basically if I want to run this app.js, I might have to create an HTML file where I might have to include this app as a script file, and then I might have to execute the HTML file and open the console to see this particular output. But if you have installed Node.js on your computer, which we have, you'd actually be able to run this particular app.js really easily. Let's run this one. For that, I would have to go into my project. Let me just clear the screen and run this one. And really simple to run a Node.js application. It's simply node and the file name, that is app.js. And you can see that it displays the first name in my console. So whatever I do as console.log gets displayed in my terminal. That is something that I would like to keep in mind. And remember, this is a string that we have created, but there's no concept of a strict data type. So basically, the first name can also be something like this. So first name can be reassigned to, let's say, a number. And that will not be a problem for JavaScript. That is the core nature of JavaScript. It's not strictly typed. So that is something that I would also like you to keep in mind. So there are so many data types that are available, which we have created a string, and then there are so many others. This is how you create a variable that we already saw. And then there are operators. Now, as I said, like there is something that is already similar to all the other programming languages. Variables are one of them, operators as well. However, there is one operator that is pretty unique, and that is the triple equal to sign. So say, for example, if I go for something like this, var, let's say, age 1 is equal to 30, and var age 2 is equal to 30. And then let's say var result is equal to age 1 double equal to age 2. Now I'm using this double equal to similar to any other binary operator. Like I might go for plus, and similarly I'm going for double equal to. Now this is because this is a comparison operator. This would return either true or false, and this would get stored inside the result variable. So this time I know that you might have guessed it. It would be returning us true. And if I do the result, if I go for console log of result, and if I execute this app.js, you see that it returns as true. Now, if I go for a string, all right, and when I declared a variable in the previous example, we saw that there is no strict data type. So this would not actually check for the data type. This will just check the value. And though it may seem that it should give us false, this would give us true. And the fact is, like, JavaScript doesn't care about data types. So if, say, for example, you want to also compare the data types along with the value, instead of double equal to, use triple equal to. And that way, this would give us false. There is so much going on inside, or in this particular two examples that we have. But for now, you can remember that double equal to doesn't compare the data types, while triple equal to also checks the data types. But then again, there is so much going on under the hood, which it's not in the scope of this particular session. But just keep this in mind. There's a unique operator that is available for JavaScript specifically. And then there are certain other languages that might have these operator, but JavaScript is the one that came up with this. All right, so this is one thing. And by this time, you might have got an idea on how we run an application or how we run a file in Node.js. So this is one other thing that I would also like to mention, where functions are created. Say, for example, if I have a function to create, let's say function, say hello, and I pass in name inside it, and I return, let's say hello plus name. Now plus here is a concatenation operator, and that will return us a name or a hello message with the name, whatever we have passed in. So I can do this like console.log, say hello, and let's say hello to Ravi. All right. So if I run this particular file, it'll give me whatever output we expect, which is fine. Now, one thing I would also like to tell you is, in JavaScript, there is a provision where you can create a function without a name, an anonymous function. which is also something that JavaScript came up with, a function with no name. And if this is the case, then how would you call the function? So for that, you can do something like this: var say hello is equal to a function, something like this. And then the rest of the thing remains the same. Function gets called as normal. What we have done is we have created a variable, and inside this variable, we have assigned a function rather than a value. So, and then we are calling the variable as a function. So again, if I run this particular code, the output would be the same. Just keep in mind that function here can be anonymous in JavaScript. All right. And then objects. Now object, there are two ways you can create objects. One is through object literals like var, let's say student is equal to a constant object, which has, let's say, name Ravi and email ravi@gmail.com, for example, right? And then we can do something like this: console.log student.name, right? And then student.email and so on. And that would display whatever the name is, basically. So an object.property can be done. And then there is a constructor pattern as well available, but it's okay if we don't go for that. But then there is another pattern which uses object constructor to create an object. Now going into Node.js core modules. One of the modules is file system, that is the FS module. FS module, if you want to include, or any module, if you want to include, you go for this syntax: a variable is equal to require and the module name. And this would be something like this. For example, var fs is equal to require fs. Now for this FS module, you don't have to install anything else, but Node.js has to be there, and which is there. And FS module would be available. It's a core module in Node.js. So let's say, for example, if I have a file called hello.txt and it has some data, all right? And if I want to read this file, I'd be able to do this like fs.read file, and it asks me the path of the particular file. So let's just give the path basically. I can try with a relative path first. So it'll be basically hello.txt. Let's see what it gets. And the second argument that we need to pass is the callback function. So Node.js or any JavaScript platform would work more on the basis of callback function. That's how it creates the virtualization of so many things working at the same time. All right. So I would go for a callback function, and this function, anonymous function, would go for two arguments. One is error and one is data. Let's see, if there is no error, then we'd go for logging the data inside the console. Let's see what data we get. All right. So if I run this file now, hopefully I should get the contents of hello.txt file. Let's see. Here, I don't get the content, but I get something called a buffer. That buffer is basically some container that contains raw data. Out of this buffer, I can get the string basically. So let's say if we go for buffer.toString, which is a function which will convert the data to a string. So now it will give me whatever the content hello world has. And similarly, if I, for example, have to write something inside a file, let's say if I want to write something inside a file, and then once the file is written, I would like to read out the file, we do something like this: fs.writeFile, and writeFile would again go for the path, and I would be going for the data as well. And the data is something like this. And once I go for the data could be any data type, by the way, could be Boolean, could be object, could be any data type. And then I go for a callback function. Now the callback function would have something, only one argument here, which is error. If there is no error, like if no error, then I would like to read the file, right? So then I can go for fs.read file. So I can just take this whole thing and I can put it in here. So what I have done is I have written something into the file, and if there is no error after writing whatever I have written, I would be trying to read that file. And in here, if there is no error, I would like to display the content. So hopefully this should give me how are you, or maybe let's see whether it overrides, whether it appends. Let's see what happens. If I check out this, you can see it gives me how are you. And if I go into hello.txt, you can see that it has overwritten the particular content that was there before. So this is an FS module demo. This is how you'd be reading and writing files. I might like to also try and read and write JSON in some JSON file. That might actually give me a feel of an API that has been created. Let's see how that goes. And then there is something called events. But before going for events, I would like to create a server first. So let's just create a server. And the events are basically something that we would be working with, where we would be emitting certain events and then we'll be listening to those events. Let's see how that whole mechanism works and how the event handlers would work and all. But before events, I would like to go into creating the server through the HTTP module, because server is also a network application, which is something that Node.js would enable us to create. So we'll create a server through the HTTP modules and then I'll come back to the events. Let's see how that goes. All right. So let's just get rid of this FS related code and I'll again go for the FS code in some time. I would also get rid of the hello.txt. I don't need this. Right. And then what I'll do is I'll create a server in here. So for the server, I'll go for var HTTP is equal to require HTTP. And then there is something which is really simple to create a server in Node.js. As opposed to all the other languages, the server is something that a programmer would create. So say, for example, if you compare Node.js with JSP or Java, there is Tomcat Apache web server that is already available. If you compare Node.js with .NET, there is IIS server that is already available. If we talk about PHP, there is Apache server that is already there, compiled and available. In Node.js, there is no server. So the concept of Node.js being a server, it's something that is not true. In Node.js, it is just a runtime which enables us to run JavaScript on your machine so that you can create a server if you want to. And creating a server, it's not a big deal in Node.js. This is how you create a server. http.create server. That's it. And I'd save it in a variable called server. And my server would listen to the port number 3000. The server.listen 3000. All right. So this is what your server would listen to. And if you want, you can also provide the host name here, which is by default localhost. But if you want explicitly, you can provide localhost as the host name. So your server would be listening to localhost and 3000. And after it, starts listening, I would also like to provide a message. And again, the callback function or an anonymous function would come into the picture. So function. And so log will go for server started on port 3000, right? Okay. So what have we done? We have simply created a server by HTTP create server and we are listening on port number 3000. So that is what it is. And then at the end, we are displaying some message on the console. So let's see. One thing that you would notice is in the other programs, the application actually ended. Like once you are done with the whole program, you see that you get the command prompt back. But in this case, when we are listening, the server is constantly listening to the port number 3000. So the application would not end in this particular case. You may have to end the application forcefully by hitting Control C. So let's see. Now, if I run it, you see that server started on port number 3000 and the application is not ending. All right. So if I go for, say, localhost port number 3000, there'll be something that might happen. You see here that the request is sent to the server. The server is not responding because we have not programmed our server to respond with something. So here the server is not responding while the server is running. All right. So if I stop my server, you would see it would tell you that the site can't be reached. So basically what that meant was previously the server was running. So if I, for example, run the server, this would again, let me just open up localhost 3000. This would again start to load, but the message that the site can't be reached won't come because the server is still there. The site is reachable, but the server is not responding to us. So let's program our server so that it responds to us, in which you go for a callback function inside your create server method. And this callback function has two things, request and response, two arguments. And if I want to send a response in this particular case, you go for response.end, all right? And if I, let's say, server works, that's the message that I want to send. All right. So what this would do is this would send a message to your browser saying server works. So let's just take that message. So for that, because I have changed something in my app.js, I might have to stop this and I might have to restart my server. So server listening on port 3000. And if I now refresh, you'd see that it gives me the message server works. So this is pretty cool. We have created a server in like almost 3 statements, right? So that is something on how you create a server. But generally what people do is people use this functionality of creating a server along with Express and then create a server through Express, the framework that we were talking about. So we will see how to create a server through Express. But before that, let's move back to the events and let's see how events would work in this particular case. Now, when you talk about events, there are 2 methods that you would be generally going for. One is called emit and one is called on. So remember these 2 methods, emit and on. Let's see how we can make it work and what are events basically, or how an evented system would work. So in that case, we again use a core module which is called events. So var events is equal to require events. Again, a Node.js core module. You don't have to do anything to include this one. And in this particular case, we'll also create an event emitter. So var event emitter is equal to events dot event emitter, and it should be a new event emitter actually, right? Now, if we go for the presentation, you would see that they have also emphasized on 2 things, that is on and emit. So we will see what these things are. All right. So now in this particular case, let's go for something called event.on. Now event.on, or not event.on actually, event emitter.on. Now this function, it's basically an event listener. Now whenever an event occurs, this function would listen to that particular event. All right. So this would listen to the event, and event.on, we would have the name of the event, and let's see what we can do as a function. There's a callback function that is also something that is involved in here. So we will see event emitter where it'll go for event.on and something inside as arguments. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way and I'll simply go for something on the emit side of things. I would like to emit an event and let's see how that goes. All right. So in this particular case, what I would do is whenever there is some request on the server, I would like to emit an event, and then I would like to listen to the event and log something on the console. All right. So let's see. In this particular case, I'll go for event emitter.emit, and I can name the event anything. The event that I'm trying to, emit is basically someone has requested to the server. So what I would say is on request, maybe just someone. I can name it anything. That's why I'm naming it a very bizarre name. So someone requested, that is an event name. And if I want, I can pass in some data as well. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way. I'll just emit someone requested. And when I would like to do something when someone requested, so I would go for event emitter.on, someone requested, and function. That is a callback function. Let's just go for console.log. And I'll just say a request has been done on the server. Something like this on the console. All right. So this is an event emitter. And basically on is an event listener. All right. So we are triggering an event, or maybe I can call event trigger. That'll be a better name. So this is an event trigger and this is an event listener. So event emitter.emit is an event trigger and event emitter.on is an event listener. So whenever this would be triggered, this event would be executed and this function would be executed. So let's see. So if I now rerun my server, because I have changed something in my Node.js app, I'd have to rerun this. It says server started on port 3000. I'll just refresh and it'll give me server works. That is fine. But if I check out on the console, you'll see that a request has been done. If I refresh again, you'll see that a request has been done. And then there are 2 requests. That is because one is checking whether the method get is available on the server or not. And the other request is basically executed with the method get actually. So there are 2 requests, but we don't need to, go into detail in that particular case. However, one thing is for sure that whenever the event emitter is triggered, we can execute the on method and we can listen to that particular event. All right. And if, say, for example, I want to pass in some data, let's say test, right? And this data can be taken into the function, the anonymous function, as an argument. and I can just display that, for example, data. That should display test to me. So whatever you pass in, could be a string, could be a boolean, an object, anything, could be taken into the function as an argument. You can name it anything, and you can display that particular argument as well inside the console. Let's rerun our program and let's refresh. The server is requested, and you can see request has been done on the server, and test. This particular data is also being displayed. So that is the event emitter. You can emit events and you can listen to events. Whenever the event would be emitted, the listening would happen. All right. So this way, our Node.js server becomes an evented server. And this is really good if we want to create a chat application or any real-time application. Event handling would actually help us create a good real-time application. So that is where this would basically come into the picture. So, you can check out Socket.io. There is a library called Socket.io, which helps you to create a chat server. This would heavily use event emitter, on and emit methods. All right, so this is the one. Now, we have created the server using the HTTP module. And if we talk about the server, you can always see that the client would be either a web browser, a mobile browser, or an application that might request to your web server. The web server would contain your server file, that is the app.js that we created, plus some application logic as well if we want. And the logic might be taking data from the data layer or any external system, and it might be serving the request back to the client. So basically, this data would be taken into the business layer and to the web server, and the web server would respond, like response.end sort of a thing would happen in this particular case. So this is how the request and response cycle would go on. And then we see here that it's creating a web server using Node.js. You can pause this particular portion and you can also try out this whole thing. I think you would know how a server is created. You already know that. And then there are certain other things that are listed in here, which you can try.
Express.js is a web framework which is built on top of Node.js. It helps us in creating web applications or APIs which can respond back from the server side to the client side. They can integrate with different type of database like MongoDB, Oracle, or MySQL, and helps us in creating server-side applications. It's a very lightweight framework, so you don't overload or burden your system with unnecessary dependencies in the code. So it's very easy to integrate, and it helps us in creating websites or web applications which work with APIs or a backend for our mobile applications. So some features about Express. So Express is very useful because it helps us in our development lifecycle, because by using Express, we can reduce the number of hours we spend on your application development time. The thing is, Express is built on top of Node. So it provides APIs or methods which can help you in doing things which have to be done custom in your Node.js application or have to be done repeatedly again and again. So it provides you a complete boilerplate for all the code setup and helps you in development. Next point is it provides you built-in templates. We look for templating engines or framework for doing templating. But in this case, Express provides us Jade or EJS as a templating engine for our HTML needs. It helps in building us single page, multi-page, or hybrid applications. So what's the meaning of this? So when you need to create a multi-page application, so that's an application which navigate from one page to another page, and server has to create those pages for us. That's called a multi-page application. In the same case, we have single page applications which process the first load of the page on the server and then process everything on the client side. If you want to create a multi-page or a single page application, you can use Express as a backend. And even if you like to choose kind of a hybrid, you have a React front end and some part of it is done on the client side or some part is done on the server side, you can use Express also in that case. So it's very extensible. You can extend it to different things and requirements. Next thing is it makes integration with database easy. Another thing in Express is it makes our life very easy when we are going to use databases, because it's built on top of Node.js. So we can use all the Node.js packages for connecting with different types of databases and integrate in our application. And they will work perfectly fine and they will not have any integration problems with it. So it helps us in connecting our applications with different type of databases, or you can choose a combination of different databases and develop applications on it. The next point is it's very easy to configure Express application because it's been developed with a mindset of making your developer experience very easy. So you don't have to do a lot of code for configuring an Express application. Just few configurations in different files and your application will start working. The base application which you get from the Express generator is very much configured up. So you don't have to make too much tweaks into it and create your application. It's very convenient to use Express. Next part is it helps us in defining middlewares for different tasks. If you work with Express, there will be a lot of places where you're going to configure different middlewares. Middlewares are like operations which are done between particular operations. So they can intercept the operation and do data manipulation or send different responses or even do logging for us. So by using different middlewares, Express helps us in doing error handling or manipulation of data or logging the information. This approach helps us in making our lifecycle very easy. We don't have to struggle in finding out problems or issues in our code by going through all the lines. We can just configure middlewares at different points of data flow, and they will help us in logging out information or finding errors. So let's see how we can start with Express. First, we have to create our Node.js application. Then we will install Express into it. So for creating a Node application, first I have to create a folder. For that, I will open my terminal. In my terminal, I will say navigate to desktop and mkdir or make directory, which is named as Node.js Express tutorial. Once the folder is created, I will just navigate to this folder. It's cd Node.js Express tutorial. In this folder, I will run npm init. npm init will ask me some questions about what's the package name and all this information about the package, which you can see. I will just press enter and go through them. At the end, it will give me a package.json file, which is a preview of it. So I will just say yes, it's fine. And it creates the package.json file for me in the project. Now I have to open this folder from my Visual Studio Code. You can choose any editor of your choice. I'm using Visual Studio Code. Any editor will work for this application. Now in this folder, you can see I have a package.json file, which is the same which we configured through the terminal window. Now what we have to do is we have to install Express. So I will go back to terminal and run npm install express and -- save. I'll go back to my project folder and you will see that it created a node modules folder which has all the dependencies for this package or the application. So now I will create a server.js file. In this server.js file, we will write our Express.js code. We'll write const express. So that's for importing Express into this project. If we don't write this statement, we won't be able to use Express. So we'll just write Express. And then we have to create an Express application. So I will just write const app is equal to Express. I will start writing the first route of my application. So we haven't covered the routing part of it, but I will show you the root URL and then we'll see how the routing mechanism works in Express. So first we'll have to write app.get. That means it's the get route for our application, the /URL, and define the callback for it. So the callback receives two parameters, so request and response. So you can write the logic of data which you want to send from this request. The request will receive all the information which is sent from the client, and response will have all the information which you want to send to the client side back. Because we don't need to receive anything from the client yet, so I will just say res.send and define hello world over here as string. So we have created our first route and now we have to start this application. So for starting this application, we can just write app.listen and it will listen to port number 8080. So once the route is configured, I will just go back to my terminal and run Node.js command for server.js file. So I'll just first clear this screen. So I'll run node server.js. So this has to be done in your project folder. So once done, I didn't got any message back because I haven't done any console.log or returned anything from that file. So that's fine. But now I will go to my Chrome browser or any browser of your choice. It's not that you have to go to Chrome. I will just say localhost 8080. It prints out hello world. So that's the message which you get from your server onto your client, because we are making a request on the root URL, that's the /URL, and it's a get call. All the browser requests which you do from the address bar are actually get calls. So it's picking a get call to the Node.js server and prints out information over here. So if I change it to something else, so I've changed the message and I will restart my server. So for restarting server, you have to go to the terminal window again and press Ctrl+C. It stops the server. Then you have to run the same command again and that will restart the server. Go back to your browser and refresh. It prints hello Edureka now. So this is how we create a simple application with Express.js, and we can use Express generator, which can be used for creating a complete boilerplate for your application. So you can try out Express generator later on. So this creates our basic application based on Express, and we can use Express generator to create a complex boilerplate for us, which will have different files and different configurations which we can configure later on. So now we're going to start working with routes. So when we work with Express.js, the first key thing which Express.js provides us is the routing mechanism. The routing mechanism in Node.js is not present. So we have to write our own logic to define that if a request is coming for a particular URL, how to navigate to that URL and what's the callback for that. So instead of writing our own code, we use Express for that. And Express works on different methods which are available on the HTTP protocol. So these methods can also be considered as CRUD methods like get, post, put, delete, and they will be configured in our application to do RESTful URLs also or application URLs. So when we are working with the application, we have to decide like which URL will do what. So when you are creating application, anything which sends data to the client side, that's a get call. So any kind of URL which is sending data is configured with a get method. Anything which receives data from the client side and stores it on the database or processes that information will be a post call. Anything which updates the data, like if you're sending any data from your client side to your server and that information is already on the server and you want to update that, you have to make a put call for that so that the system knows that this call is specifically for updating the content. The next one is delete. Now, when you already have some content in the system and you want to delete that records, you can use the delete call. I'm going to show you like how this is actually integrated in Express. So we're going to create two requests. One is get, which we already made. The next one is post. So let's see how a post request is configured. In the example, I created a URL which is app.get. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create app.post over here and define slash and response.send. I'll just prefix it with post over here so that we know that it's a post call response. Now I will go back to my terminal and restart this server. So one thing I will do is I will write a callback over here. So this lets us know that the server is started. Otherwise, we are not getting any message on the screen that is started or not. And one more thing, you can choose any port over here. So I'm by default using 8080, but you can choose any port of your choice, or if any port is blocked, you can change this to of your choice. So I'll go back to my terminal and say node server. Now it says server started. So my application is started again. I will go back to my browser and run the page again. So it prints the same output, which is hello Edureka. Now the next thing is I have to use Postman to send a post request because I cannot send a post request from my browser until I do a form submit or a AJAX call. So I'm not going to do an AJAX call or a form submit right now. I'm just going to use Postman to test our APIs or the URLs. I'll just go to post this URL and I already have some URLs. I will just remove that and write localhost 8080 and run this request. I got the response, but it gave me an error. It gave me a JavaScript error that reference error res is not defined. So something wrong with the code. Let's fix it. So I have used res over here, but I haven't configured the arguments for that. So I'll just copy these arguments and put over here. That's the same for post. And I have to restart the server. So whenever you make some changes into the file, you have to restart your server to get the latest updates. So I'll go back to my terminal, run clear and node server. Now I will run this same URL again. Now it prints post hello Edureka. So now our post URL has been configured. So in this way, you can send data back from your server to your client side based on different types of requests which you have. If you have different URLs, so I'm just configuring the root URL over here. But if you have different routes like people or products or those, so you can just write app.get products or post or delete or put as per your needs and write slash products, and I'll just update this products and people. So made some changes and I will go back to my terminal, restart the server again and show you the content. Now I will just write localhost products like this, run the command. So it says cannot find this URL which is post slash products. Yeah, that's correct because we don't have that URL configured. It's only get. So I have to switch back to get and make the request again. Now you can see it sends us information about products. So this way you can use different templating engines like Handlebars or Jade or EJS to send different pages over here. So this is how we configure our routes for our system. So as per your need, you can choose whichever method you want to choose and configure the route based on it. Every route can have multiple methods on it, but you should not use the same method again and again. Otherwise, it will just override the previous ones. So you cannot have two get routes for the root URL or the product URL because the last one will override the other one. So you can only have one route name with the route method. So the next thing is I will show you what is Express Generator. So Express Generator is an NPM package which we can download on our system. So it has to be installed globally on our system. So you have to write -G or to make it a global package. I will go back to my terminal window and stop the server and run the command express install express G. So it gave me an error that it's not able to install Express Generator -G on my system. The reason is because when you're installing global packages on a Mac machine, it based on your Node.js installation, it might require your super user access on a Mac machine or on a Linux machine. So you might face this error. So I'm facing this error. So what I have to do is I have to do a cleanup. Instead of running npm install express generator -G, I have to write sudo npm install express generator -G. So this will ask for the user password, which is currently logged in. Once you add the password, it says Express Generator has been installed successfully on the system. Now we can use Express Generator. Now for using Express Generator, first we have to create a new project folder. So I will just move outside of this project folder and create a new folder over here. So I'll just write mkdir or make directory and create a new folder. So I'll just write node express gen. So I will go to this folder, node express gen, and run express over here. So once you install Express Generator globally on the system, you can run the express command. Once you run this command, it gives you this output. This says that you have used Express Generator and it created all the files for us. So this is the boilerplate files which are created by the Express Generator, and you can use them to run or create a Node.js and Express application. So I will just run npm install to install all the dependencies first. So all the dependencies are done. Now I have to run npm start over here, which starts your Express application. So let's wait for it to start. I think it started on our system, and we'll go to our browser and run localhost 3000. So you can see it installed all the packages and everything which are required by Express and created a boilerplate in which we can tweak all the files. So I will just go to my Visual Studio and open this project folder to show you what's in this project. So the project is desktop node express gen. So over here, you will have an app.js file, which is for configuring your application, a similar way which we created our server.js. And then we have route files. So for every route or every method which you're going to use in your routing, we have these files for that. By default, it provides you index and user. So index is the root URL and users is /users. And you can use these to configure your routes. And if you need more routes, you can create multiple of these and start importing them in your app.js file like this. And they will start integrating into your application. So you don't need to decide that you need 50 routes and what will the methods of them and anything. You can configure your routes based on your needs and how your development grows. So it's very flexible and you don't need to define everything on the first load. You can develop and make the system grow later on. So what's MySQL? So MySQL is a relational database management system, which allows us to manage a database and create records based on tables and rows. So it's an open source system which works with different platforms. So you can use it with Mac, Windows, or Linux, and different other server platforms on which it can be installed. And it provides a lot of different storage engines which have different usages. And it's been backed up by Oracle. So it's open source, but it's been backed up by Oracle. So you can use it without any commercial license. And if you want a premium services or support from Oracle, you can still buy the premium support license for that. And in which Oracle will provide you support for any kind of issue or a security patch or anything. So what are the advantages of MySQL with Node.js? So first is scalability and flexibility. So when we're working with Node.js is very scalable. So it can be installed on a very low-end machine like on a Raspberry Pi, or it can be installed on a large-scale server. Same way, you can use MySQL to create embedded server on a small device like a Raspberry Pi, or on a huge server like on an AWS server, or even a edge server which you can deploy on your data warehouse. So it's very scalable. You can choose different variations of hardware for MySQL, and it will run on any of them. Next thing is low cost of ownership. As MySQL is open source, so there is no startup cost for licensing or starting with MySQL. You can just download the MySQL package and start developing your application on it. And if you want support, you can go with the paid licenses from Oracle. Next one is secure data protection. So MySQL has been getting developed more than 10 years. So it has a good security implementation, and it has powerful mechanisms to handle out different user accesses and ownerships on the database. So it's very secure, and it's been following the industry standards for security. Next point is ease of management. It is very easy to download and start your first development with MySQL. So it's very easy to maintain also. So it provides you different tools like MySQL Workbench, which can be used for maintaining your database or going through the database records and everything. And you can have events or schedules automatically configured in your database to do cleanups or do different operations in your MySQL server. So it's very easy to maintain a MySQL server when you're developing it. Next point is high performance. So when you're working with MySQL, it provides you different ways of caching your data in your memory and doing indexing. So you can have multiple indexes in your system or single index in your system, and also do caching of your records in your memory only. Instead of like going through the records again, you can cache them inside your memory only. So in that way, it provides a very good performance when you're working with MySQL. It can be used for applications which have a high demand on performance. So MySQL can be also used as a server which is highly available, or can be also used as a clustered database. So in which you can create master and slave servers and deploy on your cloud or in your data warehouse. So in that way, you can create different replications of the same database and keep a copy of them, so that if the demand is high or if there is any downtime of any server or any machine, you can easily switch to another slave, or you can use a cluster for managing those things. So it's very scalable in those parameters of high availability. So we'll move with the next topic, MySQL installation. So we'll see how we can install MySQL on our system. So I'm using a Mac machine right now for the session, but you can install MySQL on Linux, Windows, or Mac as per your needs, and most of the steps are similar. For installing MySQL on my machine, I have to go to the MySQL official website, which is dev.mysql.com. So I just go to that site, /downloads/installer. So over here, what we have to do is we have to first download the MySQL server. So I'll just go to MySQL server, and I will scroll down and I will find MySQL server over here. So it gives you different options for different operating systems. These are the operating system it supports. So you can choose any of them and download the package for this. So right now I'm using a Mac machine, so I will go with the Mac OS, and it shows you the different options which are available. So I'll just download the first one. It will take you to the next page where it asks you for login or sign up. So it's optional. You don't need to log in or sign up, download the package. You can just say no thanks and start my download. Once clicking on this, it will start a download. So I already have this download on my system. I'll go to my downloads folder. So you can see in my downloads folder, I have this package, which is MySQL 8.0.16 Mac OS X. So I'll just start this package. So this is a DMG which will start the installation process. So this is the package for installation. I'll start the installation now. So once the package starts installing, it will provide you a wizard where you can configure the MySQL server. So it's giving a prompt that it will determine what softwares are required for the installation. So just continue the license, agree. So if you want to change the installation location, you can over here. Otherwise, just install. So I'll just say it starts the installation. So the installation is done. Just move this to trash. So now I have the MySQL server installed on my system. If you want to check how it is installed, I just go to my system preferences. Over here, I will find a tab for MySQL. I just click on it, and it gives you information like which instance is active and what instances are on my system. So this is Mac specific screen. For Windows, you will have the same kind of a screen where you get information about the MySQL setup on your system. From here, you can start the MySQL server or stop the MySQL server, and you can also configure different directories for MySQL, like the error directory or the data directory for MySQL server. So the next thing is which we want to download is the MySQL Workbench. So Workbench is a tool in which you can connect to your database and get information from the database and do operations on it. So in this case, I will just go scroll down. It gives me option for Mac OS X. So I will just download this package. So again, it will ask me for login or sign up. I'll just scroll down and just say no thanks, just start my download. So MySQL Workbench is downloaded on my system. So I'll just double click it and start the installation process. Again, for Windows and Mac, the steps are a little different, but the utilities are same. I'll just install this on my system. So I already have MySQL Workbench installed on my system. So if I install this package, it will give an error right now. So I will just stop the MySQL Workbench and replace it again. So once MySQL Workbench is installed, we can connect to our database and see records on it. So I will open MySQL Workbench over here. So guys, this is MySQL Workbench, and you can configure your connections over here. So by default, it gives option for the local host or the local package. So I'll just connect to that, and it will ask my root password. So I'll just add the password over here and press enter. So now it's connected to my database, and also the MySQL server, and I can go through the different database which I have over here, or different schemas, queries, and run queries over here, and all those information. So we'll be using this for tweaking data into our database and checking out how the records have been added into the MySQL record database. Now we need to start with the Node.js application part, where we're going to create a connection between the Node.js application and MySQL. So for that, first we have to create a Node.js application. So I'll open my terminal. So now in my terminal, I'm going to start with a Node.js application. So I'll create mkdir directory node MySQL example. Now we'll navigate to this folder. Now I will set up the Node.js application which I want. So first, when you're creating a Node.js application, you have to do npm init. So I'll just run npm init. This will help me initialize a Node.js application. It says that you want to name this application as MySQL example. I'll just say yes. So if you're fine with it, you can just press enter. Otherwise, you can rename it by typing the new name over here. So if you want something, you can name it. I'm just going to go with the default name right now. The default name is based on the folder name which you have. So I'm just going to continue with the folder name, the default name, the version of it, description if you like to add any, the entry point or the starting file, test command, git repo, keywords, and author. It gives you a preview about the package.json file, so it's okay for us. So I'll just say yes. Now it's going to be created. So I'll just clear the screen and do ls. So you can see the package.json file is added into my folder. The next step is open this Node application in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for development, but you're free to use any editor which you like. So the folder is loaded and it has the same package.json file which we just created. Now we have to install all the packages which we need. I'll just go back to my terminal and install all the packages. So we need to install npm install packages which are dependencies for this project. So we'll install Express, handlebars, MySQL. So these packages, the three of them are dependencies for this project. We also need body parser to parse the body information. So we'll just install that too. We also need nodemon, which we are going to install as a dev dependency. I have a typo over here. I'll just fix this. It's handlebars only. So the required packages are installed. Now I have to install the dev dependencies. So I will install npm install. Instead of saying -- save, we are going to say -- save - dev. So that means it's a dev dependency. Now we install nodemon. So nodemon is installed on my system. Now we can start developing our application. So we have the package.json file. So now we'll create our server file in our project folder to define our starting files for Node.js. So for that, I will just create a server.js file. And this we have dependency on MySQL, require MySQL like this, and Express. Const body parser, require body parser. So now we'll create a Express application by saying app is equal to Express, and then we define app.use for body parser. So this configures the Node.js application. Now I'll just at the end, I will start this application by saying app.listen, the port number. So we'll just listen to port 3000. Now you have to configure how the database works. This is a Node Express application. Now you have to define the configuration for the MySQL database. So I'll just write MySQL connection is equal to MySQL dot create connection and define the connection object over here. So first we need the host, that's localhost. Because I'm just pointing to the local machine, so it's going to be localhost. Otherwise you can provide the IP for the database, the user for the database server. It's going to be root and the password. So the password is password in this case, database, and it's configuration about multiple statements. So you want to set true. So now the connection object has been created. Now we'll just start the connection. And it takes a callback which provides us feedback that the connection has been established or not. So it provides us an error if the connection object is not connected. So we can just write error handling like this. So if the connection is successful, it will just print connected. Otherwise, it's going to print connection failed. So now I'll go back to my terminal and clear the screen. You can see the files over here. So now I'll just run nodemon server.js. So it says connection failed. That means it's not able to successfully connect to the database. It's not a problem. I will see if the configuration is correct or not. So I think it's looking for the database which we have, but we haven't created it. So first I'll do is I will create this database right now. So for creating a database in MySQL, I'm using MySQL Workbench. So over here we have option for create schema. So schema or database are same over here. So I'll just write the name of it, which is Edureka, and apply. So you can configure the character set and the collation for the database, and it just confirms you the query. So now we have a database created over here. We'll just go back to my code and save it again. So now you can see. So what I did is I just went back to my server.js and saved it again. So which triggered the nodemon to reload the Node.js server. So now because I have the database ready, it's able to connect to the MySQL. Otherwise, it was giving an error that the connection was failing. So the database creation has to be done before you start with the coding part. The next step is defining all the routes for our application. So the first thing is we are going to create different routes for this application, which are going to be in different files. So first I will create a routes folder. In this folder I will create people.js. This will have the routes for all people. And in this file I will import express, require express, and define the router. So I'll just define. So this is a router object for the Express application on which we are going to create all the routes. So I'll just define get and the handler for that. I'll just define request and response. Now we have to use this router, so I'll just export this module dot exports is equal to router, and in my server file I have to import this in my application. So I'll just import const people routes equal to require so I have people routes over here, and then in my app.js for the application I will define app.use path. So it's going to be /people and the handler for that. The handler for that will be people routes. So all the routes which are coming for /people will go to the people routes file, and in that we can handle the request which we need to respond back. So now in my people file, I will just go back to the route which I have, which is get. So over here we can make a database connection and do the query part. So for creating the connection, first I will do one cleanup. So I will create a new file which will be named as connection.js, and I will move the connection details from this app.js to a particular file over there. So just take this and import it over here, and now I can export MySQL connection from here. Module.exports equal to MySQL connection. So I'm exporting MySQL connection from here. So once the MySQL connection has been exported, I will go back to my server.js and import it over here. Const MySQL connection is equal to require connection. Now I can run the connection methods over here. So I will just copy this line and move to my people.js. So actually we need to make a connection over here. So I'll just write connection and write MySQL.connection query. That's the database query which I want to execute. So I will define select star from people and the callback for it. So the first parameter is going to be error, rows, fields, and if we don't get any error, I can just write row. Otherwise, it will just log that what's the error. We'll respond.send rows over here. Otherwise, else console.log the error. So let's configure now. We need to go back to our terminal and run this code. So it says MySQL, it's not defined. So that's the issue because I haven't copied the MySQL import over here. So I have to cut this import from here and add it to my connection file. Now you can see it made a connection. Now the next step is go to Chrome and hit that URL. The URL was localhost 3000/people. So I'll just hit this and go back to terminal and see if it gives any errors or something. So we got an error that there is no such table available on the database. Now what I have to do is I have to create this table. So I'll go back to my MySQL workbench. So I'm in MySQL workbench and I will create this table on this particular database. So I'll name it as people and define the columns for it. Name, you can define different parameters for people like age, define name, varchar 200. It prints you the query like, do you want to execute this query? Yes, I want to, and execute that query. So now the table will be created as people. I will go back to localhost and run localhost 3000/people. You can see it prints out a blank array over here because the table is created, although it doesn't have any records in it. So now add records to this table. So I'm using the editor inside Workbench for adding records. So I'll just click on particular record and say Praveen and age is equal to 22. So I add the value for first record and for the second record. Apply the changes. So once you apply the changes, it will give you the queries that will be executed. So it says insert queries for adding records. Just apply the queries and confirm that the queries have been triggered successfully. Now go back to your browser and do refresh. So you'll see that the records started coming up. So these were the two records which I added into the database. So now we have a successful database connection and it's able to retrieve records from the database. So we can use different tools like Postman to verify our APIs. So I can just open Postman and send the request to this URL, which is localhost 3000/people. So send request, get request to it. And you can see it prints out a JSON response over here. Why do I get a JSON response? So this MySQL package actually converts whatever the records you're getting from the database, it converts into a JSON response. So you don't have to manipulate all the array or the table structure. It provides you a structure which can be directly used in your application, which is very good. So you can use different types of structures. You can use any kind of queries with MySQL npm package and run them on your MySQL server.
Let's go ahead and build a RESTful API using Node.js. So the first thing that we'll require is for us to download Node.js. So I'm just going to Google Node.js and I'm just going to the official website of Node.js. And you can see that you'll get an option download for Windows. You will have to download the LTS version. And this is recommended for most users. So that's that. And once that is done, you can just set it up. I'm just going to click next and I'm going to accept the terms and I'm going to click next. This will allow me to choose a custom location as to where I could download Node.js. I'm okay with the location. So I'm just going to click next. So I'm just going to leave this on default and I'm going to click next. I'm just going to click next and I'm going to install. You can see that Node.js has been set up and installed successfully. So I'm just going to click on the finish button. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open my command prompt. So once I open the command prompt, I'm just going to check if Node.js has downloaded successfully in my local machine. And yes, it has. It says version 14.16.0 has been downloaded. So that is that. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new directory and I'm going to use the mkdir command. And let's just name this directory Edureka for now. Okay. And I'm just going to switch to this directory by using the change directory command. That is the cd command. And once that is done, I just want to list out the files that are currently present in this directory. So it says 0 files are present in the directory. So that's great. I'm going to clear the screen. So now what we're going to do is we're going to check if we have downloaded npm. So when we download Node.js, the Node.js downloads npm package automatically for us. So for all of y'all who don't know what the npm package is, firstly, npm just stands for Node Package Manager, and it is simply a package manager for the JavaScript programming language. So it can also install packages globally so that all the Node.js applications on the computer can import and use the installed packages. And this is exactly why we need npm, and it is pretty important. So once that is done, I'm just going to clear the screen. So now what we're going to do is we're going to initialize the npm package, and we're going to use the command npm init. So if you want to automatically say yes to all of the questions that will pop up after you execute this command, then you can just add -- yes. And then I'm just going to execute this command. So you can see that the directory name is given, you have the version, you have the description, which is blank as of now, and there's a file that has been created that says index.js. We'll talk more about this later. And you can see test, you can see keywords, author, license. This is great. Now to work further, we'll have to work on a code editor. I'll be currently working on Visual Studio Code. You can choose anything you'd like to. If you're comfortable with Sublime Text, you could go ahead and, work on that, or anything else, you could really work on whatever you're comfortable with. So now I'm just going to open Visual Studio Code. So this is how it looks. So I'm just going to click on File and Open Folder. And I'm just going to look for my file or directory Edureka. So I'm just going to go to local disk C and click on Edureka. So if I open this package.json file, you can really see the entire file, the name, the version description, and everything else that we'd already seen. Now what we're going to do is we're going to download Express. So Express is simply a backend web application framework for Node.js, and it is used to provide server-side logic for web applications or mobile applications. And as such, it's used all over the place. So what we're going to do is we're just going to download Express. I'm going to switch back to my command prompt, and I'm going to type the command npm I, meaning install, and Express. And this will download the file for me. If you switch back to your Visual Studio Code, you can see that it has downloaded the lock file, and it has also installed the various node modules. And if you open them, you can just see all of them. Just going to close this. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to be creating a new file. I'm just going to right click, create a new file, and I'm just going to name this index.js. So firstly, I'm going to write const express equal to require express. So once express is imported into our code, we need to create express application. And that's very simple. I'm just going to do that now. So we write const app equal to express, and we will execute this function. So this creates our express application on the app variable. Now this app variable, I'm going to define our API URLs. So I hope you know this. RESTful API is everything based on resources. So every resource has a URL. Now I'm just going to call get. So this is my endpoint. I'm going to declare that. And here we're going to declare two functions. So here we have two parameters. One is the request and one is the response. So to get data for a particular resource, we use the HTTP GET method. So in this case, app.get means that we want a handler to handle all the API requests for a particular URL on the GET method. So we define the method. So as of now, we want to define the URL for it. So we'll write slash, which has the HTTP method. Now as get, this handler will be called. So we have to define the handler and we will have to write this function. This will be the callback for this URL. And over here, we have to also write request and response. So there are two arguments which we receive. The first one, as I've already mentioned, is the request, and the second one is the response. Request usually has the information about the information that has been sent from the client to the server side, and response or REST means what information you want to send as a response from your server to the client side. Now over here, we'll just be sending information. So we have just written welcome to the tutorial. So we'll just complete the code and then we will save it and then run the file. So everything looks good. Here we've just mentioned the port 3000 and we've also written a message of active on port 3000. Okay, I'm just going to save this. And once that is done, we will simply shift to our command prompt. Now we will execute the file. So it says active on port 3000. So we're just going to go to our local web browser and we'll check out the port 3000. So localhost 3000 and it says welcome to the tutorial. So that's great. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to make some changes. I'm going to say welcome to the Node.js tutorial. Okay, I'm going to save this and I'm going to switch back here. And you see that the page doesn't make any change. You will have to restart the entire server all over again. So I'm going to do that. Now it says active and I'm just going to go and refresh. And then it says welcome to the Node.js tutorial. So all the time you make changes to your code, you will have to come back, restart your server, and then you'll have to refresh your page. So there's this one npm library which will help you get rid of this problem, and it's called NodeMon. So it's just a tool that helps develop Node.js based application by automatically restarting the Node application when file changes in the directory are detected. Okay, so that's the advantage. So we'll just download this library for now and see how it really works. So now NodeMon has been successfully downloaded into our system. Now what we can do is we can quickly shift back to our code and go to package.json. And here in the test, we can just make some changes. We can just name this service as start and we can just change this to NodeMon index.js. Okay, and just save this. So this will directly call NodeMon index.js. You don't have to type NodeMon index.js or you don't have to call node index.js all the time and keep restarting the server. You can just directly call this start service. Okay, I'm going to the index.js. Let's just remove this node.js and let's just keep it back to welcome to the tutorial. Save this file. Now shifting back to the command prompt, let me clear the screen. And as I've already mentioned, I can just call the start service, right? So I'm just going to say npm start. And it will start the node index.js for me automatically. And it says active on port 3000. So I'm just going to shift on that. And I'm just going to refresh the page. Great. So now let's just make the change back to welcome to the Node.js tutorial and save the file. And once that is done, you can see that the NodeMon is restarting due to changes and it's starting node index.js again. So once that is done and I shift back to the page, you can see that the changes have been implemented in literally a few seconds. You don't have to restart the server all over again. NodeMon really helps you in saving a lot of time, so that's great. Okay, so now what we'll be doing is we'll be creating a simple crude REST application for library management using Node.js and Express. Now to build this, we'll have to have Node, Express, NodeMon, and also Joy. So we have Node, Express, and NodeMon. We'll have to install Joy. So for that, I'm just going to go to my command prompt. I'm just going to terminate this, yes, clear the screen, and then type npm install Joy. And then this will automatically download the dependency. So once this is done, let's just shift to our package, and you can see that Joy has been automatically added. That's great. So in the index.js, I've already written the piece of code. It's pretty long, so I didn't want to type the whole thing out. I've just written it down anyway. So here you can see that we've declared three constants: express, joy, and app. We've also used the use function, and then we have declared a constant books and given three titles, that is Harry Potter, Twilight, and Lorien Legacies, with each of these having their separate IDs, that is 1 to 3. So here you can see that there are 4 different request handlers. The first one is read, then there's create, then there's update, and there is delete. So here you can see that the read one has get request, which provides read only access to a resource. On the other hand, the create request has post, which basically updates an existing resource or creates a new resource. And the update one has put, which just creates a new resource. And the delete one, by its name itself, you must have figured out, it removes a resource. We've used the arguments request and response, and we have also sent welcome to Edureka's REST API with Node.js tutorial. We also have the handler of API/books, and we also have declared an ID to its end. So we can find the book based on this line of code. So as I've already mentioned in the post, it creates a new resource, and this is what this part of the code does. It creates a new book and then it pushes the book into the memory. And it also updates an existing resource. So moving on, we have the update request handler. Here it's going to update if any of the IDs are to be changed based on the book. So all of that changes are based on the update request handler. And finally, in the delete request handler, I'm just going to delete the book. So based on the index that I provide, I will just delete the book. And in the port environment variable, you can see that port 8080 has been passed. So the port variable allows you to pass or set any port that you'd like to based on this variable, but on default, it's on 8080. So let's go ahead and run this file. Okay, that's great. So if you want to see the books, the number of books that are present, we can just type in /API/books. And this will just give the title and ID of all the 3 books that we have mentioned. So that's great. So now what we're going to do is we have to check whether the handlers are working properly or not. So for that, we're going to use a Chrome extension called Postman. You can just download Postman easily on the internet and just click the first link. So this is Postman. You can just sign in, give in your credentials, and just download it easily on your computer. Okay, I've already downloaded Postman, and this is how it really looks. This is the workspace that I've created, my first workspace. So what we're going to do here is, once we've successfully installed it, open it, and let's start off by testing the get method. Now, in order to do that, you need to select get, which is already auto-selected. So I'm just going to type in the URL. It is 8080. So I'm just going to change that. And I'm just going to click and send. And you can see that all the 3 titles have been mentioned here: Harry Potter, Twilight, and Lorien Legacies. Now, if your code is working fine, then you will obviously see this list. If you want to delete any particular book, you can just mention the ID of that book by the URL. So once that is done, you can just select delete and then you can send. You can see that title Twilight ID2 has been deleted. If you want to cross check if it's been deleted, you can just switch to get again and then click send. And you can see that there are only 2 books that are available of ID 1 and 3, that is Harry Potter and Lorien Legacies. So that's how APIs really work.
Let's start with the first topic for today's session, that is what is Spring Boot. Now, if I have to explain you what is Spring Boot, then Spring Boot is basically a Spring module which aims to simplify the use of Spring framework for Java development. It is used to create standalone Spring-based applications which you can just run. So it basically removes a lot of configuration and dependencies and aims at rapid application development. So the Spring Boot framework comes with auto dependency resolution, embedded HTTP servers, auto configuration, management endpoints, and Spring Boot CLI. So if I have to summarize Spring Boot for you, then Spring Boot basically makes it easy to create Spring-powered production-grade applications. It takes an opinionated view of the Spring platform, and it is used to create standalone Java applications. So I hope that you've understood what is Spring Boot. It's just a Spring framework which is used for Java development. So on that note, let's look into the features of Spring Boot. So the features of Spring Boot are as you can see on my screen. We have Spring Boot CLI, the starter dependency, the Spring initializer, the auto configuration, the Spring actuator, and logging and security. Talking about Spring Boot CLI first, basically the CLI allows you to use Groovy for writing Spring Boot applications and avoids the boilerplate codes. Coming to starter dependency, with the help of this feature, Spring Boot aggregates common dependencies together and eventually improves the productivity of your application. Moving on to Spring initializer, this is basically a web application which can create internal project structure for you. And moving on to the next one, that is auto configuration. The auto configuration feature of Spring Boot helps in loading the default configurations according to the project that you're working on. Coming to Spring actuator, this particular feature provides help while running Spring Boot applications. And finally, coming to logging and security, this feature of Spring Boot ensures that all the applications made using Spring Boot are properly secured without any hassle. So guys, these are few features of Spring Boot, that is Spring Boot CLI, starter dependency, initializer, auto configuration, actuator, and logging and security. So now that I've spoken about the features of Spring Boot, if you ask me why do we need Spring Boot, then I would say these are few points through which we can say that we need Spring Boot. As you know, Spring Boot provides stability. It is based on Java virtual machine, so you can basically connect to any Java project that you want to, and then you can have rapid application development in Java. It provides good connectivity with other technologies like all the web technologies or even the other databases like MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, and so on. It's cloud native, it provides good flexibility, and is open source, right? So any of us can just install Spring Boot into our systems and then we can get started with it. On that note, let me tell you over here that Spring Boot can be used by any of us. So it can be a full stack developer or it can be a Java developer. So if you're someone who's trying to switch your career, or maybe you're looking for some skill that you want to enhance, then you can definitely get started with Spring Boot. As Spring Boot is one of the top technologies in today's market for application development. So a Java developer with knowledge of Spring Boot earns around $1 lakh. Similarly, the senior Java developer earns around $120, that is $119 that you can see on my screen. And full stack developer also earns a whopping amount of around $1 lakh. So that's a huge amount, right? So any of us can start learning Spring Boot. So on that note, let's take this session forward and understand the differences between Spring and Spring Boot. Now, as both of them sound the same, that both of them have the similar name, Spring and Spring Boot, these terms are often one of the most confused terms, as all of us think that both of them are same. But yes, there's a little bit difference in both of them. Talking about Spring first, Spring takes time to have the Spring application up and running, but whereas in Spring Boot doesn't take so much of time as that of Spring. It takes shorter time to run the Spring application. Coming to Spring again, Spring manages the lifecycle of Java. But whereas in Spring Boot, if you use Spring Boot, then you do not have to worry about configuring your data source, as it provides auto configuration feature. Moving on to Spring again, Spring provides the dependency injection framework, as the Spring Boot has pre-configured set of frameworks and technologies. So if I have to just summarize the differences of Spring and Spring Boot for you, then Spring is basically a web application framework based on Java and provides tools and libraries to create customized web applications. Basically, it's more complex than Spring Boot and takes an unopinionated view. But whereas when we look at Spring Boot is a module of Spring and is used to create a Spring application project which we can just run or execute. Spring Boot is less complex when compared to that of Spring Framework and takes an opinionated view of the platform. So guys, I hope that you've understood the differences between Spring and Spring Boot. So on that note, let's take a look at the next topic for today's session, that is how to install and set up Spring Boot. Now to install and set up Spring Boot, there are mainly two ways. That is either you use the Spring Boot CLI or you use the Spring Toolsuite plugin in your Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to install both of them, and then I'll show you how you can run your programs. Before I move forward, let's take a look at the system requirements for Spring Boot. So the system requirements for Spring Boot are as you can see on my screen. Well, the Spring Boot 2.1.7 release basically requires Java 8 plus version and a Spring framework of 5.1.9 plus. It needs explicit build support of Maven 3.3 version plus and Gradle 4.4 version plus, and also needs servlet container support like Tomcat 9.0 version, that is basically servlet version 4.0. The Jetty 9.4, which has basically servlet version 3.1, and Undertow 2.0, that is servlet version 4.0. So basically these are few system requirements that Spring Boot needs, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show you how to install Java, because for that you can refer to our sessions on Java. But yes, I'm going to show you how to install and set up Spring Boot CLI. So let's get started with installation and setup of Spring Boot CLI. Now to install and set up the Spring Boot CLI, you have to first download the Apache Maven and Spring Boot CLI from their respective official websites. So let me first download the Apache Maven and then we'll download the Spring Boot CLI. So initially what I'm going to do is I'm going to first set up the Maven and then I'm going to set up the Spring Boot CLI. So this is from where I'm going to download the Apache Maven, right? So you basically have to download the zip file. So the zip file is getting downloaded. So let's just wait for that to happen. And once the zip file gets downloaded, you have to extract the zip file to a specific folder. And then you can start setting up the Maven. So let's just wait for our folder to be installed. So let's just wait for the folder to be downloaded. Alright, so as you can see on my screen, my Apache Maven bin file has been downloaded. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular folder from here, and let's say I put it in my C directory, right? So let's say I just paste it over here, right? So let's just wait for that to happen. This is basically where I'm trying to unzip the folder. I'm just unzipping the folder and then I'm copying it to the C directory. Now, once the folder is downloaded, what you have to do is you have to basically go to my computer, right? So let's say I go to this PC, right? And then I right click over here. I go to properties. Now, once I go to properties, I have to basically go to advanced system settings, and then I'll basically go to environment variables, right? So basically, guys, this is where you have to add the environment variables for our Maven folder, right? So over here, I'll add basically two variables, that is m2_home and Maven home variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to new over here, and let's say I mention m2_home, and in variable value, what I'll do is I'll basically go to browse directory. I'll go to this PC and let's say I go to C file, right? And then what I'll do is I'll just choose Apache Maven and then I'll click on OK. So this is where I click on OK for M2 home. Similarly, I'll do the same thing for Maven home. So I'll again add new and then I'll mention Maven_home, right? And the variable value, I'll go to browse, I'll go to this PC, I'll go to C and then I'll choose Apache Maven and then I'll click on OK. Now, once I click on OK, we basically have to update the path variable, right? So to update the path variable, what I'll do is I'll just click on OK over here and then I'll search for the path variable, right? I'll go to edit option over here. And once I go to edit option, what I'm going to do is I'm going to append the Maven's bin folder to this particular path. So what I'll do is I'll just go to new and then I'll just go back to the folder. And then what I'll do is I'll just open this particular folder. I'll open the bin file. Right, so I'll copy this particular section over here, and then what I'll do is I'll go to new over here, I'll paste it over here, right, and then I'll click on OK. Now once that is done, what I'll do is I'll click on OK again over here, and then I'll click OK again over here. And now to check whether Maven is installed or not, we can just use the Maven version command. So for that, I'll open my command prompt. We just type in the command mvn-version. Right, so when I type in the command mvn-version, you can see that Apache Maven 3.5.2 has been successfully installed. So that's how, guys, basically you can install and set up Apache Maven. Now the next step is to basically download the Spring Boot CLI tool from its official website, right? So let's just do the same. Right, so I'm just going to this particular website and let's say I download the 2.1.8 release.
So when I click on the 2.1.8 release, let's say, I download the zip file of it, right? So I'll just download it and let's just wait for it to happen. And then again, similarly, we have to add a Spring Home variable in the Windows environment variables list. And then we have to update the path variable. So let's just wait for that to happen. All right. So as you can see, my Spring Boot CLI version 2.1.8 release has got downloaded, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically install this particular CLI, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this particular folder, right? So it has all the bin files that you can see on my screen, right? So I'll go back over here. I'll copy and then let's say, I put it in the C directory again. So I go to the C directory and then I paste. Now, once it is copied into the C directory, we'll again do the same. We'll go to the environment variables. So that's again, you go to Windows, you go to this PC, then you go to properties, and then you choose advanced system settings, and then you see this particular Windows, right? Over here, what you have to do is you have to add a new variable. So I'll just go to new again. And let's say I mention the name to be Spring_home. Let me just mention the variable value. So for that, I'll just browse directory and then I'll go to the C folder, right? So for that, we go to this PC, then we choose C, and over here, I'll choose the Spring 2.1.8 release. And then I click on OK. Now, once that is done, again, you have to update the path variable. So I'll go to the path variable. I'll go to edit option over here. And then what I'll do is I'll add a new variable, right? So I'll go over here, right? And then what I'll do is I'll go back to the folder. I'll go to the bin file and then I'll copy this particular path and then I'll paste it over here, right? After that, I'll click on OK. Then I'll click on OK again over here. Now to check whether, the Spring Boot CLI is installed or not, we go to command prompt, right? So let me just open a new command prompt again. And over here, let's go to the folder bin where I'd installed. So basically, if you see, I'd installed in C and then we have a Spring folder and then the bin folder. So I'll just come out of this particular directory and then I'll change to CD Spring and then I'll change to bin. And now what I'll do is I'll mention the command Spring --version. So once I mention the command Spring --version, you can clearly see that Spring CLI version 2.1.8 release has been there. So that's how, guys, basically you can install Spring Boot CLI manually. Right now, if you have a project of Spring Boot, to execute the project using Spring Boot CLI, you basically have to use the command mvn spring-boot:_run. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave that part to you. But yet, let's get back to our session and let's see how to install and set up Spring Tool Suite. Now to install and set up Spring Tool Suite, it's very simple, guys. You basically have to choose an ID. So that could be either your Eclipse ID or IntelliJ, right? So over here, I've chosen the Eclipse ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close all these sections, right? So there's no further confusion. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the Eclipse ID for you, right? So let's just wait for that to happen. Once you click on the icon for Eclipse ID, you basically see this particular launcher which says select a directory as workspace. So I'll just keep it as it is and I'll click on launch. Now, once I click on launch, you'll see that, Eclipse is opening up. So let's just wait for that to happen. Now, once Eclipse opens up, this is basically the screen that you see, guys. So on the left hand side, you have various projects that you've worked on. This is where the output comes and this is the outline for your project, right? So basically over here, you can see all the classes and the methods that you use in a specific project. Now, as I was talking about Spring Tool Suite, now Spring Tool Suite is basically a plugin that you can use in Eclipse IDE. So to install Spring Tool Suite, what you have to do is you have to go to help over here. Then you have to go to Eclipse Marketplace. And over here, what you can do is you can basically search for Spring Tool Suite, right? So let's just search. All right. Now, once you search for Spring Tool Suite, you clearly see this particular plugin, that's Spring Tools 4 for Spring Boot, aka Spring Tool Suite 4 4.4.0 release, right? So since I've already installed into my system, I'm not going to install and show you again. But yes, if you want to install, you just have to click on this install button that comes over here. And then you just have to keep clicking on next. Once you click on next, you'll see that, after a while, Spring Tool Suite has been installed onto your system. Apart from this, if you want a detailed session on how to install also, I'll leave a link in the description box below. And then you can refer to that particular session to install Spring Tool Suite. So that's how, guys, basically you can set up and install both Spring Boot CLI and Spring Tool Suite. Now, once you've set up both of them, you can use either of them. It's not necessary that, you have to use both of them together, right? It's completely your choice which you want to choose. For this particular session, I'm going to use the Spring Tool suite with Eclipse IDE because it's really easy to create projects and add dependencies using Eclipse IDE. So for this particular session, we'll be using Eclipse IDE, but yes, you can go forward and implement projects using CLI. So on that note, let's get started with the first project for today's session, that is the Hello World program. Now, this is one of the simplest programs that anybody would want to know on how to create a project. So I'm going to show you the Hello World program just to make sure that you understand how to create a Spring Boot project and what are the required necessities that you have to add to a project, right? So let's get started. So to create a Hello World program, what you have to do is you have to go to File and then you have to go to New. And then once you go to New, you either see a Spring Starter project option over here. Else what you have to do is you have to go to Other. And then you have to search for Spring Boot as you can see on my screen. And then you have to just choose the Spring Starter project. After that, you have to click on Next. Now, once you click on Next, this is the screen that you see where you have to basically choose the group ID, the artifact ID, the description for your project, the package name, and so on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mention the name to be Hello World. And then the name of project will be artifact ID automatically. The group name will be com.example and the package name will be com.example.demo. And let's say the description to be Hello World project. Now, once that is done, you can also check the type to be Maven, the Java version to be 8, packaging to be jar, and language to be Java. After that, you can click on Next. Now, once you click on Next, the next thing that you have to do is you basically have to add the dependencies for your project. So this is where you have to add the dependencies, guys, in Spring Tool suite. But yes, if you're writing a separate project file, then you have to copy the dependency codes from the official websites and then you have to paste it over here. So since we know which dependencies are required, so since I'm creating a Hello World project, I wanted to run on a specific URL, right? So basically I wanted to run on a local host, let's say 8081 and slash, and let's say I mention it to be hello. I wanted to run on a specific URL, so that means I need the web dependencies. So I'll search for web. Once I search for web, you see that we get Spring Web and Spring Web Services. So I'll just check in all the three of them and then I'll click on Finish. Right. So guys, this is basically a simple project that I'm creating. But yes, further in the session, you'll see much more complicated projects that we'll be creating with various kinds of dependencies. Now, once the project is created, you can see on the left hand side that we've got a Hello World project. So over here, if you see, we have an example demo, and then in this particular folder, we have our Hello World application Java file, right? So let me just open that and show you. So in this code, you can clearly see that, we see an error for the package that is, com.example.demo does not exist, right? So what I'll do is I'll just move the Hello World application Java file to this particular package. Okay, so it says it does not exist. So I'll just delete this particular section. So what I'll do is I'll just remove the declaration of package. So this is how basically the application class looks, guys. Over here, we have the import facility. So this is from where we import basically the various dependencies that you want. And then we have an @Spring Boot application annotation. Well, this particular annotation is basically used to enable the auto configuration and also to indicate the application that it is a Spring Boot application. Then we have a public class with the name, and then we have a public static void main statement, and then we have a statement which says spring application.run and in brackets hello world application.class.arguments, right? So this statement basically indicates that whenever we execute this particular project, automatically this particular class must be executed. Now, but the question is, how do we get to the URL and how do we mention hello world? For that, you basically have to create a controller class, or maybe you can see that you have to add a new file, right? So for that, what I'll do is I'll just right click over here, and then what I'll do is I'll add a new class, right? So let's say I mention the class name to be configuration, right? So we'll just mention app configuration, and then we can choose the modifier. So over here, I'll let it be public, and let's say I click on finish. Right. So once I click on finish, you can see that, automatically we have got this app configuration class. Now what we have to do is you basically have to insert the URL, right? So for that, we have to use the @request mapping annotation, right? So for that, I'll mention @request mapping, and in the brackets, I'll basically mention the text that is hello, right? So I'll mention /hello over here. And then what I'll do is I'll have to mention the text, right? So to mention the text, we'll basically mention public string. I'll mention string, and let's say we mention a method hello, right? And in the brackets, what I'll mention is return, let's say hello world, and then I'll just close this particular statement. And over here, you clearly see an error on request mapping, right? So that's because, we've not imported the required libraries for request mapping. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just put my cursor over here, and then you see that, we'll get a suggestion. So let's just wait for that to come, right? So I'll just click on import request mapping, and then you can see that, the error at @request mapping has gone, right? So what's basically happening over here is basically that, I'm mentioning the URL. So what I'll do is I'll mention localhost : I'll mention the port number / and then if we mention hello, it has to return hello world. So over here, there's one more thing that you have to mention is the REST controller. That is because, we're playing around with URLs, right? So what I'll do is above the public class statement, I'll just mention REST controller, right? And then I'll import the required annotation, and then that's all. Now, once that is done, you can just save your file and then you can go and execute. But this particular application will initially run on localhost 8080. But it may often happen that, our 8080 port is busy, right? So for that, we have to configure the port. Now, to configure the port, what you have to do is you have to go to the source main resources folder where you see application properties file. But before that, let me just zoom in a little bit so that the code is clear to you guys, right? So I'll just go to the application properties file, and then I'll mention over here server.port, let's say 8081, right? And then I'll click on save. Right, so basically our application will run on localhost : 8081/hello, and if it executes, we'll get an output as hello world. So that's how, guys, basically you can write a code for a hello world application. Now, before I execute, I would just like to go through all the steps that we did. So initially we just created a project using the Spring tool suite. So we went to file and then we chose Spring Starter project. And over there we mentioned the group ID, artifact ID, name, description, and so on, right? After that, we added the required dependencies that will basically go into the pom.xml file. Now, talking about the pom.xml file, let me just open the file and show you once. So let's just wait for that to happen. All right. Now, if I just extend my screen, you can clearly see that, the pom.xml file is basically a file where all your metadata is present regarding the project, right? So you have basically the parent, the group ID, and then in the group ID, it basically has all the details like, what group ID did we mention, what's the artifact ID, what's the version, what's the project name, and then what is the Java version which is getting used. What are the dependencies added, like, Jersey, web services, test, and so on. And then what are the plugins used, and then what is the Spring Boot version, and so on. So if you're working on any project, then your POM file is the go-to solution to find out the metadata for the project, right? So often what happens is that when you work on large projects, most of the time we get dependency issues. So this is where you solve the dependency issues. So let's go back to our application over here. And then over here, we saw that, we have the @Spring Boot application annotation to just indicate that, it's an Spring Boot application. And then we have a Spring application.run statement, which says that, this particular class has to be executed when we execute this particular project. And then we have an app configuration class, which is basically the configuration file to this particular class. And this will help us handle the HTTP request. So over here, I'm just using the request mapping annotation to basically retrieve the text hello world. So now let me just execute this particular project. So for that, you have to right click over here on the project, and then you can choose run as, and then you can choose Spring Boot app. So to resolve this error, what I've done is that, I just added the package com.example.demo back to this particular file. And only since, we have the main class and the app configuration class inside this package, it's important to mention the package name, right? So we'll mention the package name to be com.example.demo. That's basically a package name. And then the rest of the code remains the same. Now what I'll do is I'll just right click over here, go to run as, and choose Spring Boot app. All right, now once I click on Spring Boot app, you can see that, our application has started. Over here, you can clearly see the output that, Tomcat started on port number 8081, and our application hello world has started. So I'll just open a new tab so that, the outputs are clear to you. And then I'll mention localhost : 8081/hello. Right now, once I mention hello, you can clearly see an output of hello world. So I hope this part is clear to you guys. I hope you've understood how to create a hello world application and how you can create a simple Spring Boot project. So I'll just basically close this application running. So basically I'll stop this application running and then I'll close this part. Let's move into the next topic for today's session, that is MVC. Now, MVC is one of the most important topics that you have to understand in Spring Boot because, Spring Boot is completely based on Spring. And Spring is completely based on MVC, that is the model view controller. So without any further ado, let's get started with what is MVC or what is Model View Controller. Now, Model View Controller is basically a design pattern which is basically used to build applications. Now, Spring Framework uses this Model View Controller to basically create applications. It provides features like, inversion of control, dependency injection, and so on. So the Spring MVC provides a dignified solution to use MVC in Spring Framework by the help of the dispatcher servlet. Now, in this case, the dispatcher servlet is a class that receives the incoming request and maps it to the right resource such as the controllers, models, and views. Right? So I hope that you've understood what MVC stands for. M stands for models, V stands for views, and C stands for controllers. So I hope that part is clear. So now that you know what is Model View Controller in short, let's discuss the four main components of Model View Controller, that is the model, controller, view, and the front controller. So the model basically contains the core data of the application, and data can be either a single object or a group of objects. Coming to controller, this basically contains the business logic of an application and can use the @controller annotation to mark the class as controller. Coming to view, basically the view is used to represent the information in a particular format, and here you can use the JSP plus JSTL to create a view page. And finally, coming to the front controller, in Spring Web MVC, the dispatcher servlet class works as the front-end controller. So I hope that you've understood the different components of the Model View Controller, that is the model, controller view, and the front controller. So now that you know what the components are, let's take a look at the workflow of the Model View Controller. So as you can see on my screen, all the incoming requests are obstructed by the dispatcher servlet that works as the front-end controller or the front controller. The dispatcher servlet gets an entry of the handler mapping from the XML file and forwards the request to the controller. After that, the controller returns an object of the model and view. So don't worry guys, I'll be talking more about model and view when we get into the hands-on part of it. And now coming back to the workflow, finally the dispatcher servlet checks the entry of the view resolver in the XML file and then invokes the specified view component. So guys, this is the workflow of the Model View Controller. Right, so that was all about the workflow of the Spring MVC or the Spring Model View Controller. So I hope that you've understood what is the Model View Controller. So over here, you basically have to understand, Spring Boot is based on Spring and Spring is based on the Model View Controller, where the model and view object comes into the picture. Now, these model and view objects are basically considered to see what resources are coming to the application and what the application has to look like, right? So basically you have a structure, which is the model, and then you have a view. The view is basically how the user sees the application, and the controller basically handles all the actions happening in the application. So I hope that part is clear to you guys. All right, so that's great. So that was about the Model View Controller, guys. Now let's move forward with the next topic for today's session, that is what is dependency injection. Dependency injection is basically the ability of an object to supply dependencies of another object. Now I'm pretty sure you might have not understood anything by the technical terms that I just said, right? So let me clear the confusion for you. What do you understand when you hear the term dependency? What comes onto your mind? Obviously, right, that something is relying on something else for a support. Let's say we consider a lame example that, let's say we want to play badminton. Then you need a racket for it, right? So you're completely dependent on the racket to play badminton. So similar is the case in the programming also. Basically, as you can see on my screen, if we have two classes, let's say class A and class B, then what happens is that if we say class A is dependent on class B, then class A uses the methods of class B. So basically, dependency in programming is an approach where a class uses specific functionalities of another class. So as I mentioned before also, if you have two classes A and B, let's say class A uses the functionalities of class B, then it is directly implied that, class A has a dependency on class B. Now, if you're coding in Java, then you must know that, you have to create an instance of class B before the objects are being used by class A. So when class A uses the methods of class B, then please remember that, class A needs to create an instance of class B. Right? So if I have to just define dependency injection for you, then dependency injection is basically a process of creating an object for some other class and let the class directly using the dependency. So this is what, guys, basically dependency injection is known as. So if I have to put it into example again, let's say, there's a class. Now the class asks the dependency injection that, it needs two objects. What the dependency injection does is that, it automatically creates two objects, let's say object A and object B, and then it returns those objects to the class. So that's how dependency injection makes our life easy, right? Now there are mainly three classes involved in dependency injection, that is the client class, the service class, and the injector class. Now talking about the client class first, this class is basically the dependent class and is dependent on the service class. Coming to service class, the service class basically provides a service to the client class, and finally coming to the injector class, well, the injector class is responsible for injecting the service class object into the client class. So we have mainly three classes, that is the client class, the service class, and the injector class. The client class is basically the dependent class. The service class provides a service to the client class. So basically the client class uses the service class, and the injector class basically injects the service class object into the client class. So I hope that you've understood what is dependency injection in short and what are the different classes involved in it. So now moving on in this session, let's take a look at the principle on which dependency injection is based on. So the principle on which the dependency injection is based on is the inversion of control. Now, if you ask me what is inversion of control, then I can say that, as the name suggests, inversion of control is basically used to invert different kinds of additional responsibilities of a class rather than the main responsibility itself. So if I have to explain you in simpler terms, then consider an example wherein you have the ability to cook. According to the IOC principle or the inversion of control principle, you can invert the control. So instead of you cooking the food, you can just directly order from outside, wherein you receive the food at your doorstep. So basically what's happening over here is that you had to cook the food, but yes, according to inversion of control, what you did was you just ordered the food and then you got your food at your doorstep. The process of food delivered to you at your doorstep is basically the inversion of control. Right? So in this way, you do not have to take care of the additional responsibilities and just focus on the main work. So this is basically the concept behind the dependency injection, guys, basically where, a class should not configure its dependencies statically, but it should be configured by some other class from outside. So a class should concentrate on fulfilling its responsibilities like the flow of application and should not concentrate on creating objects. So guys, this was basically the idea behind dependency injection. Now let's take a look at the types of dependency injection. Now there are mainly three types of dependency injection, that is the constructor injection, the setter injection or the property injection, and the interface injection. Talking about the constructor injection first, in this type of injection, the injector supplies the dependency through the client class constructor. Coming to the setter injection or the property injection, in this type of injection, the injector method injects the dependency to the setter method exposed by the client. And finally, coming to the interface injection, in this type of injection, the injector uses the interface to provide dependency to the client class, and the clients must implement an interface that will expose a setter method which will accept the dependency. So guys, these were the different types of dependency injection. So I hope till now you've understood that dependency injection is basically responsible to create objects, understand which classes require those objects, and finally provide those classes with the objects. So on that note, let's take a look at the next topic, that is the benefits of dependency injection. Now before I list down the benefits of dependency injection, let me explain you the need for this injection on an industry level to help you understand the benefits better. Consider a scenario where you have an email class whose sole responsibility is to take care of the emails received. Now this class will have objects such as the to email address, the from email address, the subject, and the body of the email. Now, if the company wants to save text and audio messages, do you think this class can save the message? Well, I would say the answer is no. This is because, the email class cannot handle the parameters of the text and the audio messages. So in such cases, you will have to recreate the class, and now recreating the class is quite a cumbersome job, especially if you have to do it regularly, right? And that too on an industry basis. Instead, you can just directly use the dependency injection concept where you have to change the objects at the runtime. In this way, you do not have to recreate the class, which will further help you in a lot of ways on a production level. So if I have to summarize the benefits of dependency injection for you, then I would say it enables an easy way to interact with the components. The applications can be easily extended. It makes unit testing much easier and reduces the boilerplate code. So guys, that was all about dependency injection. I hope you've understood, what was dependency injection, why is it used, where is it used, how do you benefit with dependency injection, and so on. So well, that was about the theory part of dependency injection. Now let's move on to the hands-on part of the dependency injection. So let's get started with the hands-on part. So for that, I'll go back to my Eclipse IDE. And now let's say we create a new project. So for that, I'll go to File, I'll go to New, and then I'll choose Spring Starter Project. Right? And let's say we mention the name to be Dependency Demo. And then our group is com.example and the package is com.example.demo again. And then what I'll do is I'll click on next. Now, once I click on next, what I'll do is I'll basically add the dependency files for it. So let's say I just add the web dependency, right? So I'll just search for web. I'll add in web services, let's say Jersey also. And then you can go forward and add the other dependency files also. But for now, I'll just click on finish over here. So now once I click on finish, you can see on your left hand side that our project is getting created. So until then, I'll just close all these files so that there's no confusion, right? So let's just wait for it to create. Now, once the project is created, when I click on this file, you automatically see that, we get our application file, which is something like this, that, it's a Spring Boot application. And then you have to execute this particular class on executing this particular project. Next, what you have to do is you have to create a class in the same package. And to do that, what you'll do is you have to right click over here, go to new, and then you'll choose class, right? And after that, you'll mention the class name. So let's say, I mentioned the class name to be, let's say, customers. Right, so we'll be looking into example where I'll consider customers and then I'll click on finish. Now, once I click on finish, this is what you see on your screen. Now, let's say, we add few parameters for our customers. Let's say customer IDs, customer name, and let's say the course name that he has taken from Edureka. Right, so for that, what I'll do is I'll just mention private int and let's say I mention cust ID. That is basically for customer ID. Similarly, I'll mention private string and let's say I mention customer name and private, let's say string again, we mention course name. Now, after this is done, what you have to do is we'll basically add the getter setter methods for these particular properties. So for that, I'll just select these particular properties, right click over here, go to source, and then I'll choose generate getter and setter methods, right? So I'll just basically select all and click on generate. Right now, once I click on generate, you see that automatically our getter setter methods have got generated for these particular parameters, right? So I'll just copy the customer name and the course name from over here, and then I'll paste it over here so that there's no confusion. Now, let's say you have a scenario where you have to create an object for customers and you do not want to do it manually. Now, in such a scenario, you will have to use the dependency injection to get the objects whenever you require it. So that's what we were talking in theory part, where you do not want to create objects manually, but you want to get it at the runtime, or maybe you want to recreate them, right? So this is where basically dependency injection comes into the picture, where you want to get the objects whenever there's a requirement. So now let's see how we can achieve that with the help of dependency injection. So what I'll do is I'll first go back to my application file, and then what I'll do is I'll basically change the run line in the application class file, right? So over here, if you see, we have spring application.run, and then we have the application class name and the arguments, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically change it to configurable context, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it is equal to, and then on the left hand side, I'll mention configurable application context. Let's say we mention context. And then if it shows an error, you basically have to import the required library. So let's just wait for that to come. Right, so I'll just basically import this particular library, that is import context.configurable application context. Now what this line of code will basically do is that, it will return an object at the time of execution. So that's what we wanted, right? We wanted to create an object, or maybe we wanted to return an object at the runtime execution. So that's what this particular line is going to do. Now what you have to do is you have to basically add the line customers C is equal to context.getBean, right? So that is what, and then we'll mention the class name, that is customers.class, right? And then you clearly see that, we're getting errors. Let's see what's the error for. All right, so I missed a semicolon over here. Right, and then my C should be capital because my customer's class name is capital. And also my C should be capital over here, right? So that's what resolves our error. So basically over here, with the help of this particular line, we're trying to tell the compiler to return an object of the customer's class, right? So after that, what you have to do is you have to check whether it is working or not. So to do that, we can go back to our customer's class, and then what we can do is we can just add the public void display method, right? So what I'll do is I'll just add a method, let's say public, and let's put it in lowercase, and I'll mention public void display, just a single bracket, and then in brackets I'll mention system.out.println, print ln, and in brackets I'll mention the text, let's say object returned successfully, right? And then I'll just end it with a semicolon, and let's say I make it more clear, that is customers object returned successfully, right? Now basically this particular method, that is a display method, will return an output that customers object returned successfully if our code runs fine. Next, what you have to do is you have to go back to the application file again, and then you have to basically mention the method's name over here, that is c.display, that we had just created. Right? So over here, you're basically calling the object of the customer's class with the reference of the display method. So that's how basically you can use. Now let's execute the project and see what happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run this particular project. So I'll just right click over here, go to run as, and choose Spring Boot app. Right? So I'll just click on OK, and let me just drag this particular output console. All right, there's an error to start, and that is because Tomcat connector has failed to start on port 8080. The port is already in use, right? So for that, let's say we again change the port number. So I'll go back to my resources file, and I'll mention server.port equal to, let's say, 8082, right? And then I'll again execute this particular code. So I'll right click over here, go to run as, and choose Spring Boot app. Now when you execute this particular project, we see an error of no qualifying bean of type com.example.demo.customers is available. Now this is basically because the customer class which you have defined is not a Spring Bean, that is, it is not a Spring object. So to tell the Spring container that we need an object of the customer class, we need to mention the @component annotation in the customer's class, right? So we'll go back to our customer's class, and then what I'll do is I'll scroll up, and over here I'll mention @component, and I'll import the required libraries for that. Now once you mention the @component annotation, what happens is that when you mention c equal to context.getBean customers class that you had mentioned in the application class, the compiler will check whether there is a customer bean available in the container or not. If the bean is available, then the Spring framework is basically injecting the customer object in your application. So basically this object is created by the Spring framework, which can be used further in the application. So now let's just execute the project again. So for that, I'll close this particular project, and let's say I choose the relaunch option, and then I click on OK. Right? So let's see what happens once the project gets executed. Now once the project gets executed, you see an output of customers object returned successfully. Right? So that is basically how we can implement the dependency injection, guys. We wanted an object to be created, and we did not want to do it manually. Instead, we chose to do it at runtime, right? So basically it automatically happened at the runtime. So to do that, what I'd done is that, I'd basically created a customer's class with the parameters like customer ID, customer name, and course name. And for that, I'd put in the getter setter methods. And finally, I went back to the application class where I'd basically changed the configurable application context run line to this particular line that you can see on my screen. And then I said customers c equal to context.getBean customers.class. So basically over here, we're trying to tell the Spring container that, we need a Spring object of the customers class. So that is the reason we've mentioned customers over here. And then to just check the output, I'd created a method with the name display. And then if the project runs fine, we had seen that, we get an output of customers object returned successfully, right? So for that, I just call this particular method in this particular class. Apart from that, I just chose the server port to be 8082. So that's how basically, guys, you can implement the dependency injection. Right, so I hope that you've understood how dependency injection works in Spring Boot. Now let's extend this example and further see how a class dependent on the other class uses the functionalities of that particular class in Spring Boot. So that was about dependency injection, right? So our main concept of dependency injection was how a specific class which is dependent on the other class uses its functionality, right? So let's see how that happens. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to extend the same project. So for that, I'll just stop the execution over here. And then what I'll do is I'll create a new class. So to do that, again, I'll right click on the package over here, go to new, and then I'll say class. And let's say, I'd mentioned the class name to be technologies, right? So we just working with the different technologies and the courses, right? So I'll just mention technologies, and then I'll click on finish. Right, so similarly as that of the customer class, I'll add few parameters in the technology class like the tech ID and the tech name. Right, so I'll mention private int, and then I'll mention tech ID, right? And then again, I'll mention private string, and then I'll mention tech name. So now once this is done, I'll again generate the getter setter method. So I'll choose these particular parameters, right click over here, go to source, and then I'll choose generate getter and setters, right? So I'll select over here and click on generate. Now after that, you'll see that, automatically the getter and the setter methods have got generated. Now once that is done, we'll again basically use a method to display the output, whether it is successful or not. So I'll again just mention public void, let's say tech, and in brackets I'll mention system.out.println, and in brackets I'll mention, let's say, completed, and then I'll just close this particular section. And now what I'll do is I'll basically call this tech method in the customers class, right? So I'll go back to the customers class, and then what I'll do is I'll basically add a new parameter over here, that is private, the class name, that is basically technologies, and then I'll mention, let's say, tech detail, right? So that is basically the parameter that I'm using over here. And then I'll select this particular parameter, right click, go to source, and I'll generate the getter and the setter methods for it, right? So I'll just select this and click on generate, right? So let me just put it before this so that it's clear. Now after that, what we'll do is we'll basically use the tech method to mention the tech details.tech under the display method of the customers class, right? So to make sure that the tech detail option is instantiated, you have to go back to the technologies class, and over here you basically have to mention the @component annotation, right? So I'll just mention @component, right? And then I'll import this particular section, and in the display class of customers, what I'll basically do is I'll call in the tech method. So for that, I'll mention tech detail that I had just chosen as a parameter in the customers class, and then I'll mention the tech method. So that looks fine. Now let's just execute this particular project again. So I'll just relaunch this particular project. Alright, so we see an error that, Java lang null pointer exception, but, our dependency application has started, but yet it says that, customers object returned successfully, but does not shows the completed method, right? So that is basically the completed output that we wanted to see. Doesn't show that. That's because, the customer class is dependent on the technologies class, but yet it does not know the existence of the technologies class, right? So if you say you have class A and class B, then class A is dependent on class B, but yet it does not know the existence of class B. So to make sure that the class A gets to know about the existence of class B, you have to use the auto-void annotation. So basically the auto-void annotation is used to enable a class to recognize the other class and make sure the dependencies are satisfied. So let's see how to make sure that the customer class recognizes the technologies class. So to do that, you basically have to insert the @auto-void annotation in the customers class itself, right? So what I'll do is I'll just drag this down, and then what I'll do is before the technologies details section, I'll just add @auto-void, right? And then I'll just import the required libraries for that. And then what I'll do is I'll again execute the project. So let's just relaunch the project again. And let's say I just drag this up so that we can see the output. So once the project gets executed, we clearly see an output of, customers object returned successfully and also completed, which means our dependency has been satisfied by both the classes, and both the classes know the existence of each other, and the customers class is using the object of the technologies class. So guys, that's how you can use dependency injection in Spring Boot. I hope that you've understood how to get started with it. So guys, that was all about dependency injection. Now let's move forward with the next section for today's session, that is how to create a web application using Spring Boot. Now all of us work with web applications on a day-to-day basis, but how do we start creating it? So let's take a look at how do we start creating the web application using Spring Boot. Now to create a web application using Spring Boot, you have to follow a few steps. Now the steps are basically what would be the controller, what you would request on URL, and what should be returned. So these are the main 3 questions that have to be answered. That is, what is your request URL, what has to be returned, and what is the controller. So let's get started and see how we can create a web application, right? So for that, I'll shift back to my Eclipse IDE, and then I've closed all the files so that there's no further confusion, right? And now what I'll do is I'll go to file over here, go to new, and let's say I create a new project, right? In the new project, let's say I'll mention the name to be web app, right? So I'll just mention courses web apps. Let's work on courses. And again, we have to check our group ID, artifact ID, version, and so on. So here I'm not going to change the description and all. And then I'll just click on next. Once I click on next, this is one of the most important things that you have to consider in a web application. Since we're making a web application, we basically need the web dependency, right? So I'll just search for web dependency. And then you see that, we have the Spring Web, the reactive web, and the web services, right? So what I'll do is I'll just click over here. I'll choose the Spring Web. I'll choose the Spring Web services. We can also choose Jersey. Well, it's completely your call what dependencies that you want. Well, for this particular application, we need the Spring Web, but for your understanding, I'm using the Spring Web services and Jersey also, but just in case. And after that, I'll click on finish. Now, once I click on finish, you'll see that, the project is getting created. So let's just wait for that to happen. All right, so as you can see, my project has been created, and then we have a main folder in which the package name is demo, and then we have the main application file folder, that is the courses web application. Now, what I'm going to do in this particular application is that I'm going to create a web application using the JSP files. Nowadays, I would say that, not everybody is using JSP files, and most of us are using the REST APIs and the REST methods and other files. But I would say to make you understand a simple application, JSP is the best thing that we can use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a JSP file first. So before I do that, if you see on my left hand side, I have a source folder, and then inside that I have a main folder. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder, and inside that particular folder, I'm going to put the JSP file, right? So I'll just right click over here, go to new. Let's say I choose folder, and let's say I mention the folder name to be web app, right? And then I'll click on finish. And inside this particular folder, I'll go to new again, and then I'll choose file. And in these files, what I'll do is I'll basically search for the JSP files, right? So I'm not going to search presently. What I'll just mention is I'll mention courses.jsp, and then I'll click on finish. Once I click on courses.jsp, you see that, automatically the JSP file gets created. But yes, we do not see few files. So let's just right click over here, go to new, and then let's create the file again. Right, so I'll just search for JSP over here. Okay, so we have the JSP over here. I'll click on next, and then let's say we mention the file name to be courses, and okay, it says courses exists, so I'll just mention it to be course, and then I'll click on finish. Right, so once I click on finish, you see that, automatically the JSP file has been created. So what I'll do is I'll just delete this part so that there's no confusion further, and then we have this particular file, that is course.jsp. Now, once the course.jsp file has been created, this is basically our view. So if you remember in the theory part, I was talking about the model view controller. So our JSP file is basically the view, that is basically what the user sees. The model is basically how we are building the model, and the controller is where we decide what request has to be sent and what will be the response that the user sees. So basically what happens is that, the request goes to the controller, and then the controller calls this particular file, that is the courses.jsp file. So now if you observe in our project, we do not have a controller. Now, if you're not working on Spring Boot, and maybe if you were working on any other technologies, then creating a controller takes quite amount of time. But when it comes to Spring Boot, you can just directly create the controller by just creating a new class. So for that, I'll go to the package, and then I'll right click over there, and then I'll choose class, right? And over here, let's say I mentioned the class name to be courses controller, right? Well, the class name actually doesn't matter. You can mention whatever that you want to mention, and then I'll just click on finish. Now, once I click on finish, we basically need a method to display the output. So to do that, I'll just create a method. Let's say public void, and let's say courses. And inside that, let's say I mention system.out.println, and inside that, I'll mention welcome to Edureka, right? So what we basically are doing is that, we're just creating a method just to display the output. So basically, whenever the controller accepts the request and the request is taken forward, we want to display an output that, welcome to Edureka. The only problem over here is that, still this is just a class. It's not a controller, right? So the Spring Boot doesn't identify this particular class as a controller unless you use the @controller annotation. So to do that, you basically have to type in @controller, right? And then you have to just import the required library. Now, once you've put the @controller annotation, Spring Boot automatically identifies this particular class as the controller class. Now, the problem over here is that, we do not know what the request is, and we have not passed any request. So we just know what the output will be. That is welcome to Edureka. We've created a JSP page and then we've not configured anything in that till now. But we have to configure the request, right? So to configure the request, basically what we'll do is we'll use the @request mapping annotation, and then we'll just mention /courses, right? So whenever we see this request of /courses on our local host, we see that, automatically this particular output has to be printed. That is welcome to Edureka. Now to run any web application, what happens is that, you need a server. So basically what happens is that in Spring Boot, we have an embedded Tomcat server. So you do not have to configure it separately. You have an embedded Tomcat server which is present. So if you want to check, you can just go to the Maven dependencies, and then you see Tomcat embedded code, Tomcat embedded WebSocket, and so on. So basically all our servers have been configured automatically, right? So when you start the application, right? So whenever you wish to start the application, you'll see an output that, Tomcat started on port number, whatever you configure, right? So what I'll do is I'll basically you configure the port first, so that, we move forward and see what happens when we execute the application, right? So I'll go to the main resources file. I'll go to application properties. I'll mention server.port. Let's say I go to a different port, let's say 8083, right? I'll click on save. And then what I'll do is I'll just execute this particular application. I'll right click over here, go to run as, and choose Spring Boot app, right? I'll click on OK. And then once I click on OK, you see that, automatically our execution has started, right? So let's just wait for the execution to be finished. And once we see the execution is done, we see that, Tomcat started on port number 8083. That means our server has started and the application has started. So what I'll do is I'll go to the port 8083 / and I'll mention courses. All right, now we see an error over here. Why do you think the error might have come? That is because, we haven't mapped the JSP file to be returned when we use this particular URL. So whenever a client sends this particular request, that is localhost :8083 /courses, we wanted the courses JSP file to be returned, right? But there was no mapping that had happened for that. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go back to our file, right? And then I'll go back to my courses controller, right? And over here, I'll mention return, and I'll mention course.jsp. That is basically our file name. All right, so as we can see, there's an error that, we cannot return when the method is void, right? So I'll just change it to string, right? And then you see that, the error goes, right? Now let's say, we execute the project, right? So I'll just relaunch this particular project. So I'll right click over here, go to run as, and then I'll choose Spring Boot app, right? And then I'll click on OK, and let's see what happens. All right, it says that, Tomcat has started on port number 8083 and the application has started. So let's just open our localhost :8083. All right, we see that, there's nothing happening on the localhost side. And then we see there was an unexpected error, type not found 404 status. So that is because, Spring Boot still doesn't know that, how to convert a JSP file to a servlet. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop executing this particular application. And then what I'll do is I'll go to the pom.xml file, and then I'll have to include the Jasper dependency. So let me just open the pom.xml file, right? I'll just drag this down. I'll go to the official website, let's say Maven repository, and then I'll search for Jasper, right? And then I'll just click over here, and then you see a lot of versions of it, right? So we do not know which version has to be used. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go to the Maven dependencies, and then we see that, the Tomcat embedded is of 9.0.24. So we'll go for the same one, right? So we'll go for 9.0.24. So I'll just select over here, and then I'll just copy this particular section of the code, right? I'll go back to my Eclipse file, and then I'll just paste it over here. Right now, once this is done, you're basically showing the Spring Boot how to convert a JSP file to a servlet. Now what we're going to do is let's just relaunch this particular application, and let's just drag this. So once I drag, we see that, the Tomcat has started on port number 8083 again. So I'll just say courses, and then once I execute, you see that, it's a blank page. That's because, we haven't configured the JSP file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to stop the execution, right? And then I'll go to the JSP file. I'm going to drag this down, and let's say I mention top selling courses are, and then I mention DevOps, Python, Big Data, AWS, and RPA, right? So we can do like, let's put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, and then over here in the insert title, I'll just mention Edureka courses. I'll just save this file, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to execute this file again. So I'll just relaunch this application, and then once I relaunch this application, let's just wait for the output. So as soon as I relaunch this application, you see Tomcat has started. So I'll just refresh this particular page, and we see that top selling courses are DevOps, Python, Big Data, AWS, and RPA, and the title has also changed, right? So that means our course.jsp file has been returned. Now if you observe over here, if I just remove this particular section, and then if I put @response body, so if I just put in this @response body annotation, let's see what happens. I'll just import the required libraries for this. My bad, I put it in a wrong place. What we have to do is we have to mention it after request mapping, right? So I'll just mention it over here, and then I'll import the required libraries, right? And let's see what happens, right? So I'll just relaunch this particular application again. All right, now once I've relaunched this application, let's just refresh this particular page, and then you see that, course.jsp. Well, this was a JSP file's name, right? So what basically happens with response body is that, whatever you're going to see over here is basically the data, and it is not going to return a web page, right? So whenever you want to return a specific data, then you use the response body annotation. Else you do not use the response body annotation, and then if you want to just return a web page, then you just use the request mapping annotation to just map the URL and then send back. Well guys, this was how you can create a web application. Well, this was a really simple web application that I had created. I just created a simple JSP file in which I had mentioned the body to be a specific set of lines. And then what I did was, I created a controller. So in the controller, I sent a request mapping /courses. And then I said, whenever this particular URL is sent, we have to return the course.jsp file. So the course.jsp file is basically a view, and the controller is a controller, and the model is basically how you put in the structure of the project. So guys, that's how you can basically create a simple web application. Now, before I close this section, let's say, you do not want to mention course.jsp, but you just want to mention course, right? So that's where the application properties file comes into the picture. I'm just going to kill this process, and then I'll just close over here. And then what I'll do is I'll change it to course. And then in the application properties file, what you have to mention is basically spring.mvc.view. And then in the prefix, you have to mention the folder name. That was basically our web app folder. So if you see, I have the web app folder, which has the web pages, right? That is all the JSP files, right? So I'll just mention prefix / and I'll mention web app. Now, after that, basically, I want to identify the course.jsp file, right? So I have to again mention the suffix also. So similarly, what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular part. I'll just paste it over here, and then I'll mention suffix equal to, and then I'll mention JSP, right? So this will be in dot, because the file name is filename.jsp, right? So that's because, that's the reason. So the prefix will be /webapp, that is basically the folder name, and the suffix will be .jsp. Now I'll just save this particular file. I'll relaunch this application, and then let's see what happens. All right, so we can see that, the Tomcat has started. So let's go back to our localhost. All right, it says that, localhost 8083, there's no mapping to it. All right, so my bad, you have to put another / at the end also. That's because, it's a directory, right? So you have to say A/B/C, because, it's a set of folders. That is inside source, there was main, inside main, there's web app, and inside web app, we have course.jsp, right? So you need a / at the end also. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to relaunch this application again, and let's see again if we get the output or not. So I'll just click on OK. All right, so once I click on OK, you can see that, Tomcat has started. So I'll just refresh this particular page. And again, we see that, the application has no explicit mapping, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll just check what's going wrong. So let me just go back to the controller, right? And in the controller, what I'll do is I'll just change it to courses over here. Or let's say I change it to course. That doesn't matter. So, and then I'll again relaunch the application. Let's see what's the issue. Let's see if we execute. Okay, there's an error still. So I think the error is with the folder. So let's just create a new folder over here. Let's say I mention it to be web pages, right? And inside that, I'm going to put the course.jsp file. right? And in the application properties, what I'll do is I'll just change it to web pages, right? I'll just save, and then my bad, it was course, right? I'll just relaunch this particular application. We see that, Tomcat has started on port 8083 and then on course. Let's just refresh. All right, once I refresh, you see that, we get the output as top selling courses are DevOps, Python, Big Data, AWS, and RPA, right? So the main problem over here that was I hadn't created a folder name that was web pages. So basically we are trying to put the JSP file inside the folder, right? So that's what we have to do. So I had directly taken the web app folder, but that's not the way to do. You have to create another folder in which you'll put the JSP files, and also in the controller file you have to remove the .jsp suffix for the file, and then you have to mention in the request mapping to be /course, or in fact you go back to your courses, right? So it's not a big deal. It's completely based on your text that you want to mention. So I hope this part is clear. So with this, guys, I wrap up this particular part of the session. Now let's say, you want to create a web application to pass the client's data, right? So obviously it's not always that, we have specific data that is already predefined, right? Sometimes it may also happen that, we want to pass the client data into an application, right? So let's see how to do that. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend this particular project that we have just created, that is the courses project. But before that, let me just close everything so that there's no confusion again, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close the pom.xml file, and then we have the web application, the course.jsp, the course controller, and the application properties. Now, what was happening till now was that, we sent a URL /courses, and wherever /courses had been sent, we return a JSP file that is course.jsp, right? Now, in the course.jsp, I had mentioned this particular data. Now, what we want to do is basically we want to pass the client's data. For example, let's say, I want to mention my name, Sahiti. So if I want to mention my name, so in URLs, how you mention your name is basically, you have a URL, let's say localhost :8083/courses, and then what happens is you mention question mark, and then you mention name equal to Sahiti, right? Now, once this particular name has been mentioned over here, what we want to do is we want to make sure that, we get the name over here that is in the JSP file. So how do you think that we can do that? Well, that is really simple. We just have to use the servlet request option. That is basically the HTTP servlet request dispatcher, right? So what I'm going to do is in the JSP file, initially, I'm just going to mention welcome to Edureka. And then what I'm going to do is in the course controller file, what I'm going to mention over here is basically that, public string courses. And over here, I'll mention HTTP servlet request, right? And then I'll mention an object, let's say REQ. Now, what I'm basically doing is that, when I mention this name Sahiti over here, we are passing the name to the server, but nothing's happening on the server side, right? So basically, we have no method to basically accept the request from the client and then process the request. Well, to do that, we have to configure the controller, and that's the reason I've mentioned the servlet request over here. As soon as to pass the data in the URL, automatically that particular data has been fetched from over here, and then the required actions are taken into account. So what I've done is I've mentioned HTTP servlet request REQ, and then I'll just import the required package. And over here, what I'm trying to do is that, I'm telling the Spring to automatically connect the request to the right object. And when we have the right object, we just have to fetch it, right? So that's what we're trying to do over here. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just mentioning HTTP servlet request. And then what I'll do is I'll just fetch this particular request. So I'll just mention string, let's say course name equal to, and then I'll mention request.get parameter, right? And over here again, I'll mention, let's say course name. I'm sorry, let's put it in small letters. That is course name, right? So the course name sounds a big name for URL. So I'll just mention CNAME, right? And over here also, I'll just mention CNAME, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'll just close. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to close the bracket. All right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to relaunch this particular application, right? So let's just relaunch this particular application and let's see what happens. Once I relaunch this application, let's just say we mention the course name to be DevOps, and then I'll click on enter. Now, once I click on enter, we see that, we get redirected to our JSP page that is welcome to Edureka. But what we wanted was basically a course name to be displayed also, right? So to do that, what we're going to do is I'm going to go back to my Eclipse IDE over here. And then what I'll do is I'll mention system.out.println, and brackets, I'll mention the course name is, let's say, colon, and then we'll use the object that we just created, that was CName. Oh, I'm sorry, the spelling is wrong, right? And then I'll just save this particular file. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to relaunch this particular application, right? So let's just relaunch. Right, after relaunching, if we refresh this particular application, you see that, there's no change in the output. That was because, we haven't configured the JSP file to accept the object, right? So we have configured the controller to fetch the object, but yes, the object doesn't store the data that the client is still passing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the HTTP session request. So what I'm going to do is I'll just put an enter over here and I'll type in HTTP, let's say session. Let's give the name session equal to request dot get session. And then I'll just close this particular bracket and then I'll import the HTTP session, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the session object, right? So I'll just use session dot set attribute, and in the name I'll mention CName, right? And value also I'll mention CName, right? So let's just mention that. And the name should be in string, guys, so I'll mention in double quotes, right? And then what I'll do is I'll go back to my JSP file, and over here I'll just mention welcome to Edureka. And then what I'll do is I'll just put // so that is space, and then we'll just mention $, and in flower brackets we'll mention CName, right? So that means that, automatically our course name will be printed over here. Now after that is done, what I'll do is I'll just basically relaunch our application, right? So I'll just save this file and let's just relaunch the application. All right, so as you can see, Tomcat has started. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here and then I'll refresh this particular page. And when I refresh this particular page, you can see that, we passed the course name to be DevOps, and then DevOps got printed over here. For example, let's say I mention RPA. So automatically it will change to RPA. So that's how, guys, basically you can pass the client data to a web application. Now, if you observe over here, we hadn't got this output of, system.out.println where the course name is CName, right? So that was because, we've already used the session object where, the session object sets the attribute for the CName that is taken from the URL, and then it is returned to the JSP file, which finally shows the output to the user. So I don't think this is necessary. Also, you can just remove this part and you can just comment out and try to execute again. Right? So that's how, guys, basically you can pass the client's data to a web application. I hope you've understood how to create a web application and also how to pass a client's data to a web application. So now that you know how to pass a client's data in web application, let's move forward with the session and understand an example on the model view and object. Now, if you remember in the theory part, I was talking about the model view controller, right? So basically where we have a model view and a controller and how these three components collaborate with each other. So let's look into the same on the practical side of how you can use a model view and object. But before that, let me just switch back to my Eclipse workspace. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop this process. And now before I move forward, I hope you've understood that we're fetching a name from the client and then we're adding it to a session and then we're displaying the output on the JSP file, right? But let's say, we want to accept the course name without using the HTTP session or, without using the HTTP servlet request. Do you think that can happen? Well, I would say it could definitely happen. So to do that, what you can basically do is that, you can basically remove this part, right? And then what you can just do is you just have to mention string name, right? So whatever data that we are getting from the client, we're basically storing in this particular variable, that is the string name, or you can just say the course name, right? So over here, I'm just getting all the data, that is basically all the client data, and I'm storing it in this particular variable. Now, since we're not using the REQ object, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to remove this particular part and also this particular part where I'm getting the parameter. Now, the reason is basically we're already getting data from the client side in this particular method, that is basically the string CName. But yet we have to get the session data, right? So that is basically, since it's in our URL, so we still have to use HTTP session over here, and then we'll mention session. And then what you can do is you can just save this file and then reload this particular application, right? So now once you reload this particular application, let's see what the output comes as, right? So I'll just reload this particular application and then you see an output that, welcome to Edureka RPA. Now you see that, there's no change in the URL, there's no change in the output, and there's no change at all, right? That's because, we are again doing the same thing, but the only difference is that, we're not using the HTTP request servlet, request body, and the response body. but yet we are using a string CNAME, basically where all the client data is getting stored in this particular CNAME from the session data. Now let's say, you change the course's CNAME to, let's say, CNAMEs, right? Do you think it's going to work? Well, I would say no, it's not going to work. It's just going to print welcome to Edureka, and it's not going to print what is passed by the client data, that is RPA. Now, don't you think this is a very big problem? This is, right? Because we cannot be reliable on CNAME. Let's say, instead of CNAME, let's say, I have course name, right? And then obviously I'll have to change it to course name over here. And then let's say I relaunch this application once again. Now, once I relaunch this application, let's see what happens. Again, I would say that, you will not get any output, and you'll just get welcome to Edureka. And then you will not see an output of, the course name passed by the client, right? So if I just reload this particular page, you see just welcome to Edureka. But yes, if I just type it to course name, so if I just change the URL to course name and I type RPA, you see that, welcome to Edureka RPA. So that's basically a very big problem, guys. So to avoid that, what we have to do is we have to use the @request param annotation, right? So to do that, what we're going to do is we'll just mention @request param, right? And then what I'm going to do is in brackets, I'm going to mention, this has to be inside the bracket, right? And over here, what I'll mention is CNAME. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to import the required library for this particular annotation. Now, let's say we relaunch this application again. All right, we see that, Tomcat has started. So I'll just refresh this, and then you see that, at course name, it's not working. But again, if I mention CNAME, you'll see that, the URL will be working. So basically, that's the thing, guys. What we are doing over here is that, we are seeing the request param to be CNAME. So whenever the request parameter is CNAME, whatever is passed in the course name, basically whatever is passed in the URL automatically gets stored in the course name, and then the output is displayed. But the problem over here is that, let's say you do not want to use the session data itself. You do not want to use HTTP session, and then you obviously do not want to set an attribute for session, right? How do you think you can do that? Yet you want the data to be passed, and then you want the data to be retrieved and displayed in the output. How do you think you can do that? Well, you can definitely do that by using the model and view, right? So in model and view, basically comes the dispatcher servlet concept, where I told you that, dispatcher servlet basically needs two things, that is data and the view name, right? So that's the thing that you have to pass. So instead of, public string courses over here, what we can do is we can just change it to model and view, right? So I'll just mention model and view. That's a special type of class, right? And then what you can do is we can just remove this part of session data, right? And then I'll just remove this particular part also. And then what I'll do is I'll just mention model and view. Let's say I mention MV equal to, I'll mention new, and then I'll mention model and view. After that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an object, right? So in model and view, what happens is that, you have to add an object, and then you have to set the view name, right? So I'm just going to make sure I use the object name, that is MV, and I'll choose add object, and the attribute value, I'll just mention CNAME, right? Comma, and the value will be again course name. Right, so that's what we had mentioned over here. In the request param, it was CNAME, and in the string, it was course name, right? So that's what I'm going to mention over here. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically set the view name. So I'll again use mv.set view name. And let's say over here, I'll return the JSP file, that is the course file, right? So I'll just mention course, and then I'll just remove this particular section of the code. Now, after that, what you have to do is you have to return the object itself, right? So I'll just type in return MV. Right, so you're basically adding an object, and then you're setting the view name for it, and then what you have to do is you have to return. So you're basically creating a model view object, that is MV, and then for that you're adding an object of CD, that is basically where our course name is getting stored, and then what you're doing is you're setting a view name, that is where the JSP file will be shown as an output. Now once that is done, let's just relaunch this particular application. Alright, so as you can see, Tomcat has started on port number 8080. So I'll just refresh this particular page, and then you see that, we get the CNAME to be RPA. Similarly, if I just type in DevOps, you see welcome to Edureka DevOps. So guys, that was an example about the model view object. I hope you've understood how you can add an object and set a view name. With that, we come to an end to this particular section of the session. Now moving on in the session, we'll be creating a submission form in Spring Boot. right? So this is one of the most common use cases in Spring Boot to understand the database dependency and how a client can enter details, and also how the details can be stored and maybe fetched from the database. So without any further ado, let's get started with how to create a submission form in Spring Boot, right? Now to create a submission form in Spring Boot, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close all this part. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a submission form, right? So for that, let's just create a new project altogether. So I'll go to File, I'll go to New, I'll choose Spring Starter Project. Let's say I mention the name to be Submission Forms, and then I'll click on Next. Once I click on Next, I'm going to choose the required dependency. So according to me, I think the required dependencies are basically H2 database, Spring Data JPA, Jersey, I think web services, because we need web services and web. And after that, I'm just going to click on Finish. Once I click on Finish, you can see that our project is getting created. So let's just wait for that to happen. And once the project is created, you can see that automatically we get this file, that is the application file. Now what we can do is we can just create a new class, let's say customer. So I'll go to New and I'll choose Class and I'll mention Customers, and then I'll click on Finish. Now in this particular class, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention few parameters like customer name, customer ID, and customer email. So let me just mention private int CID. Let's say private int CNAME and private int, I'm sorry, the private spelling, and let's say C email. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to generate the getter setter method. So I'll select all of them. I'll right click, I'll go to source, and I'll choose generate getter setter methods. So I'll select all and then I'll click on generate. Now after everything is done, I'll just copy these two and then put it over here so that there's no confusion. Now after that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to right click over here and then I'm going to go to source, and then I'll just convert generate to string. So I'll mention CID, CNAME, and CEmail, and then I'll click on generate, right? So automatically as I click on generate, this particular section gets generated. So I'll just copy from over here and then I'll paste it over here, right? So it's basically converted to string, right? Now what we're going to do is we're basically trying to create a web application, or it's a submission form, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the source folder over here, then I'll go to main, I'll create a new say folder, and in the folder I'll mention the name, let's say web app, right? I'll click on finish, and in the web app folder I'll create a new JSP file, right? So I'll go to new, I'll go to other, I'll search for JSP, I'll get the JSP file tag, I'll go to next. Let's say I mentioned the JSP file name to be Edureka, and then I'll click on finish. Now once I click on finish, you automatically see that we get a JSP file. Now over here, what we basically have to do is we have to basically mention the actions and the inputs. So what I'm going to do is in the body section, I'm going to mention the form action to be, let's say, add customers. So I'm going to add the customers. I'm just going to extend this form section, and in the input section, right? So in the input, I'm going to give an input of the customer ID, customer name, and email ID, right? So basically these are three inputs that I want the users to give or submit in the form so that the customer can be added, right? So I'll just mention input type equal to, let's say, text, and then I'll mention name equal to CID. Similarly, I'll give a break so that we get a break. Then I'll mention CNAME and email ID, right? So I'll just copy paste them and CEmail. Now after that is done, what I want is I basically want a submit button, right? So that the user can submit it, right? So what for that, I'm going to just mention again the same thing, that is input type equal to submit, right? So I'll just mention over here submit, and I'll remove everything, right? So I'll just mention, sorry, it should be inside the quotes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this file. So that's with the JSP file. Now, if you remember in the model view controller, I said we need a controller, right? So this is basically our view. We need a controller also, right? So let's just create the controller. But before that, I'll just mention the title to be Edureka Customers, right? So that will be basically our form title, right? Now what I'll do is I'll go back to my package. I'll right click over here. And then what I'll do is I'll choose a class. And let's say I create the class name to be form controller, right? And then I click on finish. Now once I click on finish, you see that automatically we get the form controller file. Now what I want to basically do over here is give the request mapping on that, on what request shall the edureka.jsp file be returned. So to do that, what I'm going to initially do is I'm going to tell the Spring Boot that, this particular class, that is the form controller, is the controller. So for that, we'll use the controller annotation, right? And then I'll just import the required packages. After that, what I'm going to do is I'll mention @request mapping. And over here, I'll mention a method which says public string, let's say Edureka. And in brackets, I'll mention return edureka.jsp. Now, after this is done, I'll just import the required packages for request mapping, and then you see the error is gone. Now, one thing, if you remember in the previous example also where I was creating a web application, I told you that, we have to tell Spring how to convert the JSP files to a servlet. So for that, we need the Jasper dependency. So as I had previously opened also, so we're going to copy this particular dependency, and then what I'm going to do is I'll go to my form.xml file, and then I'll just paste it over here. Well, these were the similar steps that we had done in the previous examples also. So that's what we have done. So basically, I'll just close this part. Now let's say, I'm going to configure the application properties file. So what I'll do is I'll go to the submission forms folder, and then over here, I'll just configure the application properties file. Let's say server.port equal to 8084. I'll just click on save, and then I'll just launch this particular project. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm launching the other project. So I'll just close the process, right? And then what I'll do is I'll right click on this particular project, go to run as, and choose Spring Boot app. So once I choose Spring Boot app, we see an output that, Tomcat has started on the port 8084. So what I'm going to do is, as we can see that we have given the form controller that the request mapping should be /, right? So basically whatever happens, so we'll go to port number 8084, and then we'll just give a / and see what we get as an output. We see 3 boxes to enter customer ID, customer name, and customer email ID, and then we get a submit button. Now, but the thing over here is that, it's just a simple thing that we had done previously also, that just to create a web application. Now, let's just create the same form in a more interesting way using more JSP files. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop this particular section over here, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit few files. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm initially going to delete this customers.java class. Well, I'm doing that just to create the submission form in a more interesting manner, so that, we get a hand of how to create more interesting web applications, right? So I'll just delete this part over here. So we basically have form controller and submission form applications. Now in the web app folder, I have edureka.jsp. Now what I'm going to do over here is that, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's say I mentioned the folder name to be pages, and then I'll click on finish. And then what I'll do is I'll put the edureka.jsp file inside this particular pages folder. Now after that, what I'm going to do is I'll basically configure that, all the JSP files must be read from this particular folder, that is the pages folder. So for that, what we'll do is we'll search for prefix, and then we can see that, we get this option of spring.mvc.view.prefix, and over here I'll mention the directory name, that is /pages/. Similarly, in the suffix one, since the files end with a JSP tag, I'll just mention suffix, right? And then what I'll do is I'll mention .jsp, right? And then I'll click on save. So that's with the configuration of the application properties file. Now what I'll do is I'll go back to my form controller, and then over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this annotation of get mapping. So initially the project workflow will be basically that, when I mention a specific URL, the edureka.jsp file must be returned. So in this particular file, I'm going to provide details in such a way that, the user can mention the customer ID, name, and email ID. After that is done, what is going to happen is that, the customer can view his details, right? So after the customer hits on the submit button, the customer must be redirected to a different page from where he can view the customer details. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to initially edit the edureka.jsp file. And then what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular code, and then I'll paste it over here. So don't worry, I'm going to explain you what's happening. Right, so I'm basically using form method post, right? So after the page loads, you basically have to choose the action details. That will be a method that I'll use in the form controller class. And then over there, we get an option of enter customer name, where the input text will be customer name, or we can say CNAME, and an enter customer email address. So our input text will be email, and then that is C email. I've mentioned input text to be email because, then it will not allow any user to enter anything if that particular email address does not have an address sign. So that is basically enter customer name and customer email address. So we can similarly do that for customer ID also. So I'll mention customer ID also. So I'll just mention enter customer ID. Let's say input text, and I'll mention CID. This is basically our Edureka customers file. Now after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a new file that is the view customers page, right? So this is basically the page which will be called when the customer submits his details, right? So after that, I'll just right click over here, go to new, go to example, and over here I'll mention JSP. All right, there's nothing happening. So let's just try again. I'll go to others and then I'll go to JSP, right? I'll go to file and then I'll go to new, and then over here what I'll do is I'll mention view customers and then I'll click on finish, right? So we basically have an Edureka page and then we have a view customers page. Now what I'll do is I'll basically mention the customer ID, customer name and customer email ID objects in this particular section, right? So what I'll do is I'll just copy it from over here and then I'll just paste it over here. Right, so as you can see on my screen, our H1 will be view customer details, where details are submitted as follows. That is, customer name will be this, customer email ID will be this, and so on. We'll mention for the customer ID also. So I'll just mention customer ID, and then over here I'll just mention CID. Over here I'll mention CName, and over here I'll mention CEmail. Right, after that I'll just save this file. Now after that is done, what we have to do is we have to configure our form.controller file, right? So over here, if you see, we haven't done anything. That is, we haven't done anything to accept the request from the client, and neither we have done anything to return the requested response. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure the controller class. So to configure the controller class, what I'm going to do is initially I'm going to use the get mapping annotation to get the requested mapping. As you use the requested mapping also, when you say requested mapping, you request for a specific URL, right? But when you say get mapping, you have to use the exact text that has been mentioned, right? So I'll just mention get mapping, right? And let's say I mention Edureka, right? So I'll just retrieve this particular annotation. And once I retrieve this particular annotation, we have a method which says public string Edureka, and then we have to return edureka.jsp file. So that's how basically we're getting the submission form, and then the user can enter the details. Now, once the user enters the details, the user can see the details also, right? So for that, we have to call the view customers JSP. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another mapping, that is the @post mapping, right? So this is used once you're done with the URL, right? And then we'll mention details. And over there, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call in new method, let's say public string, let's say view details. And in brackets, what I'll do is I'll pass the requested parameters like, customer ID, customer name, and customer email ID. Now, after that, what I'm going to do is basically that, I'm going to pass the requested parameters so that we see it in the URL, right? So what happens is that, let's say I'm the customer. So I'm customer ID with number 1 with the name Sahiti. And then I have an email address, sahiti@edureka.co, right? Now, what I'm going to do is once I enter the details and I click on submit form, what happens is that, automatically I'll be redirected to the view customer details, which will display my ID, my name, and my email address in the URL, right? So to do that, what I'll do is I'll mention public string view details. That is basically a method. And then I'll use the request parameter annotation. And then in the brackets, I'll mention CID. And then I'll mention, let's say, int CID. Similarly, what I'll do is I'll do it for CName and CEmail address also. So I'll just copy paste this. I'll mention string, and then I'll mention CName. Over here also I'll mention CName. And similarly, we do the same thing for email address, right? So I'll mention CEmail and I'll mention CEmail. Now, once that is done, let me just import the required libraries for the request parameter. And once that is done, what I'm trying to do over here is that, I'm basically creating a model map, right? So I'll mention model map, and then I'll create an object of model map, right? Now, after that is done, I have to import the annotation for this also. So let me just import the annotation for model map. And it says that, create a class of int. Okay, maybe it has to be string because string has to be passed. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, put the model map, right? So whatever model map that I've created, that is for the CID, CName, and email, I have to put it over there. That is basically the customer ID must be stored in customer ID, customer name must be stored in customer name, and customer email must be stored in the customer email, right? So to save your details, you have to mention model map dot put right? And in the key and value, we mention CID. I'm sorry, it has to be in small case, and value will be CID. Similarly, I'll do it for CNAME and CEmail, right? So let me just do the same. Now, once everything is done, what we want is we want to return the view customers JSP file, right? So for that, we'll mention return, and in quotes, we'll mention the file name, that is view customers, right? Now, after that is done, I'll basically close the brackets and then I'll click on save. And once I click on save, you can see that, we're done with the form controller class. Now, next, what you have to do is you have to go back to your submission form application, and then you have to make sure that, you use the @component scan annotation to make sure that, every component is scanned. So basically, as the name suggests, this particular annotation is used to scan every component. So I'm just going to copy paste the code where we're basically, building a Spring application builder. So that's basically where we're configuring the Spring application builder. And also this particular class must extend the Spring Servlet class, right? So I'll just mention Spring Boot Servlet Initializer, right? So I'll just paste it over here, right? And then let's just import the required libraries for it, right? Okay, I see there's an error of bracket. So let me just include the bracket. I think error must be resolved now. Okay, what is the problem over here? Oh, it says Edureka. It's just Spring. Oh, I'm sorry. Just give me a second over here. Right, so the class name is forms application, and then I think we are good to go. Right, so I think we've resolved all the errors. So what basically happened over here is that, that we have used the @components annotation, which basically configures the component scanning directives for the use with configuration classes. So it basically provides support to scan every component that we want to scan. And then what we've done is we've basically protected the Spring application builder, and then we have configured the application for it, and then we return the application.sources file, that is the submission form applications class. After that, we have the run file, which basically says that, we need to execute over here. So if you clearly observe over here, before I execute the code, let me just discuss what I've done over here. So let me just open all the files, right? So starting with the application properties.file. So basically I've mentioned, configured that we should run on port number 8084, and then we have a prefix for pages, that is basically our folder name, and then our suffix will be .jsp. After that, what we've done is we have configured the edureka.jsp file, where we've mentioned the form method to be post, that is with action details. Like, once the URL gets executed, we need the form to be displayed with enter customer ID, customer name, and customer email address. Right now, after that is done, we've configured the view customer JSP. That is basically once the customer enters his or her details, he or she should view her details, right? So that is where we have mentioned this particular details in view customer details, that these objects are picked from the edureka.jsp file and automatically are returned. Now coming to the controller file, what I've done in controller file is that, I've initially made sure that, the Spring Boot identifies this particular class as a controller. And then I've used the get mapping annotation to get the URL for this particular URL. So when I type in localhost 8084/edureka, it should return the edureka.jsp file, which will basically return our form. After the details are entered, we have to go to the details action where, we take in the request parameter of the customer ID, customer name, and email, and display it in the URL. And automatically the view customers JSP file is displayed. So that's how, guys, basically you can create a submission form. Now let me just execute this particular project. So I'll just right click over here, go to run as, and then choose Spring Boot app. All right, so as we can see that Tomcat has started on port number 8084. Let's just check. So I'll just tap 8084 and then I'll mention Edureka. Oh, I'm sorry, what was it? It was /Edureka, right? Okay, it has to be only Edureka over here. So I'll just close this particular application again. And over here also, I'll just remove the .jsp annotation. So let me just relaunch this particular project. Right, so as we can see, Tomcat has started. So let me just go back to my URL and then I'll refresh this particular URL. And we see an output of, enter customer ID, customer name, and email address, right? So I'll just mention customer ID to be 1. Let's say I mention the name to be Sahiti. And then I'll mention Sahiti@edureka.co. After that, I'll click on submit. Once I click on submit, you can see the details that, the URL has changed to localhost 8084/details, where the view customer JSP has been returned, which shows the details that the user has entered. So that's how, guys, basically you can create a simple submission form. Now, if you observe in this particular application, the details entered by the user are not getting stored anywhere, right? So if you observe, I'm entering any detail, right? It's not getting stored anywhere. So where do we store it? So we need a database for it. So next in this session, let's look into how to connect the web application to a database. So I'm going to show you step by step how we are going to use the H2 database and the JPA repositories to connect the web application to the database. But before that, let me tell you that the H2 database is the in-memory database, whereas the Spring Data JPA basically deals with enhanced support for JPA-based data access layers. So it basically makes it easier to build Spring-powered applications that use the data access technologies. So now let me just quickly shift back to my Eclipse IDE, and then let's just extend this particular project itself. Right, so over here, before I get started with the configuration part, let me just open the pom.xml file and show you the required dependencies. So as you saw, only I had taken the com.h2 database dependency, but yes, if you have not taken it before, you can just copy the dependency details from the Maven repository itself and paste it over here. The same goes for the data JPA. Now, after this is done, what I'm going to do is basically, we have to configure the application properties file, start using the H2 in-memory database. Right, so to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention spring.h2.console.enabled equal to true, which is basically that we are enabling our H2 database, and then we have to make sure that we mention the platform, right? So you can have any number of databases like MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, and so on. But yes, in this session, I'm going to use the in-memory database. So I'm going to use the H2 database. So over here, I'll again mention spring.datasource.platform equal to H2. Now, after that is done, what you can basically mention is basically our URL. That will be a URL through which you can connect to our H2 in-memory database, right? So for that, you'll mention spring.datasource.url equal to JDBC. You'll mention H2. You'll mention MEM, and then you can mention whatever you want to mention the database name, right? So let's say we mention list of customers. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just relaunch this particular application. Now, once I relaunch this particular application, what I'm going to do is I'll just go to localhost :8084, and then I'll mention H2 console. Right, so once I mention H2 console, you see this web page that opens up which says driver class org.h2.driver, where JDBC URL is JDBC H2 MEM and list of courses that we had just mentioned. So by default, the username and password will be the same. You do not have to change it. But yes, if you want to change it, you can go forward and change. And then what I'll do is I'll just click on connect. So we see that, not found. It says that, it is not found. So we can't auto create. Right. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to test a connection. So I'm sorry over here. My database name was list of customers, and I've mentioned list of courses over here. So I'll mention list of customers, and then I'll click on connect. Now, once I click on connect, you automatically see that, you'll be redirected to this particular page where you have information schema, users, and all. Now, over here, if you see, you do not have anything, right? You do not have a table for our customers, right? So basically what happens is when you enter the customer ID, customer name, and email address, your data must be stored in a table. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my file over here. And then what I'll do is I'll create a new file over here which says customers.java. So I'll just go over here, and then I'll mention customers. I'll click on finish. And in this particular file, what I'm going to do is I'll just mention private int CID and private int CNAME and private int CEmail. Now, after that, I'll just generate the getter setter methods for these, right? So I'll just choose source and then choose generate getter setter methods, and then I'll select all, click on generate, right? So I'll just copy this, put it over here so that there's no confusion. And now what I'll do over here is basically that, I'll use the @entity annotation to create an entity, right? So basically with this particular annotation, what happens is that automatically the table will be created when you run this particular project, right? And then what happens is that in the customers class, I'll mention @ID. So the same goes over here. We'll just import the required libraries. And one thing over here, we had to change it to string because CNAME and CEmail are not integer values, but they're string values. So I'll just mention it to string. Okay, I'm sorry, it has to be email, right? And over here, it has to be string over here and also over here. I'll just change the spelling so that there's no confusion further. And I'll just remove this part. Right now, after this is done, what I'm going to do is I'll just generate the strings. So I'll select again, go to source. I'll generate to string. I'll click on generate. I'll copy the section. And then what I'll do is I'll just paste it over here. Right. So I hope this part is clear to you guys. All right. So there are a few errors. Let's see what that is. Okay. That's because of the spelling mistake. So that is C email. And this is C email also over here. All right, I'll just change it to string over here. The same goes over here. We need to change it to string, and then I'll click on save. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just relaunch this particular application, right? So let's just relaunch this application. And then once the application is relaunched, you can see that, Tomcat has started on port number 8084. And then I click on connect. Right after that, you can see that, automatically a table has been created with the name customers. That is basically our class name was customers. That is now the table name, and it has attributes CID, CEmail, and CName. So if you observe over here, if I just type in select star from customers and I run this particular query, you see that, there are no rows present, right? But yes, if I just insert anything, let's say I just insert localhost. Let's say I enter a few details. Let's say I mentioned Sahiti, and I mentioned Sahiti at @edureka.co. I submit. We can view the details as customer ID, customer name, and email address. Now, if I just refresh the database and then run this query again, we see that, the data is still not getting stored into the database. Now that is because, the application is very well connected into the database, but yes, we have not defined how to add the data into the database, right? So next in the session, let's understand how to add the data into the database from the application. Now to pass the data from web application to the database, what you have to do is you have to create a repository. So to create a repository, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click over here, go to new, and then I'll choose interface, right? And in interface, let's say I mention the name to be customers repo. I'll click on finish after that. Right now, once this is done, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend the CRUD repository, right? So I'll just mention extends repository, and in brackets, I'll just mention customers. That is basically a customers class and an integer. All right, integer has to be caps, and I think we have created the repository. So what I'm doing over here is that, the JPA repository and CRUD repositories are few repositories through which you can extend the interface action. So basically, I'm trying to extend those methods and functionalities present in these repositories to perform few tasks. So what's basically happening over here is that, I'm extending the customer repo repository with another interface, that is the CRUD repository. And I'm telling the Spring over here is that, it is responsible to work with the customers class, and the primary key will be the integer value. That is basically a customer ID. So that's what I'm going to do right now over here. And now after that, what I'm going to do is I just have to edit my form controller file. So over here, if you observe, we've got the get mapping Edureka, and then we used a method to return the Edureka JSP file. Similarly, after post mapping, we return the view customer details, right? Now, after viewing the customer details, I want the details to be stored into the H2 database. Now, how do you think that can happen? Well, to do that, what you initially have to do is you have to use the repository, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do over here is basically that, I'm going to use the @autowired annotation. And then I'm going to automatically get all the auto configurations for it, right? So I'm just going to use the @autowired annotations. And once I've used the @autowired annotation, the next step is to basically mention the customer repository that we just created, right? So for that, what you'll do is you'll just mention customer repo, and then you'll mention repo, right? So this is basically the repository that we just created. And repo is basically to perform actions, right? So we're going to use this particular variable to perform actions. Right after that, what I'm going to do over here is that, I'm just going to use the same thing. So I'll just copy paste this particular section, and let's say I do request mapping. So even if I just type in localhost :8084, I want the URL to be working. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just return the form itself, right? So for that, I'll just mention customers and customers. We're going to return the Edureka JSP file. So when we request this particular URL, we return Edureka page. Right now, after that is done, the next thing that we want to do is when, details are fetched, when the URL changes to details. So if you remember, when I enter the user details, and then when I view the customer details, what we see is that URL is localhost colon 8084/details, where we return the view customer.jsp file, right? So for that, what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy paste this particular section, right? And I'll just paste it over here, and over here I'll mention details, and over here what I'm going to do is I'll just return Edureka, but yet I'll just use repo.save, and over here I'll mention customers, right? So I'll just mention customers over here. And one thing over here is that if you use it twice, I don't think this is required over here, because we are just trying to return our form over here. But yes, over here what we are trying to return is basically that whenever the details are fetched and when the details are entered, we have to save it to a repository, right? So for that we need an object over here that is customers. So this is basically a class name, and this is basically the object name which we will use to save the file. Now after that is done, the next thing that I want to do is basically I want to view the details. So to view the details, what I'm going to do is I'll just copy paste this particular section over here. I'll just get details, and I'll just remove this particular section. And what I'll do is I'll remove this particular section also, and I'll mention view customers, right? So I hope this part is clear to you guys. And over here what I'll do is I'll just mention the method's name. So over here I'll just change it to details, and let's say I change it to get details over here, right? So I hope this part is clear over here. Now I don't think this part is required, so we can just remove this particular part. And after the post mapping is done, that is after the URL changes to get details, now instead of details, what we want is we basically want to get the request parameter of customer ID, and then we need the ability to find the customer with the help of an ID, right? Now let's say I'll just comment out this particular section, and let's see what happens, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll just execute this particular section. So I'll just relaunch this particular form, and let's see what happens. What do we get in our outputs, right? So we see that the application has started. So now let's say I go to localhost 8084 without any URL. You can see that we get enter customer ID, customer name, and email. So I'll just mention the same. So and then I'll click on submit. Now once I click on submit, you see that the post mapping is not done properly, because the post mapping has been removed. But yet if we go to our H2 console, and let's say I do select star from customers, and then I connect again, and let's say I mention again select star from customers, and let's say I run this particular query, we see that the data is not inserted yet. Okay, my bad, this particular method has to be details again, right? And now let's say I relaunch this particular application. Let's see what happens, right? So let's just relaunch this particular application. And what I'll do is I'll just go to localhost 8084. I'll go to localhost 8084. I'll mention customer ID 1, name and email to be this. I'll click on submit. And once I click on submit, you again see an error that there's a problem with the mapping. Now the error that we were facing was that the data that the user enters was not getting stored at all, right? That was because we had put the @auto-white annotation below the customer repository repo statement. So please remember that you have to put this annotation before the customer repo statement, because after that everything gets auto configured automatically in Springboard, right? So you basically have to make sure that the repository is taken into account, and then the @auto-white annotation is above this particular statement. So what I'm going to do is I'll just relaunch this particular application again. Right now, once the application is relaunched, let's just go back to our URL, and what I'll do is I'll just mention localhost 8084, right? I'll mention customer ID 1, customer name Sahiti, and the email address to be sahiti@edureka.co. Once you hit on submit, you see that you're redirected to localhost colon 8084/details, which is again the form itself, right? Now let's say that you want to view the customer details. So if you observe over here, to view the customer details, we're given the URL of get details, right? So I'll just mention get details over here. Now if you observe over here, we see no output over here. That was because our post mapping annotation is not working. But if you go back to your H2 console, and then if you type in select star from customers, you see that CID, email and CNAME have been mentioned, where our CID is 1, email is sahiti@edureka.co, and CNAME is Sahiti, right? So that's what we mentioned, right? So that means our data is getting passed from our web application, our data is getting stored, but the problem is data is not coming into the next page where we want to view the customer details, right? So to do that, we have to enable the @post mapping annotation. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just comment out this particular section. And once I comment out this particular section, the next thing that you have to do is you have to create a model and a view, right? So our post mapping annotation will be used and the URL will be get details. And over here, what I'll do is I'll mention model and view. And over here, let's say I mention get details to be the method name. And in the request parameter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to search by the customer ID, right? So I'm going to search, or maybe I want to view the customer details with the help of the customer ID. So I'll just mention customer ID and I'll remove everything else from over here, right? So I'll just remove this part. And next, what I'll do is I'll mention model and view over here. So I'll just mention model and view MB equal to new model and view. So this is similar to the previous example that we had seen. And over here, we'll use a new JSP file, which is the retrieve data JSP file. So over here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to retrieve the data from the database, right? Till now, what was happening was that, we had a web application, we had a database, and the data was getting stored from the web application to the database. So if you had to check the data, then you have to go to the database. Now what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to retrieve the data from the database and then display into the web page, which has the URL localhost:8084/get details. So what I'll do is I'll just mention retrieve.jsp. But over here, I don't think JSP is required to mention. So I'll just mention retrieve. But over here, the only problem is that, we do not have a retrieve.jsp file, right? So first, let me just initially create a retrieve.jsp file. But before that, let me just import the model and view. So what I'm going to do is I'll go back over here. I'll mention new and then I'll mention other. And over here, I'll mention JSP. I'll click on file. I'll click on next. And over here, let's say I mention retrieve, right? So I'll mention the name and then I'll click on finish. Now, once I click on finish, what I'm going to do is I'll just mention the H1 to be retrieve customer details and details are submitted as follows. And over here, I'll just retrieve the object customers. Now, after that, let's come back to the form controller. And the next thing that you have to do is basically that, you have to remove all this part. And then what you have to do is you have to use the customers object. So you'll type in customers and then you'll mention customers equal to repo dot find by ID, right? So that's what basically we're trying to find. We're trying to find with the customer ID. So that is CID. And just in case if the customer is not present, let's say we have a customer ID 5 and that's not present, that record is deleted from the table, you'll just get an output of or else null, right? So in a scenario where the customer ID is not present, we'll get an output as null. So it shows an error. Let's see why the error is. Okay, it says the method find by integer in type is not applicable for string. Okay, my bad. Sorry, it has to be of int type because customer ID is of integer type. So the next thing that you have to do is you have to basically add the object, right? So for that, you'll choose mb.add_object. And after that, what you're going to do is you have to return this particular object, that is return mb. Right, so I hope this part is clear to you guys. Okay, I see an error. Oh, I'm sorry, I should not be capital over here. Right, and then I'll click on save. If I make you go through the form controller, then what we're doing is that, when we request the mapping / then when I say localhost:8084, the form should be retrieved from the edureka.jsp file. After that, if I say localhost:8084/details, the form should be again retrieved and also the data entered by the customers must be stored in the H2 database. After that, if I mention request mapping /get details, so if I mention get details, I need to go to the view customers page. After I map with the get details, what must happen is that, the data must be retrieved from the H2 database. So over here, what I'm trying to do is I have specific amount of records in my database. Now, what I want to do is I want to retrieve that particular customers. Let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 customers, right? I want to retrieve the third one's data. So I'll just choose the customer ID 3 and then automatically the data must be retrieved. So for that, I've chosen another JSP file, that is retrieve.jsp, which I've just created, and then it will retrieve the customer's object. So I hope the flow is clear to you guys. So now what I'm going to do is I'll just relaunch this application again. So you can see that, the Tomcat has started on port number 8084. So what I'll do is I'll go to Edureka customers and let's say I remove the details part. So we go to our get a form. So over here I can mention customer ID, let's say Sahiti, and I'll mention Sahiti@edureka.co. I'll click on submit. Similarly, I'll mention to, let's say Sanjana, and then I'll mention Sanjana@edureka.co, and then I'll click on submit. Right now, what I'll do is I'll go back to my H2 console, and then what I'll do is I'll just choose select star from customers. If I click on run, I have to connect again. So I'll connect again and then I'll mention select star from customers, right? I'll click on run and then you can see we have 2 records, right? That is customer ID with 1 and 2. Now what I'll do is I'll just click on get details, and over here we see basically that view customer details. The details submitted are as follows, that is customer ID, email and name. Okay, so this is one of the biggest mistake that I've been doing for quite a long of time, that I haven't configured the form of view customer details to enter the customer ID. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'll just go back to my Eclipse workspace. I'll close over here. Now what I'll do is I'll go to view customers, and now in the view customers page, what I'll do is I'll just remove all these details, right? I'll just remove all this part and then I'll just paste this one, that is form action get details. That is because we have been calling the get details method, but yes, I forgot to configure the view customers form, so that's my bad. I'm sorry for that. Now that I've configured the form, so over here I have the form action to be get details, the method to be post, and then input number type to be customer ID. So what I'll do is as soon as the customer ID is entered, what will happen is that automatically the get details form will open up where we'll see the customer ID details. So let's just relaunch the application again. All right, so as you can see, the application has started. Now again, what I'll do is I'll go to 8084. I'll mention customer ID. Let's say it's Sahiti and this, submit. Similarly, I'll mention 2, customer name to be Sanjana, sanjana@edureka.co, submit. What I'll do is I'll click on run, then I'll connect to the H2 database again. I'll mention select star from customers. I'll click on run. Now after that, what we'll do is we'll just go to get details, right? And then we see an option of view customer details. So I'll just mention 1 over here, and if I click on submit, we see that we see an error of white label error page. That is basically our retrieve option is not working properly, right? So let's see how to get it corrected. So the error was basically, guys, that I had mentioned the customer ID object to be wrong. So in my form, if you see, it was CID, right? So if I go to my customers class over here, you can see that I have CID, but yet I had mentioned customer ID. So I just changed it to CID. And now if we just execute this project again, you'll see that it will work absolutely fine, right? So let's just execute this project again. Right, so let's just wait for it to execute. Right, so you can see that Tomcat has started on port number 8084. So what I'll do is I'll enter the customer ID and customer name and let's say email address. Similarly, I'll mention another customer ID and customer name, and then I'll click on submit. After that, I'll click on H2 console and I'll just select this part. I'll click on run. You have to connect again, so we'll connect again. And then if I click on run selected, you can see that I have the CID, C email and C name. Now let me go to localhost :884/ get details. Right, if I click on get details, let's say if I want to check the details for the first one, that is for Sahiti, right? So I'll mention CID, that is 1. I'll click on submit, and if I click on submit, you can see an output that CID equal to 1, C name is Sahiti and C email as sahiti@edureka.co, right? So if I go back again and if I just mention 2 over here and click on submit, you see that the details have changed and the CID is 2, C name is Sanjana and C email as sanjana@edureka.co. Right, now if I go back and change 3, please remember that we only have 2 records and we do not have the third record. What we can do is if I click on submit, you'll see that the application has no explicit mapping. So guys, you can take forward this example and then you can go forward and configure your application to all such scenarios where the data is missing, or maybe you have to enter data and so on. So guys, with this we come to an end to this particular section on how to connect your application with database and how to fetch data from the database. So I hope that we have understood how we have done that. Now, before I move forward with the next part of today's session, I would like to tell you that you can also use Spring Boot to manipulate the query methods, right? So you can try to use query methods to retrieve data as per your requirement. So I'm not going to go into that part. I would like you to go and try yourself. If you have any doubts in that part of the section, you can comment down in the comment section below and then we'll get back to you with a solution. So let's get started with the hands-on part of using REST services in Spring Boot. Now over here, why do you think we need REST services? Well, I spoke about the same in the theory part, but if you look into the practical part of it, if you consider this particular URL, let's say get details, and then let's say, we want to get details for the first customer. In general, if you pass the request, you'll pass like a question mark and then you'll mention the customer name and then you'll mention Sahiti, right? So C name will be in lower caps. But in a scenario where you just want to find the customer details, like let's say, /1, because my customer ID was 1, right, for Sahiti. So if I just want to retrieve the details of the customer Sahiti and I want to retrieve with the help of customer ID, then how will I do it? And how will I make sure that, the URL is clean, and also, we have specific URLs for different kinds of stuff, right? So how do you think we can get started with it? So initially what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this particular repository to the JPA repository. Well, you can ask me, why am I changing it to JPA repository? It's just that, I'm just using the interface of JPA repository, right? So I'll just change it to jpa repository.org, and then I'll just import the required library, right? And after that, what I'll do is I'll just come back to the form controller file. Now in the form controller file, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create different methods, and then I'm going to use different request mappings, that is basically different URLs, to retrieve the details. So let's get started. So initially, let's say you want to find all the customers present in the database, right? So for that, you'll just use a URL, let's say customers. So for that, I'll just use the mapping, request mapping, and in the brackets, I'll mention /customers, right? And then I'll just create a method, let's say public string, let's say get customers. And in this particular method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return all the customers present in the database. So to return all the customers present in the database, what you have to do is you have to type in return repo dot find all, right? So I'm just going to find all of them. And then when we return all the customers, it will be in iterable format. So we have to convert it to string, right? So I'll just convert it to string. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to execute this particular code. But before that, let me just collect a few insert statements. So I'll just go back to the H2 console and I'll just mention insert into values. But before that, I have to mention the table's name. And then what I'll do is I'll mention one, let's say sahiti@edureka.co. Let's say I mention the name Sahiti. After that, similarly, let's type in other insert statements. Let's say insert to, I'll change to Sanjana. And over here also, I'll change it to Sanjana. And again, in the third statement, let's say insert 3, I'll change it to, let's say, Veena. And over here also, I'll change it to Veena. Now what I'll do is I'll just copy the statements and keep it with myself. So now before I execute this particular project, let me just tell you that, I'm just using the request mapping customers annotation to directly just get all the customers from the H2 database and then display their output in the customers page. So I'll just execute this particular project. Right, so you can see Tomcat has started on port number 8084. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just go to Edureka customers. You can see that, we can start from the very scratch where we enter the customer details or not. So for you, what I'll do is I'll just enter customer details. Let's say customer name is Jagannath, and then I mention edureka.co, right? Then I click on submit. Now what I'll do is I'll open the H2 console, right? And then I'll just refresh the H2 console. I'll just connect, right? And then I'll just insert these statements. Okay, it says primary key violation. So let's just check what are the values present. So I'll just select star from customers. So the data has been already inserted. So we get the output that, we have 4 customers with Sahiti, Sanjana, Veena, and Jagannath as their customer names, right? Now what I'm going to do over here is basically that, I'm going to go and open another web page that is basically localhost :8084/customers. Now when I load this web page, we see an output that, localhost :8084/customers, we see basically an error where we do not have any response, right? So that is because, we have missed a response body annotation over here. All right, so we'll import the @response body annotation. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to relaunch the project and let's just wait for it to happen. But before that, let me just copy this. All right, so we can see that, our application has started. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just mention the customer details, let's say 4, customer name, let's say Jagannath, and then email address to be jagannath@edureka.co, right? And now what I'll do is I'll go to my H2 console, I'll refresh, I'll connect, and I'll just do select star from customers, right? And I'll run. So you can see that, I have one particular query. Now I'm just going to insert these particular queries, right? So you can see that, all these queries are inserted. So now I'll just select star from customers, And then we can see an output that, we have 4 customers with the IDs 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what we're going to do over here is basically we'll go to localhost colon 8084/customers, and then we can see an output of, customer ID 1 with their email address, name, and this customer ID. Similarly, we've got all the details of all the other customers also. In a scenario where you want to retrieve data of only a specific customer, let's say, you want to retrieve data of the second customer, how do you think that you can do? Well, it's really simple. What you have to do is you just have to copy this particular part, paste it over here, and then let's say we change the URL to 2. And in get customers also, what I'm going to do is I'll just mention get customers 2. And then what I'll do is I'll just change this method over here. So repo to find by ID, right? So we're just trying to find by ID, right? So I'll just mention find by ID, and we'll mention 2 over here, right? And then I'll click on save. Let me just execute this project, right? So let me just go to forms, and then I'll right click over here. I'll choose run as, and then I'll go to Spring Boot app, right? So let's just execute this particular project, right? So as you can see, the project has been started on port number 8084, right? So now what I'll do is I'll go back to my localhost port number 8084. Let's say I enter few details, right? And I'll just enter. Right now, once this is done, since we want to retrieve only the customer for 2, so what I'll do is I'll just mention localhost colon 8084/customers. And when you mention /customers, you see all the details of all the customers present. Now, since we want to retrieve the details of only the second customer, what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular URL over here, and I'll mention /2. Once I mention /2, you can see that, we have customer ID 2, customer name Sanjana, and then email address to be sanjana@edureka.co. Similarly, if I put 3, you can see that, it's not working. Now, what happens over here is that, we have configured the method only for customer 2. But in general, if you want to configure the method for, let's say, all the customers, let's say, all the customers who are present in the database, we want to configure for all of them. Let's say, even if I type customer /1, we should retrieve the details of the first customer. Even if I type customer /2, then I should retrieve the details of the second customer, and so on, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the request mapping over here. So over here, I'll mention CID, right? And then in get customers, what I'll do is I'll just mention, let's say, let it be get customers 2 only. I'll just mention CID over here. And then over here also, I'll just change it to CID, right? I hope that's clear to you. So basically what I've done over here is basically that, I've just changed the URL to customers and then CID. So whatever customer ID is passed by the user, that particular customer details must be displayed as output. But the only problem here is that, we haven't told Spring it has to take from the parameters that has been passed in the URL, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll basically use the @path variable annotation, right? So I'll just mention the path variable annotation. I'll just import the required libraries. And then what I'll do is I'll just mention in bracket that it should be CID. So whatever is passed in CID, that has to be taken into account, right? So now let's just execute this particular query again, right? So I'll just relaunch this particular application. Right now, once the application is relaunched, let's just, I'll mention 1, Sahiti, and then sahiti@edureka.co, then 2, customer name, Sanjana, and 3, Jagannath, and Jagannath@edureka.co. Now I'll just reload this particular page, and then we see that, the output stands the same. Now let's say we want to retrieve the details of the customer 3, right? So I'll just put this URL, and then you can see that, we automatically got the details of the third customer. Now similarly, let's say we want to retrieve for the first customers, we just have to change the number in the URL, and automatically we see that, the output is generated. So guys, that's how you can use a simple object, and then you can pass the request. Now let's say, you want to get a list of customers, right? Now, for example, over here, if you observe in the methods, I was using the Spring method. So I was basically returning a string. Now let's say if you want to get the list method. So for that, initially itself, what I'd done was I'd changed the CRUD repository to the JPA repository. Now I changed that because, the JPA repository extends the page sorting repository and also the CRUD repository itself, right? So we have all the methods all together, right? So if I just double click on over here, so now coming back to the controller, what we can basically do is that, if you want to see a list is returned. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just remove this part of string, and I'll say list, and over here, I'll say customers, right? And then I'll mention repo to find all, and then I will not convert it to string, right? So this will basically return an iterable that is basically a list. Now, similarly, if you want to change over here, what we can simply do is that, if we do not want to retrieve a string, but yet if you want to retrieve any, let's say, optional character, let's say, if you want to retrieve a specific detail of the customer, we have to use the optional class, and then inside that we have to mention customers. Right over here, I'll just remove the string part, and then what I'll do is I'll just click on save. All right, I think I've missed something. I think there's a bracket that is missing. Yeah. So what I've done over here is basically change the string method to a list method. So basically we're trying to retrieve the data in form of a JSON format. So well, we can go forward and do that. So if I just relaunch this particular application, let's see what happens. So let's just wait for it to load. All right, the application has started on port number 8084. So I'll just mention few details. Let's say one, Sahiti, and Sahiti@edureka.co. Let's say two, Anjana, and then Sanjana@edureka.co. Now what I'll do is I'll just mention localhost 8084/customers, and then you see a change in the output. That means the output is in the form of a JSON format. So that's how basically you can go with the optional class and also with the list of data values, right? So for example, if I want to retrieve the data of the single customer, initially the output was in the string format, but if I reload, you'll see that, the output is in the form of a JSON format, right? So guys, that's how basically you can play around with REST services. But yet, if you want to play around more with REST services, I would suggest that, you should go forward and use the Postman client. So without any further ado, let me just open the Postman client and show you how that looks. Right, so installing Postman is really simple, guys. You just have to go to their official website and then install Postman, and then automatically you'll see that the Postman gets configured for your system. It's just a matter of few minutes that Postman takes to install. Now you might be wondering, why am I stressing so much on Postman? Well, I'm stressing so much on Postman because it's like a GUI. So whatever we were seeing on our web pages, you can see directly on Postman, maybe in a better format also, right? So you can see it's a similar outputs in a better format with more color coordination, and maybe in different formats like XML, JSON format, and other web pages, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the get method over here, and I'm going to use it on 8084, and then I'll mention customers, and then I click on send. Now, when I click on send, you'll automatically see that, there are two customer IDs present. That is the customer 1 and customer 2, right? So that was what we had mentioned before also. Now, let's say, you want it in an XML format. You can very well go and change it over here. And then you see that, automatically the output is in XML format. And automatically, if you say auto, then it will automatically come in the form of a JSON format. All right, let's say, you want to retrieve the details of a single customer. You can go forward and just mention the URL to be 1. And then you see the output of only a single customer, right? Now, this is not the only method which can be used with Postman. Well, you can go forward and use the put, post, patch, delete, and so on methods, right? But don't worry, we're going to look into each one of them one by one. So for now, let's get started with post mapping. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste this particular part, and then I'll put it over here. Let's say we add post mapping. So post mapping is basically used to create a new customer. If you remember in the CRUD operations, I said you create a resource. So for that, you use the post method. You read a resource. For that, you use the get method. You update a resource, for that you use the put method, and to delete a resource you use the delete method. So I'm going to use the post method over here. So for that I'll mention the post mapping annotation, and then I'll mention /customers in the URL. I'll just remove the response body annotation because we do not want anything, and over here what I'll do is I'll just add customers, and let's say the get customers, let's say 3, that is basically a method name, and in the brackets I'll mention request body, and over here again we'll mention the customers class and customers, right? So basically I'm requesting from the body itself, right? And over here what I'm trying to do is I'll basically save the new customers into the repository, right? So for that I'll mention repo.save, and over here we'll mention customers, right? And then again we have to return something. So for that we'll return customers. Right, so I hope this part is clear. So now let's just execute the same. So when I just relaunch this particular application, all right, so you can see that Tomcat has started on port number 8084. So what I'll do is I won't go to the web browser now. I'll go to the Postman, and then what I'll do is I'll just type in get localhost 8084 customers. So over here you'll see that the data is null because there's nothing present. So now when we go back to our web page and let's say we add data, right? So I'll just mention a record of 2. Now, once the details are mentioned, let's just send the request again of get, and we'll see that, the output is updated and automatically the details of both the customers are displayed. Now, since we are using the post method, what we basically want to do is we want to create a new resource, right? So for that, we'll go to the body section, right? And I'll just remove this part, right? And then I'll just copy paste this part over here. I'll mention tree. Let's say I mention Veena, and over here also I mention Veena, right? And over here I mention post, right? And now once this is done, I'll just click on send, and when I click on send, you'll automatically see the output. It says that pages customers.jsp is not found. So let me just zoom in a little bit before I move forward, right? So I'll just zoom in a little bit so that it's clear to your eyes, right? So over here you can clearly see that when I go to get, and then I mention localhost 884/customers, we get the third detail also, that is customer 3, that is Veena, and veena@edureka.co. So guys, that's how basically you can use the post method also. Now similarly, let's see how we can delete a record, right? Now to delete a method, what we basically have to do is we have to mention the customer ID, right? So for example, let's say we want to delete the third record, then we have to mention the customer ID of the third customer, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste this particular section, right? And over here, I'll just change the mapping to delete mapping, right? And then I'll just import the required package. And over here, I'll just change the URL to customer ID. Okay, I'm sorry, this has to be in lowercase, right? And then what I'll do is I'll just change the method name to customers4. And then what I'll do is in the path variables over here, I'll just remove this particular section, and then I'll mention the @path variable annotation, because we want to check the customer ID present in the URL, right? So we'll mention @path variable in CID, and then in brackets over here, I'll mention CID. Now, once that is done, what I'll do is I'll basically get 1. So basically what happens is that, once you delete the data from the record, you have to delete the row also, right? So for that, what I'll do is I'll just mention customers. Say cust is the object name, right? And then I'll mention repo.get1, and over here I'll mention the CID, right? So basically what I'm doing over here is that I'm taking all the customer IDs from the repository, and then whatever is passed in the URL, whichever customer ID is passed in the URL, that particular customer ID's complete row must be deleted, right? So that's what I'm doing over here. And then what I'll do is I'll basically delete the row, right? So for that, I'll just mention repo.delete, and I'll mention cust, right? That is basically our entity that we have chosen over here. And then I'll just mention return cust, right? So I hope this part is clear, right? So I'll just execute this particular project again. All right, so you can see that our application has started on port 8084. So similarly, what I'll do is I'll first go to our web page, and then I'll just enter few details, right? So 3 details have been entered. Now I'll go back to my Postman, and then I'll choose get customers, and then you can automatically see the details of all the 3 customers. Now what I want to do is I want to delete, right? So I'll go to delete, right? And over here, what I'll do is I'll just mention the URL to delete. So let's say I want to delete the third customer. So I'll just mention /3 and then choose the delete method and click on send. Now once we click on send, we automatically see that we see a timestamp status of error not found. That means it is already deleted. So I go to get again over here, and then if I mention customers, you see that we get an output of only 2 customers. That means automatically our customer 3 has got deleted when we had sent a request for delete. Now similar, if you want to check whether it is deleted in the database or not, what you can do is we can just log into our database. So I'll just log into our database, right? I'll just click on connect, and let's say I just mention select staff from customers, run, and then you see only 2 records, that is 1 and 2, right? So that's how guys basically you can delete a specific record or a set of data from database. Now let's look into the last method, that is basically the put method. So the put method is basically used to update a resource, right? Now to update a resource, again you have to do the same thing. Let's say you want to update the details of the first customer. So to do that, what you'll do is you'll basically create a new method, right? So I'll just copy paste this particular section, and then I'll change, right? So I'll just change it to put mapping, and then I'll import the required libraries, right? After that, what I'll do is I'll have to basically change the path also. So the path will be basically customers, and then it should consume our application file, right? So over here, I'll just remove everything. I'll mention path equal to, and then in double quotes, I'll mention /customers, and then I'll mention consumes equal to, and over here I'll mention application.json file, right? So that's basically our application file. Sorry, my bad, it's not JSON, it should be slash, right? And then what I'll do is I'll just mention another method, let's say customers file. And over here, what I'll do is I'll have to change the parameters over here. So I'm just basically requesting something, right? So I'll mention @request body, right? And over here, I'll mention customers, right? And in this particular section, I'll just remove the customer ID over here, and I'll save our repository with the updated data, right? So for that, I'll mention repo.save, and over here in brackets, I'll mention customers, right? After that, I'll just return the customers, right? So I'll just mention return customers, right? So I hope this part is clear. Now, if you observe, the post mapping and the put mapping are almost similar on how we do the programming part, and the delete mapping and the get mapping are something very different. So what I'll do is I'll just relaunch this particular application again. So let's just relaunch, right? I'll click on OK. Right, so as you can see, the application has started on port number 8084. So I'll go back to my web page first, and then I'll just enter the customer ID and customer name for few details, right? So I'll just mention, let's say for 2 records. Now what I'll do is I'll go back to my postman and I'll do the get method. You see that, we have only one customer. So let me just enter for the second one also. I think there was an issue, right? And now I'll just send the request again. And then you see that, we have the details for 2 customers, right? Now we're trying to update the details of the first customer, right? So what I'll do is I'll copy this particular section, and then I'll change the URL to put. And now after that, what I'll do is I'll go to body, then I'll choose raw. I'll mention over here, right? And let's say I change Sanjana's name to Sanjana Murthy, and email also to Murthy, right? Now when I send the request for the get method, you see that, nothing is updated. Now, initially, we were not getting the updated values because, our format was in text, but yet in your code, you had clearly mentioned that it would consume the JSON format, right? So in that scenario, what you have to do is you have to change to JSON over here, and then you can mention the updated values, and then you can go forward and use the put method. Now, once you use the put method and click on send, you'll see that, automatically the data will be updated. Right, so you go to get over here and choose customers, and when you choose customers, you see that the customer ID with customer ID 1, whose initial name was Sanjana, has now changed to Sanjana Murthy, and email also, whose email was sanjana@edureka.co, has changed to Sanjana Murthy@edureka.co. So guys, that's how basically you can use the REST services or the REST API to manipulate data and to pass data from web application to database, and similarly from database to web application in Spring Boot. But before I close with this part of the session, I would just like to show you the H2 database with the updated data, right? So what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular statement, run, and then I'll just connect again. Now, once I connect again and click on run, you see that, the email address and the name has been changed also in the database. So I hope that you've understood how to play around with REST services. Now let's move forward with the next part for today's session, that is Spring Data REST. Now, Spring Data REST is basically a part of Spring Data project, which makes it easy to build the hypermedia-driven REST web services on top of the Spring Data repositories. So it basically builds on top of the Spring Data repositories and analyzes application domain and exposes the HTTP resources. If I have to mention few features of Spring Data REST for you, then I would say it exposes a discoverable REST API for your domain model. It allows you to dynamically filter collection resources. It exposes dedicated search resources for query methods. It also allows to define client-specific representations and supports JPA, MongoDB, Neo4j, Solr, Cassandra, Gemfire, and other databases. Not only this, but it also exposes the metadata about the model discovered as JSON schema and allows to dynamically filter the collection resources. Right? So guys, these are few features of Spring Data REST, but if you have to understand Spring Data REST in short, then Spring Data REST is basically used to fetch the data from the database for REST web services, right? So initially in the session, I had shown you how to fetch the data from a web application in a simple manner. But if you have to fetch the data for web services, that is the REST web services, then you have to use the Spring Data REST. So let's see how to fetch the data and how to manipulate data, right? So on that note, let me just open my Eclipse workspace again, and let me just close the running processes, right? So I'll close all the files so that there's no confusion. Now for this particular hands-on, let's say we create an altogether new project, right? So for that, we go to File, we choose New, Then we choose Spring Startup project. And then what I'll do is I'll just mention the name to be, let's say, data rest demo. And then I'll click on next. Once I click on next, I'll basically choose the dependency. So obviously, since we're dealing with data, we need the H2 database dependency, we need the REST repositories, we need Spring Data JPA, and we also need the web services, right? So I'll just search for web. I'll mention Spring Web and web services, and then I'll click on finish. So as you can see, our project has been loaded and our application file has been created. All right, so for this particular demo, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new class, right? So over here, I'll go to new and then I'll choose class. And over there, what I'll do is I'll mention the class name, let's say to be customers again, and then I'll click on finish. All right, now over here also, I'll again give few parameters like, customer ID, name, right? So let's just give the same. So I'll just mention private int, and let's say I mention CID. Similarly, I'll mention private string CNAME, and let's say I mention private string spelling, right? I'll mention course name, right? So for all the three of them, I'll generate the getter setter method. So I'll right click over here, go to source, generate getter setter methods, right? I'll select all and click on generate. So I'll just copy back over here so that there's no confusion. Right now, after that, I'll just convert it to string also. So I'll again choose everything, right click, go to source, go generate to string, right? And then I'll click on generate. Now, after that, what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular section, remove from over here, and then I'll paste it back over here, right? And then I'll click on save. My bad, sorry, bracket has to go down, and then there should be one more bracket which ends, right? So this is how basically the customer's class is created. Now what I want to do is I'll basically create a repository from where we'll access the data, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'll right click over here, go to new, choose interface, and let's say I mention the repository's name to be customers repo, right? And then I click on finish, right? Once I click on finish, I'll basically extend it to the JPA repository. So I'll mention JPA repository, and then I have to mention two values, that is basically the customer's class and integer, right? So I'll just import this to our official JPA repository. That is basically I'll just import the required annotation. Now our basic agenda is to find out, in all our previous demos, we had controllers. What was happening was that, we were creating JSP files where that was the view. And then we had the controller where we defined the URLs on what parameters, what should be returned or not. But in this scenario, we do not have any controller, right? So do you think our REST repositories are so intelligent enough that, automatically they pick up the URLs? Well, I think, the REST repositories can very well do that. So to do that, what they simply have to do is you have to use the @REST repository annotation, right? So what I'll mention over here is repository REST resource. Okay, I'm sorry, there's a spelling mistake, right? And then I'll just import the @REST repository annotation. And over there, what I'll basically do is I'll basically mention the collection resource URLs to be customers, and then the path to be also customers, right? So basically we are trying to mention our resource URL and from where the data has to be extracted, right? I'll mention path equal to customers, right? So all our URLs will be working on the path customers. And then what I'll do is I'll just save this particular section, and then I'll just relaunch the specific project. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm launching the other project. Let me just cancel the execution. And what I'll do is I'll basically run it for the first time. So I'll just go over here, run as, and then choose Spring Boot app. All right, now we see an error that, 55 common frames omitted, and then there's an error regarding our data. So that was basically, we've not given any file from where data can be retrieved, right? So that is a main problem over here. And also we have not configured our H2 database, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'll just stop this execution over here, right? And now what I'll do is I'll go back. I'll go to the application properties file. Let's say I changed the port number to be 8085, and then I've enabled the H2 database, and the data source platform is H2, and our database name is list of customers, right? Now after that, basically I'm just going to use a SQL file to make sure that the data is getting automatically entered, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my project, and over here I'll create a new file, So I'll go to other, I'll search for SQL, and then I'll click on next. Let's say I mentioned the SQL's name to be sample.sql, and then I click on finish. Right now, once I click on finish, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click over here. I'll choose open with and I'll choose SQL editor. I'll open the file with SQL query editor, and then I'll just mention the queries. So I'll just mention insert into customers values, and in brackets I'll mention one, the name to be Sahiti, right? And the email address will be sahiti@edureka.co. Now similarly I have to do for the other 4 queries also. So let me just copy paste them, right? And then I'll change the number. So I'll change it to 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And I'll just change the name. I'm changing the email address also. Right now, once this is done, what I'll do is I'll just save this particular file, and then I'll relaunch this particular application again. So I'll go to relaunch option and choose data res demo, and then let's just launch this application. As we can see, there are a lot of errors and our application is not starting. This is basically because we forgot to initialize the table, right? So we put the data, we put the code to insert the data, and then we put the code to basically connect to the repository and extract the required data. But we forgot to create a table. So to create a table automatically, what we have to do is we have to use the @entity annotation, right? So I'll just mention the @entity annotation over here, right? And similarly over here, I'll mention the @ID annotation to basically mention all the field details. And then I'll mention the generated value annotation to identify the customer ID as the primary key, right? After that, I'll click on save. And now let's just relaunch the project again. So as you can see, the Tomcat has started on port number 8085, right? So what I'll do is I'll just go back to my Postman, and then I'll change the port number to 8085, and then I'll choose the get method and choose customers, right? So if I choose customers, we see that our application is running, but our data has not been fetched, right? So our data has not been extracted from our SQL file. So to do that, let's just check what's wrong with our SQL file. So let me just open that once. So somehow our SQL file is not working. So what we can simply do is we can just copy this particular section. We can just delete this file. Now let's just relaunch the application. Right, and then we can see that it has started on port 8085. So before I go to Postman, what I'll do is I'll go to my H2 console. Right, so I'll go to port number 8085, right, and then I'll just log in. Now over here, what I'll do is I'll just insert the values into the statement. So I've just copy pasted over here, and then I've executed the statements, right? So I'll just copy paste and keep them at a specific place, right? And then I'll mention select star from customers. And if I run this particular statement, you can see that our database has 5 records. Now coming to the concept of Spring Data REST, we had to fetch data from database, right? So similarly, if we just use the get method and use 8085 for customers, and then if I click on send, you'll see an output of all the 5 customers with all the details like, customer name, customer email ID, and the customer ID. For example, let's say you want to delete a customer. So for that, you'll just go to delete, and let's say you want to delete the second customer, you'll just mention the customer ID and then click on send. Now, once you click on send, you can just go back to get statement again, and then we go back to the customer's URL, and then we can clearly see that, we have customer with ID 1, then with ID 3, and ID 4, and ID 5. So that means automatically the second customer has got deleted. So guys, that was about the get method and the delete method, guys. Now you can go forward and try out the post method and the put methods by yourself. With that, we come to an end to this particular section of the session, that is Spring Data REST. Now let's move forward with the next part of the session, that is Spring Security. Now Spring Security is one of the most important module that you have to understand, since every web application that you make, you have to make sure that your web application is secure. So to make sure that the web application is secure, you have to use the Spring Security. So Spring Security is basically a highly customizable authentication and access control framework, and focuses both on authentication and authorization to Java applications. It's basically the de facto standard securing Spring-based applications, and has mainly 3 kinds of security models, that is the Spring Security Kerberos, Spring Security Auth, and Spring Security SAML. So I'm not going to go into depth of each one of them one by one, but yes, I am going to show you how you can secure your applications using Spring Boot. So without any further ado, let's take a look at how to secure applications using Spring Boot. For that, I'll just switch back to my Eclipse workspace, right? I'll just close all the tabs. So let me just close all the tabs. To secure your applications using Spring Security, we need a web application, right? So for that, let's just create a new project altogether. So I'll just choose File, New Spring Starter Project, and I'll just mention Secure Example, right? And then I'll click on Next. Once I click on Next, I'll just choose Spring Security, Spring Web, and Web Services, and then I'll click on Finish. Now, once I click on Finish, you can see that, automatically my project has got loaded. It just has one file, that is the application.java, that is the main class file. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first create a web application, and then I'll show you how you can secure that application, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to resources over here, and in templates, what I'll do is I'll create new files, right? So over here, I want to create an HTML file. So I'll just search for HTML, right? I'll click on Next. And let's say we have our first file, which is home.html, right? I'll click on Finish. And then you can automatically see that, this particular file is loaded up. So I'm just going to copy paste the code over here. So don't worry, I'll be explaining you what I'm doing over here. So basically, whenever we have the URL of home, so according to our web application, this is what we want to load when the home.html is requested as response, right? So it will display an output, welcome to Edureka. It has a background color. And then it will say click @Edureka. That is basically, it's calling the Edureka page. That is the different HTML page that we have not created yet. So over here, we'll basically ask the user to log in, right? So this is like the first page of our web application where we'll see welcome to Edureka and click here to log in. Once that person clicks there to log in, the person will enter the username and password. And if the username and password is valid, he'll go and see the next page. Otherwise, it will display an output saying that, invalid username and password. So that was about the home.html page, guys. Now let's move forward with the next page. That is the Edureka page itself. So I'll again go to new over here. I'll choose other. I'll choose HTML. And then I'll click on next. Once I click on next, I'll just mention the file name to be edureka.html, and then I'll click on finish. So this is basically the file that we want to print. Now this can be a simple file also where, you can print a hello world and then just check. Well, I'm not going to do that since we have already done that in the course of our session. But yes, I'm just going to directly mention the code for mentioning the username and the password, right? So let me just copy paste the code from here. Now coming to the edureka.html page, don't worry, it just gives a title of hello world, and then it has a background color, and then it says hello user. So whatever is the user name that we mentioned, that particular username will be printed as output over here with the help of the HTTP servlet request method. So don't worry, I'm going to show you how that's happening. And after that, what happens is that, we have created an action of logout. So once the person clicks on logout, the user is logged out of the system, right? So the input type is basically submit and value is logout. So that was about the edureka.html page, guys. Now let's move forward with the next page, that is the login page. So the user has to log in somewhere, right? So that is basically the page that we have to create now. So that is, again, we go to new over here, and then we'll mention other. And over here, we'll choose HTML. We'll go to next. And over here, I'll mention login.html. Now, once in the login.html file, you basically have to mention the username and the password, which has to be considered as the standard username and the password. Right, so over here, the title is basically Edureka example, and then I have a background color. Right, after that, I've mentioned the parameters error. Right, so if the username and the password are incorrect, this is basically the output that is displayed. That is the username and password mentioned are incorrect. If the user logs out, the output displayed is that, the user has been logged out. And if the user logs in, the form basically displays the customer username and password. And the input type is text for the username and type password for the password. Right, so after that, we have the submit button. That is basically the login button. So I'm rushing up on this part because, this is not our main part where we have to concentrate. Else we have to understand how we secure our application, right? So you can just make any web application and you can start securing it. So now, as I was telling you in the course of session also, almost all the web applications basically have the controller, right? So we have to configure the controller file for that. So what I'll do is I'll go to new over here, and let's say I configure the class name to be, let's say, controller, right? And then I'll click on finish. Now, once I click on finish, this is basically the output that you see, that is the package and the public class, right? But before I start configuring the controller class, what I want to do is I want to configure our model view controller, right? So to configure a model view controller, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new class. So I'll right click over here, go to new, and then I'll say class. And let's say we mention the class name to be MVC configurer, right? So I've just mentioned the name to be model view configurer, and then I'll click on finish. right? So I'll basically copy paste the code and then I'll paste it over here, right? And then the basic error that we see is basically our class name. So I'll just change it to MVC configurer, right? It basically extends the web security configurer adapter. Now in the controller class, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste the codes. Now over here, if you observe, what I've basically done is that I've implemented the web MVC configurer to the controller class, right? And over here, I've imported the view controller registry and also the MVC configurer, right? The add view controllers basically add 4 view controllers. 2 of the view controllers reference to the view whose name is home, that is basically which is defined by the home.html file, that is these 2. And the other 2 basically reference to the Edureka and the login.html file. So that is basically the controller part, guys. So now what we've done is we've created the model, we've created the view on what the user should see, and then we've also created the controller. But yes, we have to configure our security, right? So when I say you have to configure your Spring security in the application, the Spring security basically automatically secures all the HTTP endpoints with the basic authentication. But yes, if you further want to customize the security settings, the first thing that you need to do is basically add Spring security to the class part. So that was basically the dependency file that we had already added while creating the project, right? Now, after that is done, what you basically have to do is you have to create the Spring security configuration class, which basically ensures that, only authenticated users will be redirected to a specific page. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'll just right click over here, go to new, and then what I'll do is I'll create a new class. Let's say I'll mention security configurer, and then I'll click on finish. So this is basically the class. And now what I'm going to do is I'll just copy paste the code and then I'll explain you in depth, right? So let me just copy paste the code, and over here, I'll just change it to security configurer. And now if you observe over here, basically the security configurer class is annotated with the @enable web security annotation to enable Spring Security's web security support and provide the Spring MVC integration. Not only this, but it also extends to the web security configurer adapter and overrides a couple of its methods to set some specific values of the web security configuration. After that, if you come down to the code, we see configure HTTP security HTTP. Well, this method basically defines which URL paths should be secured and which should not be. So over here, if you observe, if it is slash or if it is slash home, that means that, these paths do not require any authentication. So this is basically just a home page. But when it comes to the other ones, that is the login and the Edureka one, both of these URLs must be authenticated, right? So when a user successfully logs in, they will be redirected to the previously requested page that requires authentication. So there's a custom login page specified by the login page method, and everyone is allowed to view it. Coming to the user details method, well, the user details service method basically sets up an in-memory user store with single user, right? So the user is basically given the username to be Edureka and the password to be Edureka and the role as a user. So that was about this particular file, guys. It's really simple to understand. So for all the annotations, you have to import the required libraries that I had already done before. Now, if I come back to the login page, you can clearly see that, the time leaf template basically simply represents a form that captures the username and the password and posts them to the login URL, right? So as configured, the Spring Security basically provides a filter that intercepts that request and authenticates that particular user. So if the user fails to authenticate, then the page is redirected to the login error page. That is basically over here where it is clearly shown that, the username and the password are mentioned incorrect. And if the user successfully logs into the page and after that he or she wishes to log out, that particular user is basically redirected to this particular page. That is the logout page, param.logout. So it will be /login ?logout, right? And then you'll see an output that, the user has been logged out. Lastly, since we wanted to display the user's name also, for example, so if the user with the username Edureka logs in, then we need an output which says hello Edureka, right? So for that, what I'm going to do over here is that, I'll go back to my Edureka page, and then you can clearly see that, we've used the HTTP servlet.remote user method to basically integrate that, we display the username of Spring Security's integration with this particular method. Apart from that, the logout form basically submits a post method to logout, that is the /logout URL. And upon successfully logging out, it will redirect the user to /login ?logout. So guys, that was about all the files together. Now, if I have to just give you an overview, then you can see that, we have a home page where we are saying welcome to Edureka, and then we want to log in, right? So we give an option over there, click here to log in. Once the user clicks on the link, he'll be redirected to a different page, that is /Edureka, where the user has to log in with the username and the password. Now, the username and the password for the valid user has been mentioned in the code itself, where, we've used the user details service. So any other user with other username and password who tries to log in will basically face an error and the message will be displayed as invalid username and password. But yes, if the user successfully logs in, then he'll be redirected to the third page which says that, hello and then the username. So let's see what happens. So over here, before I move forward, I'll just configure the port. Let's say server.port equal to 8083, right? After that, what I'll do is I'll just execute this particular project. So let's just relaunch the application. Now, as you can see, the application is starting. So now what we can do is we can go back to our localhost port 8083. And then if I pass a URL /home, you see welcome to Edureka, and then you see a message. Click here to see a login, right? So over here, I'll just click there and then we'll mention the customer username and password. So over here, if I just mention Sahiti, and then if I mention the password to be Edureka, what happens is that if I click on login, we'll be basically redirected to the login error page where it says that, the customer username and password mentioned are incorrect. Now, if I just mention the correct password, that is Edureka, and the username to be Edureka, and then if I click on login, you can clearly see that, we get redirected to localhost /8083/Edureka, where we say hello Edureka, right? And then we have an option of logout, so the user can very well go and log out. So guys, this was a simple demo on how you can secure your application. So over here, I was trying to secure the application based on the user's login. Well, there are various ways to secure your applications, which you can explore by yourself. With this, we come to an end to this full course session. I hope you found this session informative. So if you have any further queries related to the session, then please comment down in the comment section below. So on that note, that's all from my side today. Until next time, thank you and happy learning.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!